Section 0 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Forward. Embodying a few remarks on the gentle art of laugh-making, by Marshall P. Wilder. Happiness and laughter are two of the most beautiful things in the world, for they are of the few that are purely unselfish. Laughter is not for yourself, but for others. When people are happy they present a cheerful spirit, which finds its reflection in every one they meet, for happiness is as contagious as a yawn. Of all the emotions, laughter is the most versatile, for it plays equally well the role of either parent or child to happiness. Then can we say too much in praise of the men who make us laugh? God never gave a man a greater gift than the power to make others laugh, unless it is the privilege of laughing himself. We honor, revere, admire our great soldiers, statesmen, and men of letters, but we love the man who makes us laugh. No other man today enjoys to such an extent the close personal affection, individual yet national, that is given to Mr. Samuel L. Clemens. He is ours. He is one of us. We have a personal pride in him. Dear Mark Twain, the beloved child of the American nation, and it was through our laughter that he won our love. He is the exponent of the typically American style of fun-making, the humorous story. I asked Mr. Clemens one day if he could remember the first money he ever earned. With his inimitable drawl, he said, "Yes, Marsh, it was at school. All boys had the habit of going to school in those days, and they hadn't any more respect for the desk then than they had for the teachers. There was a rule in our school that any boy marring his desk, either with pencil or knife, would be chastised publicly before the whole school, or pay a fine of $5. Besides the rule, there was a ruler. I knew it because I had felt it. It was a darn hard one, too. One day I had to tell my father that I had broken the rule, and had to pay a fine or take a public whipping, and he said, 'Sam, it would be too bad to have the name of Clemens disgraced before the whole school, so I'll pay the fine. But I don't want you to lose anything, so come upstairs.' I went upstairs with father, and he was forgiving me. I came downstairs with the feeling in one hand and the $5 in the other, and decided that as I'd been punished once and got used to it, I wouldn't mind taking the other licking at school. So I did, and I kept the $5. That was the first money I ever earned." The humorous story, as expounded by Mark Twain, Artemus Ward, and Robert J. Burdette, is purely American. Artemus Ward could get laughs out of nothing, by mixing the absurd and the unexpected, and then backing the combination with a solemn face and earnest manner. For instance, he was fond of such incongruous statements as, "I once knew a man in New Zealand who hadn't a tooth in his head." Here he would pause for some time, look reminiscent, and continue, "And yet he could beat a bass drum better than any man I ever knew." Robert J. Burdette, who wrote columns of capital humor for the Burlington Hawkeye and told stories superbly, on his first visit to New York was spirited to a notable club, where he told stories leisurely until half the hearers ached with laughter and the other half were threatened with apoplexy. Everyone present declared it the red-letter night of the club, and members who had missed it came around and demanded the stories at second hand. Some efforts were made to oblige them, but without avail, for the tellers had twisted their recollections of the stories into jokes, and they didn't sound right, so a committee hunted the town for Burdette to help them out of their difficulty. Humor is the kindliest method of laugh-making. Wit and satire are ancient, but humor, it has been claimed, belongs to modern times. A certain type of story, having a sudden and terse conclusion to a direct statement, has been labeled purely American. For instance, Willie Jones loaded and fired a cannon yesterday. The funeral will be tomorrow. But the truth is, it is older than America. It is very venerable. If you will turn to the 12th verse of the 16th chapter of 2 Chronicles, you will read, "And Asa in the 39th year of his reign was diseased in his feet, until his disease was exceeding great. Yet in his disease he sought not the Lord, but turned to the physicians. And Asa slept with his fathers. Bill Nye was a sturdy and persistent humorist of so good a sort that he never could help being humorous. Yet there was never a sting in his jokes. Gentle raillery was the severest thing he ever attempted, and even this he did with so genial a smile and so merry an eye that a word of his friendly chaffing was worth more than any amount of formal praise. Few of the great world's great dispatches contain so much wisdom in so few words as Nye's historic wire from Washington. Quote, "My friends and money gave out at 3 a.m." Unquote. Eugene Field, the lover of little children and the self-confessed bibliomaniac, gives us still another sort of laugh, the tender, indulgent sort. Nothing could be finer than the gentle reminiscence of long ago, a picture of the lost kingdom of boyhood, which for all its lightness holds a pathos that clutches one in the throat. And yet this writer of delicate and subtle humor, this master of tender verse, had a keen and nimble wit. An ambitious poet once sent him a poem to read entitled "Why Do I Live?" and Field immediately wrote back, "Because you sent your poem by mail." Laughter is one of the best medicines in the world, and though some people would make you force it down with a spoon, there is no doubt that it is a splendid tonic and awakens the appetite for happiness. Colonel Ingersoll wrote on his photograph which adorns my home, "To the man who knows that mirth is medicine and laughter lengthens life." Abraham Lincoln, that divinely tender man, believed that fun was an intellectual impetus, for he read Artemus Ward to his cabinet before reading his famous Emancipation Proclamation, and laying down his book, marked the place to resume. Joel Chandler Harris, whose delightful stories of Negro life hold such a high place in American literature, told me a story of an old Negro who claimed that a sense of humor was necessary to happiness in married life. He said, "I met a poor old darky one day, pushing a wheelbarrow loaded with cooking utensils and household effects. Seeing me looking curiously at him, he shook his head and said, 'I can't stand her no longer, boss. I just naturally can't stand her no longer.' 'What's the matter, uncle?' I inquired. 'Well, you see, sah, she ain't got no idea of fun. She won't take a joke nohow. The other night I went home, and I'd been taking a little just to warm my heart. That's all, just to warm my heart. And I got to the fence and tried to climb it. I got on the top, and there I stays. I couldn't get one way or t'other. Then a gemman comes along, and I says, 'Would you mind giving me a push?' He says, 'Which way do you want to go?' I says, 'Either way. Don't make no difference, just so I get off the fence. For hit's powerful uncomfortable up here.' So he give me a push, and sont me over toward my side, and I went home. Then I want something to eat, and my old woman, she wouldn't get it for me. And so, just for a joke, that's all, just a joke, I hit her on the head. But would you believe it? She couldn't take a joke. She turned round, and, sir, she sailed into me something scandalous. I didn't do nothing, 'cause I feeling kind of weak just then, and so I made up my mind I wasn't going to stay with her. This morning she gone out washing, and I just moved right out. Hit's no use trying to live with a woman who can't take a joke." From the poems of Thomas Bailey Aldrich to George Ade's fables in slang is a far cry, but one is as typical a style of humor as the other. Ade's is the more distinctly original, for he not only created the style, but another language. For aptness of its turns, and the marvelous way in which he hit the bull's-eye of human foibles and weaknesses lifted him into instantaneous popularity. A famous bon mot of George Ade's, which has been quoted threadbare, but which serves excellently to illustrate his native wit, is his remark about a suit of clothes which the tailor assured him he could never wear out. He said when he put them on, he didn't dare to. From the laughter makers pure and simple, we come to those who, while acknowledging the cloud, yet see the silver lining, the exponents of the smile through tears. The best of these, Frank L. Stanton, has beautifully said, "This world that we're a-livin' in is mighty hard to beat. With every rose you get a thorn, but ain't the roses sweet?" He does not deny the thorns, but calls attention to the sweetness of the roses. A gospel of compensation that speaks to the heart of all, kind words of cheer to the weary traveller. Such a philosopher was the kind-hearted and sympathetic Irish boy who, walking along with the parish priest, met a weary organ-grinder, who asked how far it was to the next town. The boy answered, 4 miles. The priest remonstrated. "Why, Mike, how could you deceive him so? You know it is 8. "Well, your reverence," said the good-natured fellow, "I saw how tired he was, and I wanted to kape his courage up. If I'd told him the truth, he'd have been downhearted entirely." This is really a jolly old world, and people are very apt to find just what they are looking for. If they are looking for happiness, the best way to find it is to try to give it to others. If a man goes around with a face as long as a wet day, perfectly certain that he is going to be kicked, he is seldom disappointed. A typical exponent of the tenderly human, the tearfully humorous, is James Whitcomb Riley, a name to conjure with. Only mention it to anyone, and note the spark of interest, the smiling sigh, and the air of gentle retrospection into which he will fall. There is a poem for each and every one that commends itself for some special reason, and holds such power of memory or sentiment as sends it straight into the heart, to remain there treasured and unforgotten. In these volumes are selections from the pen of all whom I have mentioned, as well as many more, including a number by the clever woman humorists of whom America is justly proud. It is with pride and pleasure that I acknowledge the honor done me in being asked to introduce this company of fun makers, such a goodly number that space permits the mention of but a few. But we cannot have too much or even enough of anything so good or so necessary as the literature that makes us laugh. In that regard we are like a little friend of Mr. Riley's. The Hoosier poet, as everyone knows, is the devoted friend, companion, and singer of children. He has a habit of taking them on wild orgies where they are turned loose in a candy store and told to do their worst. This particular young lady had been allowed to choose all the sorts of candy she liked until her mouth, both arms, and her pockets were full. Just as they got to the door to go out she hung back, and when Mr. Riley stooped over asking her what was the matter, she whispered, "Don't you think it smells like ice cream?" Poems, stories, humorous articles, fables, and fairy tales are offered for your choice, with subjects as diverse as the styles. But however the laugh is gained, in whatever fashion the jest is delivered, the laugh-maker is a public benefactor, for laughter is the salt of life, and keeps the whole dish sweet. Merrily yours, Marshall P. Wilder, Atlantic City, 1908. End of foreword. Section 1 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Eads. Melons by Brent Hart. As I do not suppose the most gentle of readers will believe that anybody's sponsors in baptism ever wilfully assumed the responsibility of such a name, I may as well state that I have reason to infer that Melons was simply the nickname of a small boy I once knew. If I had any other, I never knew it. Various theories were often projected by me to account for this strange cognomen. His head, which was covered with a transparent down, like that which clothes very small chickens, plainly permitting the scalp to show through, to an imaginative mind might have suggested that succulent vegetable. That his parents, recognizing some poetical significance in the fruits of the season, might have given this name to an August child, was an Oriental explanation. That from his infancy he was fond of indulging in melons seemed on the whole the most likely, particularly as fancy was not bred in McGinnis's court. He dawned upon me as Melons. His proximity was indicated by shrill youthful voices as, "Ah, Melons!" or playfully, "Hi, Melons!" or authoritatively, "You, Melons!" McGinnis's court was a democratic expression of some obstinate and radical property holder. Occupying a limited space between two fashionable thoroughfares, it refused to conform to circumstances, but sturdily paraded its unkempt glories, and frequently asserted itself in ungrammatical language. My window, a rear room on the ground floor, in this way derived blended light and shadow from the court. So low was the window sill, that, had I been the least disposed to somnambulism, it would have broken out under such favorable auspices, and I should have haunted McGinnis's Court. My speculations as to the origin of the court were not altogether gratuitous, for by means of this window I once saw the past, as through a glass darkly. It was a Celtic shadow that early one morning obstructed my ancient lights. It seemed to belong to an individual with a pea-coat, a stubby pipe, and a bristling beard. He was gazing intently at the court, resting on a heavy cane, somewhat in the way that heroes dramatically visit the scenes of their boyhood. As there was an architectural beauty in the court, I came to the conclusion that it was McGinnis looking after his property. The fact that he carefully kicked a broken bottle out of the road somewhat strengthened me in the opinion, but he presently walked away, and the court knew him no more. He probably collected his rents by proxy, if he collected them at all. Beyond Melons, of which all this is purely introductory, there was little to interest the most sanguine and hopeful nature. In common with all such localities, a great deal of washing was done, in comparison with the visible results. There was always something whisking on the line, and always something whisking through the court, that looked as if it ought to be there. A fish geranium, of all plants kept for the recreation of mankind certainly the greatest illusion, straggled under the window. Through its dusty leaves I caught the first glance of Melons. He was about 7. He looked older from the venerable whiteness of his head, and it was impossible to conjecture his size, as he always wore clothes apparently belonging to some shapely youth of 19. A pair of pantaloons that, when sustained by a single suspender, completely equipped him, formed his everyday suit. How, with this lavish superfluity of clothing, he managed to perform the surprising gymnastic feats it has been my privilege to witness, I have never been able to tell. His "turning the crab" and other minor dislocations were always attended with success. It was not an unusual sight at any hour of the day to find Melons suspended on a line, or to see his venerable head appearing above the roofs of the outhouses. Melons knew the exact height of every fence in the vicinity, its facilities for scaling, and the possibility of seizure on the other side. His more peaceful and quieter amusements consisted in dragging a disused boiler by a large string, with hideous outcries, to imaginary fires. Melons was not gregarious in his habits. A few youth of his own age sometimes called upon him, but they eventually became abusive, and their visits were more strictly predatory incursions for old bottles and junk which formed the staple of McGinnis's Court. Overcome by loneliness one day, Melons inveigled a blind harper into the court. For 2 hours did that wretched man prosecute his unhallowed calling, unrecompensed, and going round and round the court, apparently under the impression that it was some other place, while Melons surveyed him from an adjoining fence with calm satisfaction. It was this absence of conscientious motives that brought Melons into disrepute with his aristocratic neighbors. Orders were issued that no child of wealthy and pious parentage should play with him. This mandate, as a matter of course, invested Melons with a fascinating interest to them. Admiring glances were cast at Melons from nursery windows. Baby fingers beckoned to him. Invitations to tea, on wood and pewter, were lisped to him from aristocratic backyards. It was evident he was looked upon as a pure and noble being, untrammeled by the conventionalities of parentage, and physically as well as mentally exalted above them. One afternoon an unusual commotion prevailed in the vicinity of McGinnis's Court. Looking from my window, I saw Melons perched on the roof of a stable, pulling up a rope by which one Tommy, an infant scion of an adjacent and wealthy house, was suspended in mid-air. In vain the female relatives of Tommy, congregated in the backyard, expostulated with Melons. In vain the unhappy father shook his fist at him. Secure in his position, Melons redoubled his exertions, and at last Tommy landed on the roof. Then it was that the humiliating fact was disclosed that Tommy had been acting in collusion with Melons. He grinned delightedly back at his parents as if by merit raised to that bad eminence. Long before the ladder arrived that was to succor him, he became the sworn ally of Melons, and, I regret to say, incited by the same audacious boy, chafed his own flesh and blood below him. He was eventually taken, though, of course, Melons escaped. But Tommy was restricted to the window after that, and the companionship was limited to "Hi, Melons," and "You, Tommy," and Melons to all practical purposes lost him forever. I looked afterward to see some signs of sorrow on Melons's part, but in vain. He buried his grief, if he had any, somewhere in his one voluminous garment. At about this time my opportunities of knowing Melons became more extended. I was engaged in filling a void in the literature of the Pacific coast. As this void was a pretty large one, and as I was informed that the Pacific coast languished under it, I set apart 2 hours each day to this work of filling in. It was necessary that I should adopt a methodical system. So I retired from the world and locked myself in my room at a certain hour each day after coming from my office. I then carefully drew out my portfolio and read what I had written the day before. This would suggest some alterations, and I would carefully rewrite it. During this operation I would turn to consult a book of reference, which invariably proved extremely interesting and attractive. It would generally suggest another and better method of filling in. Turning this method over reflectively in my mind, I would finally commence the new method, which I eventually abandoned, for the original plan. At this time I would become convinced that my exhausted faculties demanded a cigar. The operation of lighting a cigar usually suggested that a little quiet reflection and meditation would be of service to me, and I always allowed myself to be guided by prudential instincts. Eventually, seated by my window, as before stated, Melons asserted himself. Though our conversation rarely went farther than "Hello, mister," and "Ah, Melons," a vagabond instinct we felt in common implied a communion deeper than words. In this spiritual commingling the time passed, often beguiled by gymnastics on the fence or line, always with an eye to my window, until dinner was announced and I found a more practical void required my attention. An unlooked-for incident drew us in closer relation. A seafaring friend just from a tropical voyage had presented me with a bunch of bananas. They were not quite ripe, and I hung them before my window to mature in the sun of McGinnis's Court, whose forcing qualities were remarkable. In the mysterious mingled odors of ship and shore which they diffused throughout my room, there was lingering reminiscence of low latitudes. But even that joy was fleeting and evanescent. They never reached maturity. Coming home one day, as I turned the corner of that fashionable thoroughfare before alluded to, I met a small boy eating a banana. There was nothing remarkable in that, but as I neared McGinnis's Court I presently met another small boy also eating a banana. A third small boy engaged in a like occupation obtruded a painful coincidence upon my mind. I leave the psychological reader to determine the exact correlation between the circumstance and the sickening sense of loss that overcame me on witnessing it. I reached my room. The bananas were gone. There was but one that knew of their existence, but one who frequented my window, but one capable of gymnastic effort to procure them, and that was, I blush to say it, Melons. Melons, the depredator. Melons, despoiled by larger boys of his ill-gotten booty, or reckless and indiscreetly liberal. Melons, now a fugitive on some neighborhood housetop. I lit a cigar, and drawing my chair to the window, sought surcease of sorrow in the contemplation of the fish geranium. In a few moments something white passed my window at about the level of the edge. There was no mistaking that hoary head, which now represented to me only aged iniquity. It was Melons, that venerable, juvenile hypocrite. He affected not to observe me, and would have withdrawn quietly, but that horrible fascination which causes the murderer to revisit the scene of his crime impelled him toward my window. I smoked calmly and gazed at him without speaking. He walked several times up and down the court with a half-rigid, half-belligerent expression of eye and shoulder, intended to represent the carelessness of innocence. Once or twice he stopped, and putting his arms their whole length into his capacious trousers, gazed with some interest at the additional width they thus acquired. Then he whistled. The singular conflicting conditions of John Brown's body and soul were at that time beginning to attract the attention of youth, and Melons's performance of that melody was always remarkable. But today he whistled falsely and shrilly between his teeth. At last he met my eye. He winced slightly, but recovered himself, and going to the fence stood for a few moments on his hands, with his bare feet quivering in the air. Then he turned toward me and threw out a conversational preliminary. "They is a circus," said Melons gravely, hanging with his back to the fence and his arms twisted around the palings. "A circus over yonder," indicating the locality with his foot, "with hosses and hossback riders. There's a man what rides 6 hosses at onct. 6 hosses at onct, and nary saddle." And he paused in expectation. Even this equestrian novelty did not affect me. I still kept a fixed gaze on Melons's eye, and he began to tremble and visibly shrink in his capacious garment. Some other desperate means — conversation with Melons was always a desperate means — must be resorted to. He recommenced more artfully. "Do you know Carrots?" I had a faint remembrance of a boy of that euphonious name, with scarlet hair, who was a playmate and persecutor of Melons, but I said nothing. "Carrots is a bad boy. Killed a policeman onct. Wears a dirk knife in his boots. Saw him today looking in your windy." I felt that this must end here. I rose sternly and addressed Melons. "Melons, this is all irrelevant and impertinent to the case. You took those bananas. Your proposition regarding Carrots, even if I were inclined to accept it as credible information, does not alter the material issue. You took those bananas. The offense under the statutes of California is felony. How far Carrots may have been accessory to the fact either before or after is not my intention at present to discuss. The act is complete. Your present conduct shows the animo furandi to have been equally clear." By the time I had finished this exordium, Melons had disappeared, as I fully expected. He never reappeared. The remorse that I have experienced for the part I had taken in what I fear may have resulted in his utter and complete extermination, alas, he may not know, except through these pages. For I have never seen him since. Whether he ran away and went to sea to reappear at some future day as the most ancient of mariners, or whether he buried himself completely in his trousers, I never shall know. I have read the papers anxiously for accounts of him. I have gone to the police office in the vain attempt of identifying him as a lost child, but I never saw him or heard of him since. Strange fears have sometimes crossed my mind that his venerable appearance may have been actually the result of senility, and that he may have been gathered peacefully to his fathers in a green old age. I have even had doubts of his existence, and have sometimes thought that he was providentially and mysteriously offered to fill the void I have before alluded to. In that hope I have written these pages. End of Melons.
Section 2 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robin. The Deacon's Masterpiece, or The Wonderful One-Horse Shay, a logical story, by Oliver Wendell Holmes. Have you ever heard of the wonderful one-horse shay that was built in such a logical way it ran 100 years to a day, and then all of a sudden oh, but stay, I'll tell you what happened without delay. Scaring the parson into fits, frightening people out of their wits. Have you ever heard of that, I say? 1755. Georgius Secundus was then alive, snuffy old drone from the German hive. That was the year when Lisbon town saw the earth open and gulp her down, and Braddock's army was done so brown, left without a scalp to its crown. It was on the terrible earthquake day that the deacon finished the one-horse shay. In building of chases, I tell you what, there is always somewhere a weakest spot. In hub, tire, felloe, in spring or thill, in panel or crossbar or floor or sill, in screw, bolt, thoroughbrace, lurking still, find it somewhere you must and will, above or below, or within or without, and that's the reason beyond a doubt that a chase breaks down but doesn't wear out. But the deacons swore, as deacons do, with an I do vum and an I tell you, he would build one shay to beat the town, in the county, and all the country round. It should be so built that it couldn't break down. First, said the deacon, 'tis mighty plain that the weakest spot must stand the strain, and the way to fix it, as I maintain, is only just to make that place as strong as the rest. So the deacon inquired of the village folk where he could find the strongest oak that couldn't be split nor bent nor broke. That was for spokes and floor and sills. He sent for lancewood to make the thills. The crossbars were ash from the straightest trees. The panels are whitewood that cuts like cheese, but lasts like iron for things like these. The hubs of logs from the settlers' ellum, last of its timber, they couldn't sell 'em. Never an axe had seen their chips, and the wedges flew from between their lips, their blunt ends frizzled like celery tips. Step and prop iron, bolt and screw, spring, tire, axle, and linchpin too, steel of the finest, bright and blue, thoroughbrace bison skin, thick and wide, boot, top, dasher, from tough old hide, found in the pit when the Tana died. That was the way he put her through. There, said the deacon, now she'll do. Do? I tell you, I rather guess she was a wonder, and nothing less. Colts grew horses, beards turned gray, deacon and deaconess dropped away. Children and grandchildren, where were they? But there stood the stout old one-horse shay, as fresh as on Lisbon earthquake day. 1800, it came and found the deacon's masterpiece strong and sound. 1800 increased by 10, handsome carriage, they called it then. 1820 came, running as usual, much the same. 30 and 40 at last arrive, and then come 50 and 55. Little of all we value here wakes in the morn of its 100th year, without both feeling and looking queer. In fact, there's nothing that keeps its youth, so far as I know, but a tree and truth. This is a moral that runs at large. Take it, you're welcome, no extra charge. 1st of November, the earthquake day. There are traces of age in the one-horse shay, a general flavor of mild decay, but nothing local, as one may say. There couldn't be, for the deacon's art had made it so like in every part that there wasn't a chance for one to start. For the wheels were just as strong as the thills, and the floor was just as strong as the sills. The panels were just as strong as the floor, and the whippletree neither less nor more, and the back crossbar as strong as the fore, and the spring and axle and hub encore. And yet, as a whole, it is past a doubt, in another hour it will be worn out. 1st November, 55. This morning the possum takes a drive. Now, small boys, get out of the way. Here comes the wonderful one-horse shay, drawn by a rat-tailed ewe-necked bay. Hut up, said the parson. Off they went. The parson was working his Sunday's text, had got to fifthly, and stopped perplexed. And what the Moses was coming next? All at once the horse stood still, close by the meeting house on the hill. First a shiver, and then a thrill, then something decidedly like a spill, and the parson was sitting upon a rock at 9:30 by the meeting house clock, just the hour of the earthquake shock. What do you think the parson found when he got up and stared around? The poor old chase in a heap or mound as if it had been to the mill and ground. You see, of course, if you're not a dunce, how it went to pieces all at once. All at once and nothing first, just as bubbles do when they burst. End of the wonderful one-horse shay. Logic is logic. That's all I say. End of The Deacon's Masterpiece. Recording by Robin in Norman, Oklahoma.
Section 3 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. The Purple Cow by Gallet Burgess. Reflections on a mythic beast, who's quite remarkable at least. I never saw a purple cow, I never hope to see one, but I can tell you, anyhow, I'd rather see than be one. 5 ans après. Confession, and a portrait too, upon a background that I rue. Ah, yes, I wrote The Purple Cow. I'm sorry, now, I wrote it, but I can tell you anyhow, I'll kill you if you quote it. End of The Purple Cow. Recording by Maria Therese.
Section 4 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Mabry. The Curse of the Competent by Henry J. Finn. My spirit hath been seared, as though the lightning's scathe had rent, in the swiftness of its wrath, through the midnight firmament. The darkly deepening clouds and the shadows dim and murky of destiny are on me, for my dinner's naught but turkey. The chords upon my silent lute no soft vibrations know, save where the meanings of despair, outbreathings of my woe, tell of the cold and selfish world. In melancholy mood, the soul of genius chills with only 14 chords of wood. The dreams of the deserted float around my curtained hours, and young imaginings are as the thorns bereft of flowers. A wretched outcast from mankind, my strength of heart has sank beneath the evils of $10,000 in the bank. This life to me a desert is, and kindness as the stream that singly drops upon the waste where burning breezes teem. A banished, blasted plant I droop to which no freshness lends its healing balm, for heaven knows I've but a dozen friends. And sorrow round my brow has wreathed its coronal of thorns, no dewy pearl of pleasure my sad sunken eyes adorns. Calamity has clothed my thoughts, I feel a bliss no more. Alas, my wardrobe now would only stock a clothing store. The joyousness of memory from me for aye hath fled, it dwells within the dreary habitation of the dead. I breathe my midnight melodies in languor, and by stealth, for fate inflicts upon my frame the luxury of health. Envy, neglect, and scorn have been my hard inheritance, and a baneful curse clings to me like the stain on innocence. My moments are as faded leaves or roses in their blight. I'm asked but once a day to dine, to parties every night. Would that I were a silver ray upon the moonlight air, or but one gleam that's glorified by each Peruvian's prayer. My tortured spirit turns from earth to ease its bitter loathing. My hatred is on all things here, because I want for nothing. End of The Curse of the Competent. Recording by Joe Mabry at www.ievoice.com.
Section 5 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Grammatical Boy by Bill Nye. Sometimes a sad, homesick feeling comes over me when I compare the prevailing style of anecdote and school literature with the old McGuffey brand so well known 30 years ago. Today our juvenile literature, it seems to me, is so transparent, so easy to understand, that I am not surprised to learn that the rising generation shows signs of lawlessness. Boys today do not use the respectful language and large, luxuriant words that they did when Mr. McGuffey used to stand around and report their conversations for his justly celebrated school reader. It is disagreeable to think of, but it is none the less true, and for one, I think we should face the facts. I ask the careful student of school literature to compare the following selection, which I have written myself with great care and arranged with special reference to the matter of choice and difficult words, with the flippant and commonplace terms used in the average school book of today. One day, as George Pillgarlic was going to his tasks, and while passing through the wood, he spied a tall man approaching in an opposite direction along the highway. "Ah," thought George in a low, mellow tone of voice, "whom have we here?" "Good morning, my fine fellow," exclaimed the stranger pleasantly. "Do you reside in this locality?" "Indeed I do," retorted George cheerily, doffing his cap. "In yonder cottage near the glen my widowed mother and her 13 children dwell with me." "And is your father dead?" exclaimed the man with a rising inflection. "Extremely so," murmured the lad, "and oh, sir, that is why my poor mother is a widow." "And how did your papa die?" asked the man, as he thoughtfully stood on the other foot awhile. "Alas, sir," said George, as a large hot tear stole down his pale cheek and fell with a loud report on the warty surface of his bare foot, "he was lost at sea in a bitter gale. The good ship foundered 2 years ago last Christmas tide, and father was foundered at the same time. No one knew of the loss of the ship and that the crew was drowned until the next spring, and it was then too late." "And what is your age, my fine fellow?" quoth the stranger. "If I live till next October," said the boy in a declamatory tone of voice suitable for a second reader, "I will be 7 years of age." "And who provides for your mother and her large family of children?" queried the man. "Indeed I do, sir," replied George in a shrill tone. "I toil, oh, so hard, sir, for we are very, very poor, and since my elder sister, Anne, was married and brought her husband home to live with us, I have to toil more assiduously than heretofore." "And by what means do you obtain a livelihood?" exclaimed the man, in slowly measured and grammatical words. "By digging wells, kind sir," replied George, picking up a tired ant as he spoke and stroking it on the back. "I have a good education, and so I am able to dig wells as well as a man. I do this daytimes, and take in washing at night. In this way I am enabled barely to maintain our family in a precarious manner. But oh, sir, should my other sisters marry, I fear that some of my brothers-in-law would have to suffer." "And do you not fear the deadly fire damp?" asked the stranger in an earnest tone. "Not by a damp sight," answered George, with a low gurgling laugh, for he was a great wag. "You are indeed a brave lad," exclaimed the stranger, as he repressed a smile. "And do you not at times become very weary and wish for other ways of passing your time?" "Indeed I do, sir," said the lad. "I would fain run and romp and be gay like other boys, but I must engage in constant manual exercise, or we will have no bread to eat, and I have not seen a pie since papa perished in the moist and moaning sea." "And what if I were to tell you that your papa did not perish at sea, but was saved from a humid grave?" asked the stranger in pleasing tones. "Ah, sir," exclaimed George in a genteel manner, again doffing his cap, "I am too polite to tell you what I would say, and besides, sir, you are much larger than I am." "But, my brave lad," said the man in low musical tones, "do you not know me, Georgie? Oh, George!" "I must say," replied George, "that you have the advantage of me. Whilst I may have met you before, I cannot at this moment place you, sir." "My son, oh, my son!" murmured the man, at the same time taking a large strawberry mark out of his valise and showing it to the lad.
Do you not recognize your parent on your father's side? When our good ship went to the bottom, all perished save me. I swam several miles through the billows, and at last, utterly exhausted, gave up all hope of life. Suddenly I stepped on something hard. It was the United States. "And now, my brave boy," exclaimed the man with great glee, "see what I have brought for you." It was but the work of a moment to unclasp from a shawl strap which he held in his hand and present to George's astonished gaze a large 40-cent watermelon, which until now had been concealed by the shawl strap. End of The Grammatical Boy. Recording by Trisha G. Section 6 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Simple English by Ray Clark Rose. Ofttimes when I put on my gloves, I wonder if I'm sane. For when I put the right one on, the right seems to remain to be put on, that is, 'tis left. Yet if the left I don, the other one is left, and then I have the right one on. But still I have the left on right, the right one though is left, to go right on the left right hand all right, if I am deft. End of Simple English. Recording by Trisha G.
Section 7 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Partentonian Patchwork by B.P. Shalaber. Number 7. Are you in favor of the prohibitive law or the license law? Asked her opposite neighbor of the relict of P.P., corporal of the bloody 11th. She carefully weighed the question as though she were selling snuff, and answered, "Sometimes I think I am, and then again I think I am not." Her neighbor was perplexed, and repeated the question, varying it a little. "Have you seen the Mrs. Partington Twilight Soap?" she asked. "Yes," was the reply. "Everybody has seen that. But why?" "Because," said the dame, "it has two sides to it, and it is hard to choose between them. Now here are my two neighbors, contagious to me on both sides. One goes for probation, t'other for licentiousness, and I think the best thing for me is to keep nuisance." She meant neutral, of course. The neighbor admired and smiled, while Ike lay on the floor with his legs in the air, trying to balance Mrs. Partington's fancy waiter on his toe. Number 9. Christmas, Ike was made the happy possessor of a fiddle, which he found in the morning near his stocking. "Has he got a musical bent?" Banfield asked, of whom Mrs. Partington was buying the instrument. "Bent, indeed," said she. "No, he's as straight as an arrow." He explained by repeating the question regarding his musical inclination. "Yes," she replied, "he's dreadfully inclined to music since he had a drum, and I want the fiddle to see if I can't make another pickaninny or an old bull of him. Jew's harps is simple, though I can't see how King David played on one of 'em, and sung his psalms at the same time. But the fiddle is best, because genius can show itself plainer on it without much noise. Some prefers a violin, but I don't know." The fiddle was well improved, till the horsehair all pulled out of the bow, and it was then twisted up into a fishline. Number 16. "How limpid you walk!" said a voice behind us, as we were making 150 horsepower effort to reach a table whereon reposed a volume of bacon. "What is the cause of your lameness?" It was Mrs. Partington's voice that spoke, and Mrs. Partington's eyes that met the glance we returned over our left shoulder. "Gout," said we, briefly, almost surlily. "Dear me," said she, "you are highly flavored. It was only rich people and epicacs in living that had the gout in olden times." "Ah!" we growled, partly in response, and partly with an infernal twinge. "Poor soul!" she continued, with commiseration, like an anodyne, in the tones of her voice. "The best remedy I know for it is an embarkation of Roman wormwood and lobelia for the part infected, though some say a cranberry poultice is best, but I believe the cranberries is for erysipelas, and whether either of 'em is a rostrum for the gout or not, I really don't know. If it was a fraction of the arm, I could just know what to subscribe." We looked into her eye with a determination to say something severely bitter, because we felt allopathic just then. But the kind and sympathizing look that met our own disarmed severity, and sinking into a seat with our coveted bacon, we thanked her. It was very evident all the while that she, or they, stayed, that Ike was seeing how near he could come to our lame member and not touch it. He did touch it sometimes, but those didn't count. Number 20. "I've always noticed," said Mrs. Partington on New Year's Day, dropping her voice to the key that people adopt when they are disposed to be philosophical or moral, "I've always noticed that every year added to a man's life is apt to make him older, just as a man who goes a journey finds as he jogs on, that every mile he goes brings him nearer where he is going, and farther from where he started. I am not so young as I was once, and I don't believe I shall ever be, if I live to the age of Samson, which, heaven knows as well as I do, I don't want to, for I wouldn't be a centurion or an octagon, and survive my factories, and become idiomatic by any means. But then there is no knowing how a thing will turn out till it takes place, and we shall come to an end some day, though we may never live to see it." There was a smart tap on the looking-glass that hung upon the wall, followed instantly by another. "Gracious!" said she, "what's that? I hope the glass isn't fractioned, for it is a sure sign of calamity, and mercy knows they come along full fast enough without helping 'em by breaking looking-glasses." There was another tap, and she caught sight of a white bean that fell on the floor, and there, reflected in the glass, was the face of Ike, who was blowing beans at the mirror through a crack in the door. Number 21. "As for the Chinese question," said Mrs. Partington, reflectively, holding her spoon at present, while the vapor of her cup of tea curled about her face, which shone through it like the moon through a mist, "it is a great pity that somebody don't answer it, though who under the canister of heaven can do it, with such letters as they have on their tea chests, is more than I can tell. It is really too bad, though, that some lingister doesn't try it, and not have this provoking question asked all the time, as if we were ignoramuses, and did not know too long from no strong, and there never was sich a thing as the seventh commandment, which, heaven knows, suits this case to a T, and I hope the breakers of it may escape, but I don't see how they can. The question must be answered, unless it is like a cannon-drum to be given up, which nobody of any spirit should do." She brought the spoon down into the cup, and looked out through the windows of her soul into celestial fields, peopled with pigtails, that were all in her eye, while Ike took a double charge of sugar for his tea, and gave an extra allowance of milk to the kitten. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Patrick Reinhardt. The Menagerie by William Vaughn Moody. Thank God my brain is not inclined to cut such capers every day. I'm just about mellow, but then there goes the tent flap shut. Rain's in the wind. I thought so. Every snout was twitching when the keeper turned me out. That screaming parrot makes my blood run cold. Gabriel's trump, the big bull elephant, squeals rain to the parched herd. The monkeys scold and jabber that it's rainwater they want. It makes me sick to see a monkey pant. I'll foot it home to try and make believe I'm sober. After this I stick to beer, and drop the circus when the sane folks leave. A man's a fool to look at things too near. They look back, and begin to cut up queer. Beasts do, at any rate, especially wild devils caged. They have the cruelest way of being something else than what you see. You pass a sleek young zebra nosing hay, a nilghau looking bored and distingué, and think you've seen a donkey and a bird. Not on your life, just glance back if you dare. The zebra chews, the nilghau hasn't stirred, but something's happened, heaven knows what or where, to freeze your scalp and pompadour your hair. I'm not precisely an aeolian lute, hung in the wandering winds of sentiment, but drown me if the ugliest, meanest brute, grunting and fretting in that sultry tent, didn't just floor me with embarrassment. 'Twas like a thunderclap from out the clear. 1 minute they were circus beasts, some grand, some ugly, some amusing, and some queer, rival attractions to the hobo band, the flying jenny, and the peanut stand. Next minute they were old hearthmates of mine, lost people eyeing me with such a stare, patient, satiric, devilish, divine, a gaze of hopeless envy, squalid care, hatred and thwarted love, and dim despair. Within my blood my ancient kindred spoke, grotesque and monstrous voices heard afar, down ocean caves when Behemoth awoke, or through fern forests roared the plesiosaur, locked with the giant bat in ghastly war. And suddenly, as in a flash of light, I saw great Nature working out her plan, through all her shapes from mastodon to mite, forever groping, testing, passing on, to find at last the shape and soul of man. Till in the fullness of accomplished time comes brother Forepaugh, upon business bent, tracks her through frozen and through torrid clime, and shows us, neatly labelled in a tent, the stages of her huge experiment, babbling aloud her shy and reticent hours, dragging to light her blinking, slothful moods, publishing fretful seasons when her powers worked wild and sullen in her solitudes, or when her mordant laughter shook the woods. Here, round about me, were her vagrant births. Sick dreams she had, fierce projects she essayed, her qualms, her fiery prides, her crazed mirths, the troublings of her spirit as she strayed, cringed, gloated, mocked, was lordly, was afraid. On that long road she went to seek mankind. Here were the darkling coverts that she beat to find the hider she was sent to find. Here the distracted footprints of her feet, whereby her soul's desire she came to greet. But why should they, her botchwork, turn about and stare disdain at me, her finished job? Why was the place one vast suspended shout of laughter? Why did all the daylight throb with soundless guffaw and dumb-stricken sob? Helpless I stood among those awful cages. The beasts were walking loose, and I was bagged. I, last product of the toiling ages, goal of heroic feet that never lagged, a little man in trousers, slightly jagged. Deliver me from such another jury. The judgment day will be a picnic to it. Their satire was more dreadful than their fury, and worst of all, was just a kind of brute, disgust, and giving up and sinking mute. Survival of the fittest adaptation and all their other evolution terms seem to omit one small consideration, to wit, that tumblebugs and angleworms have souls. There's soul in everything that squirms. And souls are restless, plagued, impatient things, all dream and unaccountable desire, crawling, but pestered with the thought of wings, spreading through every inch of earth's old mire, mystical hanker after something higher. Wishes are horses, as I understand. I guess a wistful polyp that his strokes of feeling faint to gallivant on land will come to be a scandal to his folk. Legs he will sprout, in spite of threats and jokes. And at the core of every life that crawls, or runs, or flies, or swims, or vegetates, churning the mammoth's heart-blood in the galls of shark and tiger, planting gorgeous hates, lighting the love of eagles for their mates. Yes, in the dim brain of the jellied fish that is and is not living, moved and stirred from the beginning a mysterious wish, a vision, a command, a fatal word. The name of man was uttered, and they heard. Upward along the eons of old war they sought him. Wing and shank-bone, claw and bill, were fashioned and rejected. Wide and far they roamed the twilight jungles of their will, but still they sought him, and desired him still. Man they desired, but mind you, perfect man, the radiant and the loving, yet to be. I hardly wonder, when they come to scan the upshot of their strenuosity, they gazed with mixed emotions upon me. Well, my advice to you is, face the creatures, or spot them sideways with your weather eye, just to keep tab on their expansive features. It isn't pleasant, when you're stepping high, to catch a giraffe smiling on the sly. If nature made you graceful, don't get gay back to before the hippopotamus. If meek and godly, find some place to play, besides right where 3 mad hyenas fuss. You may hear language that we won't discuss. If you're a sweet thing, in a flower-bed hat, or her best fellow with your tie tucked in, don't squander love's bright springtime girding at an old chimpanzee with an Irish chin. There may be hidden meaning in his grin. End of The Menagerie by William Vaughn Moody.
Section 9 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Leeson. Down Around the River by James Whitcomb Riley. Noontime and Junetime, down around the river. Have to first with Lizy Ann, but lawsy I forgive her. Drives me off the place, and says at all that she's a wishin', land o' gracious, time'll come I'll get enough o' fishin'. Little Dave, a choppin' wood, never 'pears to notice, don't know where she's hid his hat, or keerin' where his coat is. Speculatin' more'n like, he hain't a-goin' to mind me, and guessin' where, say, 12 o'clock, a feller'd likely find me. Noontime and Junetime, down around the river, clean out o' sight o' home, and skulkin' under kiver o' the sycamores, jack oaks, and swamp ash and ellum. Idees all so jumbled up you can hardly tell 'em. Tired, you know, but lovin' it, and smilin' just to think at any sweeter tiredness you'd fairly want to drink it. Tired o' fishin', tired o' fun, line out slack and slacker, all you want in all the world's a little more tobaccer. Hungry, but a hidin' it, or jes' not a keerin'. Kingfisher gettin' up and scootin' out o' hearin'. Snipes on t'other side, where the county ditch is, wadin' up and down the aidge like they'd rolled their britches. Old Turkle on the root kinda sorta drappin' into the water like he don't know how it happened. Worter, shade and all so mixed, don't know where you'd orter say the worter in the shadder, shadder in the water. Somebody hollerin', way around the bend in Upper Fork, where your eye kin jest ketch the endin' of the shiny wedge o' wake some muskrat's a makin' with that perky nose o' his. Then a sniff of bacon, cornbread, and dock greens, and little Dave a shinnin' 'crost the rocks and mussel shells, a limpin' and a grinnin', with your dinner fer ye, and a blessin' from the giver. Noontime and Junetime down around the river. End of Down Around the River.
Section 10 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. A Medieval Discoverer by Bill Nye. Galilei, commonly called Galileo, was born at Pisa on the 14th day of February, 1564. He was the man who discovered some of the fundamental principles governing the movements, habits, and personal peculiarities of the earth. He discovered things with marvelous fluency. Born as he was at a time when the rotary motion of the earth was still in its infancy and astronomy was taught only in a crude way, Galileo started in to make a few discoveries and advance some theories which he loved. He was the son of a musician and learned to play several instruments himself, but not in such a way as to arouse the jealousy of the great musicians of his day. They came and heard him play a few selections, and then they went home contented with their own music. Galileo played for several years in a band at Pisa, and people who heard him said that his manner of gazing out over the Pisan hills with a far-away look in his eye after playing a selection, while he gently upended his alto horn and worked the mud valve as he poured out about a pint of moist melody that had accumulated in the flues of his instrument, was simply grand. At the age of 20, Galileo began to discover. His first discoveries were, of course, clumsy and poorly made, but very soon he commenced to turn out neat and durable discoveries that would stand for years. It was at this time that he noticed the swinging of a lamp in a church, and, observing that the oscillations were of equal duration, he inferred that this principle might be utilized in the exact measurement of time. From this little accident, years after, came the clock, one of the most useful of man's dumb friends, and yet there are people who will read this little incident and still hesitate about going to church. Galileo also invented the thermometer, the microscope, and the proportional compass. He seemed to invent things not for the money to be obtained in that way, but solely for the joy of being first on the ground. He was a man of infinite genius and perseverance. He was also very fair in his treatment of other inventors. Though he did not personally invent the rotary motion of the earth, he heartily endorsed it and said it was a good thing. He also came out in a card in which he said that he believed it to be a good thing and that he hoped some day to see it applied to other planets. He was also the inventor of a telescope that had a magnifying power of 30 times. He presented this to the Venetian Senate, and it was used in making appropriations for river and harbor improvements. By telescopic investigation, Galileo discovered the presence of microbes in the moon, but was unable to do anything for it. I have spoken of Mr. Galileo informally, calling him by his first name, all the way through this article, for I feel so thoroughly acquainted with him, though there was such a striking difference in our ages, that I think I am justified in using his given name while talking of him. Galileo also sat up nights and visited with Venus through a long telescope which he had made himself from an old bamboo fishing rod. But astronomy is a very enervating branch of science. Galileo frequently came down to breakfast with red, heavy eyes that were swollen full of unshed tears. Still he persevered. Day after day he worked and toiled. Year after year he went on with his task till he had worked out in his own mind the satellites of Jupiter, and placed a small tin tag on each one so that he would know it readily when he saw it again. Then he began to look up Saturn's rings and investigate the freckles on the sun. He did not stop at trifles, but went bravely on till everybody came from miles to look at him and get him to write something funny in their autograph albums. It was not an unusual thing for Galileo to get up in the morning, after a wearisome night with a fretful newborn star, to find his front yard full of albums. Some of them were little red albums with floral decorations on them, while others were the large plush and alligator albums of the affluent. Some were new and had the price mark still on them, while others were old, foundered albums with a droop in the back and little flecks of egg and gravy on the title page. All came with a request for Galileo to write a little witty, characteristic sentiment in them. Galileo was the author of the hydrostatic paradox and other sketches. He was a great reader and a fluent penman. One time he was absent from home lecturing in Venice for the benefit of the United Aggregation of Mutual Admirers, and did not return for 2 weeks, so that when he got back he found the front room full of autograph albums. It is said that he then demonstrated his great fluency and readiness as a thinker and writer. He waded through the entire lot in 2 days with only 2 men from West Pisa to assist him. Galileo came out of it fresh and youthful, and all of the following night he was closeted with another inventor, a wicker-covered microscope, and a bologna sausage. The investigations were carried on for 2 weeks, after which Galileo went out to the inebriate asylum and discovered some new styles of reptiles. Galileo was the author of a little work called I Discari e Dimostrazioni Matematiche in Toros a due nuove scienze. It was a neat little book of about medium height and sold well on the trains, for the Pisan newsboys on the cars were very affable as they are now, and when they came and leaned an armful of these books on a passenger's leg and poured into his ear a long tale about the wonderful beauty of the work, and then pulled in the name of the book from the rear of the last car, where it had been hanging on behind, the passenger would most always buy it, and enough of the name to wrap it up in. He also discovered the isochronism of the pendulum. He saw that the pendulum at certain seasons of the year looked yellow under the eyes, and that it drooped and did not enter into its work with the old zest. He began to study the case with the aid of his new bamboo telescope and a wicker-covered microscope. As a result, in 10 days he had the pendulum on its feet again. Galileo was inclined to be liberal in his religious views, more especially in the matter of the Scriptures, claiming that there were passages in the Bible which did not literally mean what the translator said they did. This was where Galileo missed it. So long as he discovered stars and isochronisms and such things as that, he succeeded. But when he began to fool with other people's religious beliefs, he got into trouble. He was forced to fly from Pisa, we are told by the historian, and we are assured at the same time that Galileo, who had always been far, far ahead of his competitors in other things, was equally successful as a fleer. Galileo received but 60 scudi per year as his salary while in Pisa, and a part of that he took in town orders, worth only 60 cents on the scudi. End of A Medieval Discoverer.
Section 11 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Wanted a Cook by Alan Dale. There was a ring at the front door bell. Letitia, wrought up, nervously clutched my arm. For a moment a sort of paralysis seized me. Then, alertly as a young calf, I bounded toward the door, hope aroused and expectation keen. It was rather dark in the outside hall, and I could not quite perceive the nature of our visitor. But I soon gladly realized that it was something feminine, and as I held the door open, a thin, small, soiled wisp of a woman glided in and smiled at me. "Talar ni svensk?" she asked, but I had no idea what she meant. She may have been impertinent or even rude, or perhaps improper, but she looked as though she might be a domestic, and I led her gently, reverently to Laetitia in the drawing room. I smiled back at her, in a wild endeavor to be sympathetic. I would have anointed her, or bathed her feet, or plied her with figs and dates, or have done anything that any nationality craves as a welcome. As the front door closed, I heaved a sigh of relief. Here was probably the quintessence of 5 advertisements. Out of the mountain crept a mouse, and quite a little mouse too. Talar ni svensk proved to be nothing more outrageous than "Do you speak Swedish?" My astute little wife discovered this intuitively. I left them together, my mental excuse being that women understand each other and that a man is unnecessary under the circumstances. I had some misgivings on the subject of Laetitia and svensk, but the universal language of femininity is not without its uses. I devoutly hoped that Laetitia would be able to come to terms, as the mere idea of a cook who couldn't excoriate us in English was, at that moment, delightful. At the end of a quarter of an hour I strolled back to the drawing room. Laetitia was smiling, and the handmaiden sat grim and uninspired. "I've engaged her, Archie," said Laetitia. "She knows nothing, as she has told me in the few words of English that she has picked up. But you remember what Aunt Julia said about the clean slate?" I gazed at the maiden and reflected that while the term slate might be perfectly correct, the adjective seemed a bit over enthusiastic. She was decidedly soiled, this quintessence of a quinette of advertisements. I said nothing, anxious not to dampen Laetitia's elation. "She has no references," continued my wife, "as she has never been out before. She's just a simple little Stockholm girl. I like her face immensely, Archie, immensely. She's willing to begin at once, which shows that she's eager and consequently likely to suit us. Wait for me, Archie, while I take her to the kitchen. Kom, Gerda." Exactly why Laetitia couldn't say "Come, Gerda" seemed strange. She probably thought that "kom" must be Swedish, and that it sounded well. She certainly invented "kom" on the spur of the Scandinavian moment, and I learned afterward that it was correct. My inspired Laetitia! Still, in spite of all, my opinion is that "Come, Gerda" would have done just as well. "Isn't it delightful?" cried Laetitia, when she joined me later. "I am really enthusiastic at the idea of a Swedish girl. I adore Scandinavia, Archie. It always makes me think of Ibsen. Perhaps Gerda Lyberg, that's her name, will be as interesting as Hedda Gabler and Mrs. Alving and Nora and all those lovely complex Ibsen creatures." "They were Norwegians, dear," I said gently, anxious not to shatter illusions. "The Ibsen plays deals with Christiania, not with Stockholm." "But they are so near," declared Laetitia, amiable and seraphic once more. "Somehow or other I invariably mix up Norway and Sweden and Denmark. I know I shall always look upon Gerda as an Ibsen girl, who has come here to live her life or work out her inheritance. Perhaps, dear, she has some interesting internal disease or a maggoty brain. Don't you think, Archie, that the Ibsen inheritances are always most fascinating? A bit morbid, but surely fascinating." "I prefer a healthy cook, Laetitia," I said meditatively. "Somebody willing to interest herself in our inheritance rather than in her own." "I don't mind what you say now," she pouted. "I'm not to be put down by clamor. We really have a cook at last, and I feel more lenient toward you, Archie. Of course, I was only joking when I suggested the Ibsen diseases. Gerda Lyberg may have inherited from her ancestors something quite nice and attractive." "Then you mustn't look upon her as Ibsen, Laetitia," I protested. "The Ibsen people never inherit nice things. Their ancestors always bequeath nasty ones. That is where their consistency comes in. They are receptacles for horrors. Personally, if you'll excuse my flippancy, I prefer Norwegian anchovies to Norwegian heroines. It's a mere matter of opinion." "I'm ashamed of you," retorted Letitia defiantly. "You talk like some of the wretchedly frivolous criticisms, so called, that men like Acton Davies and Alan Dale inflict upon the long-suffering public. They never amuse me. Ibsen may make his heroines the recipients of ugly legacies, but he has never yet cursed them with the odious incubus known as a sense of humor. The people with a sense of humor have something in their brains worse than maggots. We'll drop the subject, Archie. I'm going to learn Swedish. Before Gerda Lyberg has been with us a month, I intend to be able to talk fluently. It will be most useful. Next time we go to Europe, we'll take in Sweden, and I'll do the piloting. I'm going to buy some Swedish books and study. Won't it be jolly? And just think how melancholy we were this morning, you and I, looking out of that window and trying to materialize cooks. Wasn't it funny, Archie? What amusing experiences we shall be able to chronicle later on." Letitia babbled on like half a dozen brooks, and thinking up a gentle parody, in the shape of "Cooks may come and men may go," I decided to leave my household goods for the bread-earning contest downtown. I could not feel quite as sanguine as Letitia, who seemed to have forgotten the dismal results of the advertisement. Just one little puny Swedish result. I should have preferred to make a choice. Letitia was as pleased with Gerda Lyberg as though she had been a selection instead of a that or nothing. If somebody had dramatized Gerda Lyberg's initial dinner, it would probably have been considered exceedingly droll. As a serious episode, however, its humor, to my mind, lacked spontaneity. Letitia had asked her to cook us a little Swedish meal, so that we could get some idea of Stockholm life, in which, for some reason or other, we were supposed to be deeply interested. Unfortunately, I was extremely hungry, and had carefully avoided luncheon in order to give my appetite a chance. We sat down to a huge bowl of cold, greasy soup, in which enormous lumps of meat swam, as though for their life, awaiting rescue at the prongs of a fork. In addition to this Epicurean dish was a teeming plate of water-soaked potatoes, delicately boiled. That was all. Letitia said that it was Swedish, and the most annoying part of the entertainment was that I was alone in my critical disapprobation. Letitia was so engrossed with the little Swedish conversation book that she brought to table that she forgot the mere material question of food, forgot everything but the horrible jargon she was studying, and the soiled wisp-like maiden who looked more unlike a clean slate than ever. "What shall I say to her, Archie?" asked Letitia, turning over the pages of her book, as I tried to rescue a block of meat from the cold fat in which it lurked. "Here is a chapter on dinner. I am very hungry. Jag är mycket hungrig. Rather pretty, isn't it? Hark at this. Kypare, giv mig matsedeln och vinlistan. That means, waiter, give me the bill of fare and the list of wines." "Don't!" I cried. "Don't! This woman doesn't know what dining means. Look out a chapter on feeding." Letitia was perfectly unruffled. She paid no attention to me whatsoever. She was fascinated with the slovenly girl, who stood around and gaped at her Swedish. "Gerda," said Letitia, with her eyes on the book, "giv mig även senap och några potäter." And then, as Miss Lyberg dived for the drowned potatoes, Letitia exclaimed in an ecstasy of joy, "She understands, Archie, she understands. I feel I'm going to be a great success. Jag tackar, Gerda. That means I thank you. Jag tackar. See if you can say it, Archie. Just try, dear, to oblige me. Jag tackar. Now that's a good boy. Jag tackar." "I won't," I declared spitefully. "No jag tackaring for a parody like this, Letitia. You don't seem to realize that I'm hungry. Honestly, I prefer a delicatessen dinner to this." "Pray give me a piece of venison," read Letitia, absolutely disregarding my mood. "Var god och giv mig ett stycke vilt." It's almost intelligible, isn't it, dear? Ni äter icke. You do not eat. I can't, I asserted mournfully, anxious to gain Letitia's sympathy. It was not forthcoming. Letitia's eyes were fastened on Gerda, and I could not help noting on the woman's face an expression of scorn. I felt certain of it. She appeared to regard my wife as a sort of irresponsible freak, and I was vexed to think that Letitia should make such an exhibition of herself and countenance the alleged meal that was set before us. I have really dined very well, she continued joyously. Jag har verkligen ätit mycket bra. If you are quite sure that she doesn't understand English, Letitia, I said viciously, I'll say to you that this is a kind of joke I don't appreciate. I won't keep such a woman in the house. Let us put on our things and go out and have dinner. Better late than never. Letitia was turning over the pages of her book, quite lost to her surroundings. As I concluded my remarks, she looked up and exclaimed, "How very funny, Archie! Just as you said, 'better late than never,' I came across that very phrase in the list of Swedish proverbs. It must be telepathy, dear. 'Better late than never.' Bättre sent än aldrig. What were you saying on the subject, dear? Will you repeat it? And do try it in Swedish. Say, 'Bättre sent än aldrig.'" "Letitia," I shot forth in a fury, "I'm not in the humor for this sort of thing. I think this dinner and this woman are rotten. See if you can find the word rotten in Swedish." "I am surprised at you," Letitia declared glacially, roused from her book by my heroic though unparliamentary language. "Your expressions are neither English nor Swedish. Please don't use such gutter words before a servant, to say nothing of your own wife." "But she doesn't understand," I protested, glancing at Miss Lyberg. I could have sworn that I detected a gleam in the woman's eyes, and that the sphinx-like attitude of dull incomprehensibility suggested a strenuous effort. "She doesn't understand anything. She doesn't want to understand." "In a week from now," said Letitia, "she will understand everything perfectly, for I shall be able to talk with her. Oh, Archie, do be agreeable. Can't you see that I'm having great fun? Don't be such a greedy boy. If you could only enter into the spirit of the thing, you wouldn't be so oppressed by the food question. Oh dear, how important it does seem to be to men. Gerda, hur gammal är ni?" The maiden sullenly left the room, and I felt convinced that Letitia had Swedishly asked her to do so. I was wrong. "Hur gammal är ni?" Letitia explained, simply meant, "How old are you?" "She evidently didn't want to tell me," was my wife's comment as we went to the drawing room. "I imagine, dear, that she doesn't quite like the idea of my ferreting out Swedish so persistently. But I intend to persevere. The worst of conversation books is that one acquires a language in such a parroty way. Now, in my book, the only answer to the question, 'How old are you?' is, 'I was born on the 10th of August, 1852.' For the life of me, I couldn't vary that, and it would be most embarrassing. It would make me 52. If anyone asked me in Swedish how old I was, I should have to be 52. "When I think of my 5 advertisements," I said lugubriously, as I threw myself into an armchair, fatigued at my efforts to discover dinner, "when I remember our expectation and the pleasant anticipations of today, I feel very bitter, Letitia, just to think that from it all nothing has resulted but that beastly mummy, that atrocious ossified thing." "Archie, Archie," said my wife warningly, "please be calm. Perhaps I was too engrossed with my studies to note the deficiencies of dinner. But do remember that I pleaded with her for a Swedish meal. The poor thing did what I asked her to do. Our dinner was evidently Swedish. It was not her fault that I asked for it. Tomorrow, dear, it shall be different. We had better stick to the American regime. It is more satisfactory to you. At any rate, we have somebody in the house, and if our 5 advertisements had brought forth 500 applicants, we should only have kept one. So don't torture yourself, Archie. Try and imagine that we had 500 applicants, and that we selected Gerda Lyberg." "I can't, Letitia," I said sulkily, and I heaved a heavy sigh. "Come," she said soothingly, "come and study Swedish with me. It will be most useful for your Lives of Great Men. You can read up the Swedes in the original. I'll entertain you with this book, and you'll forget all about Mrs. Potts. I mean Gerda Lyberg. By the by, Archie, she doesn't remind me so much of Hedda Gabler. I don't fancy that she is very subtle." "You, Letitia," I retorted, "remind me of Mrs. Nickleby. You ramble on so." Letitia looked offended. She always declared that Dickens got on her nerves. She was one of the new-fashioned readers who have learned to despise Dickens. Personally, I regretted only his nauseating sense of humor. Letitia placed a cushion behind my head, smoothed my forehead, kissed me, made her peace, and settled down by my side. Lack of nourishment made me drowsy, and Letitia's babblings sounded vague and muffled. "It is a most inclusive little book," she said, "and if I can succeed in memorizing it all, I shall be quite at home with the language. In fact, dear, I think I shall always keep Swedish cooks. Hark at this: 'If the wind be favorable, we shall be at Gothenburg in 40 hours. Om vinden är god, så äro vi på 40 timmar i Göteborg.' I think it's sweetly pretty. 'You are seasick. Steward, bring me a glass of brandy and water. We are now entering the harbor. We are now anchoring. Your passports, gentlemen.'" A comfortable lethargy was stealing over me. Letitia took a pencil and paper and made notes as she plied the book. "A chapter on seeing a town is most interesting, Archie. Of course, it must be a Swedish town. Do you know the 2 private galleries of Mr. Smith, the merchant, and Mr. Muller, the chancellor? Tomorrow morning I wish to see all the public buildings and statues. Statyerna is Swedish for statues, Archie. Are you listening, dear? We will visit the Church of the Holy Ghost at 2. Then we will make an excursion on Lake Mälaren and see the fortress of Vaxholm. It is a charming little book. Don't you think that it is a great improvement on the old Ollendorf system? I don't find nonsensical sentences like 'the hat of my aunt's sister is blue, but the nose of my brother-in-law's sister-in-law is red.'" I rose and stretched myself. Letitia was still plunged in the irritating guide to Sweden, where I vowed I would never go. Nothing on earth should ever induce me to visit Sweden. If it came to a choice between Hoboken and Stockholm, I mentally determined to select the former. As I paced the room, I heard a curious splashing noise in the kitchen. Letitia's studies must have dulled her ears. She was evidently too deeply engrossed. I strolled nonchalantly into the hall and proceeded deliberately toward the kitchen. The thick carpet deadened my footsteps. The splashing noise grew louder. The kitchen door was closed. I gently opened it. As I did so, a wild scream rent the air. There stood Gerda Lyberg in my pen declines to write it, a simple, unsophisticated birthday dress, taking an ingenious, reluctant bath in the stationary tubs, with the plates and dishes and dinner things grouped artistically around her. The instant she saw me, she modestly seized a dish towel and shouted at the top of her voice. The kitchen was filled with the steam from the hot water. Venus arising looked nebulous and mystic. I beat a hasty retreat, aghast at the revelation, and almost fell against Letitia, who, dropping her conversation book, came to see what had happened. "She's bathing," I gasped, "in the kitchen, among the plates, near the soup." "Never!" cried Letitia. Then melodramatically, "Let me pass. Stand aside, Archie. I'll go and see. Perhaps you had better come with me." "Letitia," I gurgled, "I'm shocked. She has nothing on but a dish towel." Laetitia paused irresolutely for a second, and going into the kitchen shut the door. The splashing noise ceased. I heard the sound of voices, or rather of a voice, Laetitia's. Evidently she had forgotten Swedish, and such remarks as, if the wind be favorable, we shall be at Gothenburg in 40 hours. I listened attentively, and could not even hear her say, "We will visit the Church of the Holy Ghost at 2." It is strange how the stress of circumstances alters the complexion of a conversation book. All the evening she had studied Swedish, and yet suddenly confronted by a Swedish lady bathing in our kitchen, dish-toweled but unashamed, all she could find to say was "How disgusting!" and "How disgraceful!" in English. "You see," said Letitia when she emerged, "she's just a simple peasant girl, and only need to be told. It is very horrid, of course." "And unappetizing," I chimed in. "Of course, certainly unappetizing. I couldn't think of anything Swedish to say, but I said several things in English. She was dreadfully sorry that you had seen her, and never contemplated such a possibility. After all, Archie, bathing is not a crime." "And we were hunting for a clean slate," I suggested satirically. "Do you think, Letitia, that she also takes a cold bath in the morning among the bacon and eggs and things?" "That is enough," said Letitia sternly. "The episode need not serve as an excuse for indelicacy." It was with the advent of Gerda Lyberg that we became absolutely certain, beyond the peradventure of any doubt, that there was such a thing as the servant question. The knowledge had been gradually wafted in upon us, but it was not until the lady from Stockholm had definitively planted herself in our midst that we admitted to ourselves openly, unblushingly, that the problem existed. Gerda blazoned forth the enigma in all its force and defiance. The remarkable thing about our latest acquisition was the singularly blank slate of her gastronomic mind. There was nothing that she knew. Most women, and a great many men, intuitively recognized the physical fact that water at a certain temperature boils. Miss Lyberg, apparently seeking to earn her living in the kitchen, had no certain views as to when the boiling point was reached. Rumors seemed vaguely to have reached her that things called eggs dropped into water would, in the course of time, any time, and generally less than a week, become eatable. Letitia bought a little egg boiler for her, one of those antique arrangements in which the sands of time play to the soft-boiled egg. The maiden promptly boiled it with the eggs, and undoubtedly thought that the hen, in a moment of perturbation or aberration, had laid it. I say thought, because it's the only term I can use. It is perhaps inappropriate in connection with Gerda. Potatoes subjected to the action of hot water grow soft. She was certain of that. Whether she tested them with a poker, or with her hands or feet, we never knew. I inclined to the last suggestion. The situation was quite marvelous. Here was an alleged worker in a particular field, asking the wages of skilled labor, and densely ignorant of every detail connected with her task. It seemed unique. Carpenters, plumbers, bricklayers, seamstresses, dressmakers, laundresses, all the sowers and reapers in the little garden of our daily needs, were forced by the inexorable law of competition to possess some inkling of the significance of their undertakings. With the cook it was different. She could step jubilantly into any kitchen without the slightest idea of what she was expected to do there. If she knew that water was wet and that fire was hot, she felt amply primed to demand a salary. Impelled by her craving for Swedish literature, Letitia struggled with Miss Lyberg. Compared with the Swede, my exquisitely ignorant wife was a culinary queen. She was an Epicurean caterer. Letitia's slate pencil coffee was ambrosia for the gods, sweetest nectar, by the side of the dishwater that cook prepared. I began to feel quite proud of her. She grew to be an adept in the art of boiling water. If we could have lived on that fluid, everything would have moved clockworkily. "I've discovered one thing," said Letitia on the evening of the third day. The girl is just a peasant, probably a worker in the fields. That is why she is so ignorant." I thought this reasoning foolish. "Even peasants eat, my dear," I muttered. "She must have seen somebody cook something. Field workers have good appetites. If this woman ever ate, what did she eat? And why can't we have the same? We have asked her for no luxuries. We have arrived at the stage, my poor girl, when all we need is precisely to fill up. You have given her opportunities to offer us samples of peasant food. The result has been nil." "It is odd," Letitia declared, a wrinkle of perplexity appearing in the smooth surface of her forehead. "Of course, she says she doesn't understand me, and yet, Archie, I have talked to her in pure Swedish." "I suppose you said, 'Pray give me a piece of venison,' from the conversation book." "Don't be ridiculous, Archie. I know the Swedish for cauliflower, green peas, spinach, a leg of mutton, mustard, roast meat, soup, and—" "If the wind be favorable, we shall be at Gothenburg in 40 hours," I interrupted. She was silent, and I went on. "It seems a pity to end your studies in Swedish, Letitia. But fascinating though they be, they do not really necessitate our keeping this barbarian. You can always pursue them, and exercise on me. I don't mind, even with an American cook. If such a being exists, you could still continue to ask for venison steak in Swedish, and to look forward to arriving at Gothenburg in 40 hours." Letitia declined to argue. My mood was that known as cranky. We were in the drawing room after what we were compelled to call dinner. It had consisted of steak burned to cinders, potatoes soaked to a pulp, and a rice pudding that looked like a poultice the morning after, and possibly tasted like one. Letitia had been shopping, and was therefore unable to supervise. Our delicate repast was capped by black coffee of an indefinite straw color, and with globules of grease on the surface. People who can feel elated with the joy of living after a dinner of this description are assuredly both mentally and morally lacking. Men and women there are who will say, "Oh, give me anything, I'm not particular, so long as it is plain and wholesome." I've met many of these people. My experience of them is that they are the greatest gluttons on earth, with veritably voracious appetites, and that the best isn't good enough for them. To be sure, at a pinch they will demolish a score of potatoes, if there be nothing else, but offer them caviar, canvasback duck, quail, and nesselrode pudding, and they will look askance at food that is plain and wholesome. The plain and wholesome liver is a snare and a delusion, like the bluff and genial visitor whose geniality veils all sorts of satire and merciless comment. Letitia and I both felt weak and miserable. We had made up our minds not to dine out. We were resolved to keep the home up, even if, in return, the home kept us down. Give in we wouldn't. Our fighting blood was up. We firmly determined not to degenerate into that clammy American institution, the boarding house feeder and the restaurant diner. We knew the type. In the feminine, it sits at table with its bonnet on, and a sullen gnawing expression of animal hunger. In the masculine, it puts its own knife in the butter, and uses a toothpick. No cook, no lack of cook, should drive us to these abysmal depths. Letitia made no feint at Ovid. I simply declined to breathe the breath of the lives of great men. She read a sweet little classic called The Table, How to Buy Food, How to Cook It, and How to Serve It, by Alessandro Filippini, a delightful table d'hote name. I lay back in my chair and frowned, waiting until Letitia chose to break the silence. As she was a most chattily inclined person on all occasions, I reasoned that I should not have to wait long. I was right. "Archie," said she, "according to this book, there is no place in the civilized world that contains so large a number of so-called high livers as New York City, which was educated by the famous Delmonico and his able lieutenants." Great heaven! I exclaimed with a groan. Why rub it in, Letitia? I should also say that no city in the world contains so large a number of low livers. Westward the course of empire sways, she read, and the great glory of the past has departed from those centers where the culinary art at one time defied all rivals. The scepter of supremacy has passed into the hands of the metropolis of the New World. What sickening cant, I cried. What fiendishly exaggerated restaurant talk. There are perhaps 50 fine restaurants in New York. In Paris there are 500 finer. Here we have places to eat in. There they have artistic resorts to dine in. One can dine anywhere in Paris. In New York, save for those 50 fine restaurants, one feeds. Don't read any more of your cookbook to me, my girl. It is written to catch the American trade with a subtle pen of flattery. Try to be patriotic, dear, she said soothingly. Of course, I know you wouldn't allow a Frenchman to say all that, and that you are just talking cussedly with your own wife. A ring at the bell caused a diversion. We hailed it. We were in the humor to hail anything. The domestic hearth was most trying. We were bored to death. I sprang up and ran to the door, a little pastime to which I was growing accustomed. 3 tittering young women, each wearing a hat in which roses, violets, poppies, cornflowers, forget-me-nots, feathers, and ribbons ran riot, confronted me. Miss Gerda Lyberg, said the foremost, who wore a bright red gown, and from whose hat 6 spiteful poppies lurched forward and almost hit me in the face. For a moment, dazed from the cookbook, I was nonplussed. All I could say was, no, meaning that I wasn't Miss Gerda Lyberg. I felt so sure that I wasn't, that I was about to close the door. She lives here, I believe, asserted the damsel, again shooting forth the poppies. I came to myself with an effort. She is the cook, I muttered weakly. We are her friends, quoth the damsel, an indignant inflection in her voice. Kindly let us in. We've come to the Thursday sociable. The 3 bedizened ladies entered without further parley, and went toward the kitchen, instinctively recognizing its direction. I was amazed. I heard a noisy greeting, a peal of laughter, a confusion of tongues, and then I groped my way back to Letitia. They've come to the Thursday sociable, I cried. Who? She asked in astonishment, and I imparted to her the full extent of my knowledge. Letitia took it very nicely. She had always heard, she said, in fact Mrs. Archer had told her, that Thursday nights were festival occasions with the Swedes. She thought it rather a pleasant and convivial notion. Servants must enjoy themselves after all. Better a happy gathering of girls than a rowdy collection of men. Letitia thought the idea felicitous. She had no objections to giving privileges to a cook, nor had I, for the matter of that. I ventured to remark, however, that Gerda didn't seem to be a cook. Then let us call her a girl, said Letitia. Gerda is a girl, only because she isn't a boy, I remarked tauntingly. If by girl you even mean servant, then Gerda isn't a girl. Goodness knows what she is. Hello, another ring. This time Miss Lyberg herself went to the door, and we listened. More arrivals for the sociable. 4 Swedish guests, all equally gaily attired in flower hats. Some of them wore bangles, the noise of which in the hall sounded like an infuriation of sleigh bells. They were Christina and Sophie and Sadie and Alexandra, as we soon learned. It was wonderful how welcome Gerda made them, and how quickly they were at home. They rustled through the halls, chatting and laughing and humming. Such merry girls, such light-hearted little charmers. Letitia stood looking at them through the crack of the drawing-room door. Perhaps it was just as well that somebody should have a good time in our house. Just the same, Letitia, I observed galled. I think I should say tomorrow that this invasion is most impertinent, most uncalled for. Yes, Archie, said Letitia demurely. You think you should say it, but please don't think I shall, for I assure you that I shan't. I suppose that we must discharge her. She can't do anything, and she doesn't want to learn. I don't blame her. She can always get the wages she asks by doing nothing. You would pursue a similar policy, Archie, if it were possible. Everybody would, but all other laborers must know how to labor. I was glad to hear Letitia echoing my sentiments. She was quite unconsciously plagiarizing. Once again she took up the cookbook. The sound of merrymaking in the kitchen drifted in upon us. From what we could gather, Gerda seemed to be dressing up for the delectation of her guests. Shrieks of laughter and clapping of hands made us wince. My nerves were on edge. Had anyone at that moment dared to suggest that there was even a suspicion of humor in these proceedings, I should have slain him without compunction. Letitia was less irate and tried to comfort me. Letitia sighed and shut up the cookbook. Eggs à la reine seemed as difficult as trigonometry, or conic sections, or differential calculus, and much more expensive. Certainly the 8 giggling cooks in the kitchen, now at the very height of their exhilaration, worried themselves little about such concoctions. My nerves again began to play pranks. The devilish pandemonium infuriated me. Letitia was tired and wanted to go to bed. I was tired and hungry and disillusioned. It was close upon midnight, and the Swedish Thursday was about over. I thought it unwise to allow them even an initial minute of Friday. When the clock struck 12, I marched majestically to the kitchen, threw open the door, revealed the octet in the enjoyment of a mound of ice cream and a mountain of cake that, in my famished condition, made my mouth water, and announced in a severe yet subdued tone that the revel must cease. "You must go at once," I said. "I am going to shut up the house." Then I withdrew and waited. There was a delay, during which a babel of tongues was let loose, and then Miss Lyberg's 7 guests were heard noisily leaving the house. 2 minutes later there was a knock at our door, and Miss Lyberg appeared, her eyes blazing, her face flushed, and the expression of the hunted antelope defiantly asserting that it would never be brought to bay, on her perspiring features. "You've insulted my guests," she cried in English as good as my own. "I've had to turn them out of the house, and I've had about enough of this place." Letitia's face was a psychological study. Amazement, consternation, humiliation, all seemed determined to possess her. Here was the obtuse Swede for whose dear sake she had dallied with the intricacies of the language of Stockholm, furiously familiar with the admirable English. The dense, dumb Scandinavian, the lady of the "me no understand" rejoinder, apparently had the gift of tongues. Letitia trembled. Rarely have I seen her so thoroughly perturbed. Yet seemingly she was unwilling to credit the testimony of her own ears, for with sudden energy she confronted Miss Lyberg, and exclaimed imperiously, in Swedish that was either pure or impure, "Tig, gå din väg!" "Ah, come off!" cried the handmaiden insolently. "I understand English. I haven't been in this country 15 years for nothing. It's just on account of folks like you that poor hard-working girls who ain't allowed to take no baths or entertain no lady friends have to protect themselves. Pretend not to understand them, says I. I've found it worked before this. If they think you don't understand 'em, they let you alone and stop worriting. It is like your impudence to turn my lady friends out of this flat. It's like your impudence I'll—" Letitia's crestfallen look, following upon her perturbation, completely upset me. A wave of indignation swamped me. I advanced, and in another minute Miss Gerda Lyberg would have found herself in the hall, impelled there by a persuasive hand upon her shoulder. However, it was not to be. "You just lay a hand on me," she said with cold deliberation and a smile, "and I'll have you arrested for assault. Oh, I know the law. I haven't been in this country 15 years for nothing. The law looks after poor, weak Swedish girls. Just push me out. It's all I ask. Just you push me out." She edged up to me defiantly. My blood boiled. I would have mortgaged the prospects of my lives of great men, not that they were worth mortgaging, for the exquisite satisfaction of confounding this abominable woman. Then I saw the peril of the situation. I thought of horrid headliners in the papers: "Author charged with abusing servant girl," or "Arrest of Archibald Fairfax on serious charge," and my mood changed. "I understood you all the time," continued Miss Lyberg insultingly. "I listened to you. I knew what you thought of me. Now I am telling you what I think of you. The idea of turning out my lady friends on a Thursday night too, and me a slaving for them, and a bathing for them, and a treating them to ice cream and cake, and in me own kitchen. You ain't no lady. As for you," I seemed to be her particular pet, "when I sees a man around the house all the time, a mollycoddling and a fussing, I says to myself, he ain't much good if he can't trust the women folk alone." We stood there like dummies, listening to the tirade. What could we do? To be sure, there were two of us, and we were in our own house. The antagonist, however, was a servant, not in her own house. The situation, for reasons that it is impossible to define, was hers. She knew it too. We allowed her full sway because we couldn't help it. The sympathy of the public in case of violent measures would not have been on our side. The poor domestic, oppressed and enslaved, would have appealed to any jury of married men, living luxuriously in cheap boarding houses. When she left us, as she did when she was completely ready to do so, Letitia began to cry. The sight of her tears unnerved me, and I checked a most unfeeling remark that I intended to make to the effect that, if the wind be favorable, we shall be at Gothenburg in 40 hours. "It's not that I mind her insolence," she sobbed. "We were going to send her off anyway, weren't we? But it's so humiliating to be done. We've been done. Here have I been working hard at Swedish, writing exercises, learning verbs, studying proverbs, just to talk to a woman who speaks English as well as I do. It's so mortifying." "Never mind, dear," I said, drying her tears for her. "The Swedish will come in handy some day." "No," she declared vehemently. "Don't say that you'll take me to Sweden. I wouldn't go to the hateful country. It's a hideous language anyway, isn't it, Archie? It's a nasty, laconic, ugly tongue. You heard me say tig to her just now. Tig means be silent. Could anything sound more repulsive? Tig, tig, ugh." Letitia stamped her foot. She was exceeding wroth. End of Wanted, a Cook by Alan Dale. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 12 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Similar Cases by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. There was once a little animal no bigger than a fox, and on 5 toes he scampered over tertiary rocks. They called him Eohippus, and they called him very small, and they thought him of no value when they thought of him at all. For the lumpish old Dinoceras and Coryphodon so slow were the heavy aristocracy in days of long ago. Said the little Eohippus, "I am going to be a horse, and on my middle finger nails to run my earthly course. I'm going to have a flowing tail. I'm going to have a mane. I'm going to stand 14 hands high on the Psychozoic plane." The Coryphodon was horrified. The Dinoceras was shocked. And they chased young Eohippus, but he skipped away and mocked. Then they laughed enormous laughter, and they groaned enormous groans. And they bade young Eohippus go view his father's bones. Said they, "You always were as small and mean as now we see, and that's conclusive evidence that you're always going to be." "What? Be a great, tall, handsome beast with hoofs to gallop on? Why, you'd have to change your nature," said the Loxolophodon. They considered him disposed of, and retired with gait serene. That was the way they argued in the early Eocene. There was once an anthropoidal ape, far smarter than the rest, and everything that they could do he always did the best. So they naturally disliked him, and they gave him shoulders cool, and when they had to mention him, they said he was a fool. Cried this pretentious ape one day, "I'm going to be a man, and stand upright and hunt and fight and conquer all I can. I'm going to cut down forest trees to make my houses higher. I'm going to kill the mastodon. I'm going to make a fire." Loud screamed the anthropoidal apes, with laughter wild and gay. They tried to catch that boastful one, but he always got away. So they yelled at him in chorus, which he minded not a whit, and they pelted him with coconuts, which didn't seem to hit. And then they gave him reasons, which they thought of much avail, to prove how his preposterous attempt was sure to fail. Said the sages, "In the first place, the thing cannot be done, and second, if it could be, it would not be any fun. And third, and most conclusive, and admitting no reply, you would have to change your nature. We should like to see you try." They chuckled then triumphantly, these lean and hairy shapes, for these things passed as arguments with the anthropoidal apes. There was once a Neolithic man, an enterprising wight, who made his chopping implements unusually bright. Unusually clever he, unusually brave, and he drew delightful mammoths on the borders of his cave. To his Neolithic neighbors, who were startled and surprised, said he, "My friends, in course of time we shall be civilized. We are going to live in cities, we are going to fight in wars, we are going to eat 3 times a day without the natural cause. We are going to turn life upside down about a thing called gold. We are going to want the earth and take as much as we can hold. We are going to wear great piles of stuff outside our proper skins. We are going to have diseases and accomplishments and sins." Then they all rose up in fury against their boastful friend, for prehistoric patience cometh quickly to an end. Said one, "This is chimeral, utopian, absurd." Said another, "What a stupid life, too dull upon a word." Cried all, "Before such things can come, you idiotic child, you must alter human nature." And they all sat back and smiled. Thought they, an answer to that last it will be hard to find. It was a clinching argument to the Neolithic mind. End of similar cases.
Section 13 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Smith. The Old Maid's House, in Plan, by Elizabeth Stewart Phelps. Corona had $500 and some pluck for her enterprise. She also had at her command a trifle for furnishing, but that seemed very small capital. Her friends at large discouraged her generously. Even Tom said he didn't know about that, and offered her $300 more. This manly offer she declined in a womanly manner. "It is to be my house, thank you, Tom dear. I can live in yours at home." Corona's architectural library was small. she found on the top shelf one book on the construction of chicken roosts, a pamphlet in explanation of the kindergarten system, a cookbook that belonged to her grandmother, and a treatise on crochet. There her domestic literature came to an end. She accordingly bought a book entitled North American Homes. Then, having in addition begged or borrowed everything within 2 covers relating to architecture that was to be found in her immediate circle of acquaintance, she plunged into that unfamiliar science with hopeful zeal. The result of her studies was a mixed one. It was necessary, it seemed, to construct the North American home in so many contradictory methods, or else fail forever of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that Corona felt herself to be laboring under a chronic aberration of mind. Then the plans. Well, the plans, it must be confessed, Corona did find it difficult to understand. She always had found it difficult to understand such things. But then she had hoped several weeks of close architectural study would shed light upon the density of the subject. She grew quite morbid about it. She counted the steps when she went upstairs to bed at night. She estimated the bedroom post when she walked in the cold gray dawn. But the most perplexing thing about the plans was how one story ever got upon another. Corona's imagination never fully grappled with this fact, although her intellect accepted it. She took her books downstairs one night, and Susie came and looked them over. "Why, these houses are all one story," said Susie. "Besides, they're nothing but lines anyway. I shouldn't draw a house so." Corona laughed with some embarrassment and no effort at enlightenment. She was not used to finding herself and Susie so nearly on the same intellectual level as in this instance. She merely asked, "How should you draw it?" "Why so?" said Susie, after some severe thought. So she took her little blunt lead pencil that the baby had chewed and drew her plan as follows. Susie's plan: roof, guest room, closet for bedding, our room, parlor, front door, dining room, kitchen L, nursery and your room behind. Corona made no comment upon this plan except to ask Susie if that were the way to spell L, and then to look in the dictionary and find it was not spelled at all. Tom came in and asked to see what they were doing. "I'm helping Corona," said Susie with much complacency. "These architects' things don't look any more like houses than they do like the first proposition in Euclid, and the poor girl is puzzled." "I'll help you tomorrow, Co," said Tom, who was in too much of a hurry to glance at his wife's plan. But tomorrow Tom went into town by the early train, and when Corona emerged from her North American homes, with wild eye and knotted brow, at 5:00 p.m., she found Susie crying over a telegram which ran, "Called to California immediately. Those lost cargoes A No. 1 hides turned up. Can't get home to say goodbye. Send overcoat and flannels by Simpson on Midnight Express. Gone 4 weeks. Love to all. Tom." This unexpected event threw Corona entirely upon her own resources, and after a few days more of patient research, she put on her hat and stole away at dusk to a builder she knew of downtown, a nice, fatherly man who had once built a piazza for Tom and had just been elected superintendent of the Sunday school. These combined facts gave Corona confidence to trust her case to his hands. She carried a neat little plan of her own with her, the result of several days' hard labor. Susie's plan she had taken the precaution to cut into paper dolls for the baby. Corona found the good man at home, and in her most businesslike manner presented her points. "Got any plan in your own head?" asked the builder, hearing her in silence. In silence, Corona laid before him the paper which had cost her so much toil. "Well," said the builder, after a silence. "Well, I've seen worse." "Thank you," said Corona faintly. "How does she set?" asked the builder. "Who set?" said Corona a little wildly. She could think of nothing that set but hens. "Why, the house. Where's the points of compass?" "I hadn't thought of those," said Corona. "And the chimney," suggested the builder. "Where's your chimneys?" "I didn't put in any chimneys," said Corona. "Where did you count on your stairs?" pursued the builder. Stairs? I forgot the stairs. That's natural, said Mr. Timbers. Had a plan brought me once without an entry or a window to it. It wasn't a woman did it, neither. It was a widower in the newspaper line. What's your scale? Scale? Asked Corona, without animation. Scale of feet, proportions. Oh, I didn't have any scales, but I thought about 40 feet front would do. I have but $500. A small house must answer. The builder smiled. He said he would show her some plans. He took a book from his table and opened at a plate representing a small, snug cottage, not uncomely. It stood in a flourishing apple orchard, and a much larger house appeared dimly in the distance upon a hill. The cottage was what is called a story and half, and contained 6 rooms. The plan was drawn with the beauty of science. There, said Mr. Timbers. I know a lady built one of those upon her brother-in-law's land. He give her the land, and she just put up the cottage, and they was all as pleasant as peas about it. That's about what I'd recommend to you, if you don't object to the name of it. What is the matter with the name? Asked Corona. Why, said the builder, hesitating, it is called the Old Maid's House in the book. Mr. Timbers, said Corona with decision, why should we seek further than the truth? I will have that house. Pray draw me the plan at once. End of The Old Maid's House in Plan by Elizabeth Stuart Phelps.
Section 14 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robin. Distichs by John Hay. Number 1. Wisely, a woman prefers to a lover a man who neglects her. This one may love her some day. Some day the lover will not. Number 2. There are 3 species of creatures who, when they seem coming, are going, and when they seem going, they come. Diplomats, women, and crabs. Number 3. Pleasures too hastily tasted grow sweeter in fond recollection, as the pomegranate plucked green ripens far over the sea. Number 4. As the meek beasts in the garden came flocking for Adam to name them, men for a title today crawl to the feet of a king. Number 5. What is a first love worth, except to prepare for a second? What does the second love bring? Only regret for the first. Number 6. Health was wooed by the Romans in groves of the laurel and myrtle. Happy and long are the lives brightened by glory and love. Number 7. Wine is like rain. When it falls on the mire, it but makes it the fouler. But when it strikes the good soil, wakes it to beauty and bloom. Number 8. Break not the rose. Its fragrance and beauty are surely sufficient. Resting contented with these, never a thorn shall you feel. Number 9. When you break up housekeeping, you learn the extent of your treasures. Till he begins to reform, no one can number his sins. Number 10. Maidens, why should you worry in choosing whom you shall marry? Choose whom you may, you will find you have got somebody else. Number 11. Unto each man comes a day when his favorite sins all forsake him, and he complacently thinks he has forsaken his sins. Number 12. Be not too anxious to gain your next-door neighbor's approval. Live your own life, and let him strive your approval to gain. Number 13. Who would succeed in the world should be wise in the use of his pronouns. Utter the you 20 times where you once utter the I. Number 14. The best-loved man or maid in the town would perish with anguish could they hear all that their friends say in the course of a day. Number 15. True luck consists not in holding the best of the cards at the table. Luckiest he who knows just when to rise and go home. Number 16. Pleasant enough it is to hear the world speak of your virtues, but in your secret heart 'tis of your faults you are proud. Number 17. Try not to beat back the current, yet be not drowned in its waters. Speak with the speech of the world, think with the thoughts of the few. Number 18. Make all good men your well-wishers, and then, in the year's steady sifting, some of them turn into friends. Friends are the sunshine of life. End of Distichs. Recording by Robin, in Norman, Oklahoma.
Section 15 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. The Quarrel by S.E. Kaiser. "There are quite as good fish in the sea as anyone ever has caught," said he. "But few of the fish in the sea will bite at such bait as you've got," said she. "Today he is gray and his lines put away, but he often looks back with regret. She's still in the sea, and how happy she'd be if he were a fisherman yet." End of The Quarrel by S.E. Kaiser. Recording by Maria Therese.
Section 16 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Dennis Sayers. A Letter from Mr. Biggs by E.W. Howe. My dear Sir, occasionally a gem occurs to me which I am unable to favor you with because of late we are not much together. Appreciating the keen delight with which you have been kind enough to receive my philosophy, I take the liberty of sending herewith a number of ideas which may please and benefit you, and which I have divided into paragraphs with headings. Happiness. I have observed that happiness and brains seldom go together. The pin-headed woman who regards her thin-witted husband as the greatest man in the world is happy, and much good may it do her. In such cases, ignorance is a positive blessing, for good sense would cause the woman to realize her distressed condition. A man who can think he is as good as anybody is happy. The fact may be notorious that the man is not so good as anybody until he is as industrious, as educated, and as refined as anybody, but he has not brains enough to know this, and, content with conceit, is happy. A man with a brain large enough to understand mankind is always wretched and ashamed of himself. Reputation. Reputation is not always desirable. The only thing I have ever heard said in Twin Mounds concerning Smoky Hill is that good hired girls may be had there. Women. 1. Most women seem to love for no other reason than that it is expected of them. 2. I know too much about women to honor them more than they deserve. In fact, I know all about them. I visited a place once where doctors are made, and saw them cut up one. 3. A woman loses her power when she allows a man to find out all there is to her. I mean by this that familiarity breeds contempt. I knew a young man once who worked beside a woman in an office, and he never married. 4. If men would only tell what they actually know about women instead of what they believe or hear, they would receive more credit for chastity than is now the case, for they deserve more. Lack of self-confidence. As a people, we lack self-confidence. The country is full of men that will readily talk you to death privately, who would run away in alarm if asked to preside at a public meeting. In my alliance movement, I often have trouble in getting out a crowd. Every farmer in the neighborhood feeling of so much importance as to fear that if he attends, he will be called upon to say something. In dispute. In some communities where I have lived, the women were mean to their husbands. In others, the husbands were mean to their wives. It is usually the case that the friends of a wife believe her husband to be a brute, and the friends of the husband believe the wife to possess no other talent than to make him miserable. You can't tell how it is. The evidence is divided. Man. There is only one grade of men. They are all contemptible. The judge may seem to be a superior creature so long as he keeps at a distance, for I have never known one who was not constantly trying to look wise and grave. But when you know him, you find there is nothing remarkable about him except a plug hat, a respectable coat, and a great deal of vanity, induced by the servility of those who expect favors. Opportunity. You hear a great many persons regretting lack of opportunity. If every man had opportunity for his desires, this would be a nation of murderers and disgraced women. Expectation. Always be ready for that which you do not expect. Nothing that you expect ever happens. You have perhaps observed that when you are waiting for a visitor at the front door, he comes in at the back and surprises you. Women's work. A woman's work is never done, as the almanacs state, for the reason that she does not go about it in time to finish it. The greatest of these is charity. If you cannot resist the low impulse to talk about people, say only what you actually know instead of what you have heard, and while you are about it, stop and consider whether you are not in need of charity yourself. Neighbors. Every man overestimates his neighbors because he does not know them so well as he knows himself. A sensible man despises himself because he knows what a contemptible creature he is. I despite Little Biggs, but I happen to know that his neighbors are just as bad. Virtue. Men are virtuous because the women are. Women are virtuous from necessity. Ashamed of the truth. I believe I never knew anyone who was not ashamed of the truth. Did you ever notice that a railroad company numbers its cars from 1,000 instead of from 1? knowing only one of them. We are sometimes unable to understand why a pretty little woman marries a fellow we know to be worthless, but the fellow, who knows the woman better than we do, considers that he has thrown himself away. We know the fellow, but we do not know the woman. An apology. I detest an apology. The world is full of people who are always making trouble and apologizing for it. If a man respects me, he will not give himself occasion for apology. An offense cannot be wiped out in that way. If it could, we would substitute apologies for hangings. I hope you will never apologize to me. I should regard it as evidence that you have wronged me. Oldest inhabitants. The people of Smoky Hill are only fit for oldest inhabitants. In 30 or 40 years from now, there will be a great demand for reminiscences of the pioneer days. I recommend that they preserve extensive data for the only period in their lives when they can hope to attract attention. Be good enough, sir, to regard me as of old your friend, L. Biggs. To Ned Westlock, Twin Mounds. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Mrs. Johnson by William Deans Howell. It was on the morning of the lovely New England May that we left the horse car and, spreading our umbrellas, walked down the street to our new home in Charlesbridge, through a storm of snow and rain so finely blent by the influences of this fortunate climate that no flake knew itself from its sister drop, or could be better identified by the people against whom they beat in unison. A vernal gale from the east fanned our cheeks and pierced our marrow and chilled our blood, while the raw, cold green of the adventurous grass on the borders of the sopping sidewalks gave, as it peered through its veil of melting snow and freezing rain, a peculiar cheerfulness to the landscape. Here and there in the vacant lots abandoned hoop skirts defied decay, and near the half-finished wooden houses, empty mortar beds and bits of lath and slate, strewn over the scarred and mutilated ground, added their interest to the scene. This heavenly weather, which the Pilgrim Fathers, with the idea of turning their thoughts effectively from earthly pleasures, came so far to discover, continued with slight amelioration throughout the month of May and far into June, and it was a matter of constant amazement with one who had known less austere climates to behold how vegetable life struggled with the hostile skies, and in an atmosphere of chill and damp as that of a cellar, shot forth the buds and blossoms upon the pear trees, called out the sour Puritan courage of the currant bushes, taught a reckless native grapevine to wander and wanton over the southern side of the fence, and decked the banks with violets as fearless and as fragile as New England girls, so that about the end of June, when the heavens relented and the sun blazed out at last, there was little for him to do but to redden and darken the daring fruits that had attained almost their full growth without his countenance. Then, indeed, Charlesbridge appeared to us as a kind of paradise. The wind blew all day from the southwest, and all day in the grove across the way the orioles sang to their nestlings. The house was almost new and in perfect repair, and, better than all, The kitchen has yet to give no signs of unrest in those volcanic agencies which are constantly at work there, and which, with sudden explosions, make Herculaneums and Pompeiis of so many smiling households. Breakfast, dinner, and tea came up with elusive regularity, and were all the most perfect of their kind. Oh, and we laughed and feasted in our vain security. We had out from the city to banquet with us the friends we loved, and we were expressly proud before them of the help who first wrought miracles of cookery in our honor, and then appeared in a clean white apron and the glossiest black hair to wait upon the table. She was young, certainly very pretty. She was as gay as a lark, and was courted by a young man whose clothes would have been a credit if they had not been a reproach to our lowly basement. She joyfully assented to the idea of staying with us until she married. In fact, there was much that was extremely pleasant about the little place when the warm weather came, and it was not wonderful to us that Jenny was willing to remain. It was very quiet. We called one another to the window if a large dog went by our door, and whole days passed without the movement of any wheels but the butcher's upon our street, which flourished in ragweed and buttercups and daisies, and in the autumn burned, like the borders of nearly all the streets in Charlesbridge, with the pallid azure flame of the succory. The neighborhood was, in all things, a frontier between city and country. The horse cars, the type of civilization full of imposture, discomfort, and sublime possibility, as we yet possess, went by the head of our street, and might perhaps be available to one skilled in calculating the movements of comets, while 2 minutes' walk would take us into a wood so wild and thick that no roof was visible through the trees. We learned, like innocent pastoral people of the golden age, to know the several voices of the cows pastured in the vacant lots, and, like engine drivers of the iron age, to distinguish the different whistles of the locomotives passing on the neighboring railroad. We played a little at gardening, of course, and planted tomatoes, which the chickens seemed to like, for they ate them up as fast as they ripened, and we watched with pride the growth of our Lawton blackberries, which, after attaining the most stalwart proportions, were still as bitter as the scrubbiest of their savage brethren, and which, when by advice left on the vines for a week after they turned black, were silently gorged by secret and gluttonous flocks of robins and orioles. As for our grapes, the frost cut them off in their hour of triumph. So, as I have hinted, we were not surprised that Jenny should be willing to remain with us. We were as little prepared for her desertion as for any other change in our mortal state. But one day in September she came to her nominal mistress with tears in her beautiful eyes and protestations of unexampled devotion upon her tongue, and said that she was afraid she must leave us. She liked the place, and she never had work for anyone that was more of a lady. But she said she made up her mind to go into the city. All this, so far, was quite in the manner of domestics who, in ghost stories, give warning to the occupants of a haunted house, and Jenny's mistress listened in suspense for the motives of her desertion, expecting to hear no less than it was something which walked up and down stairs and dragged iron links after it, or something that came and groaned at the front door, like populace dissatisfied with a political candidate. But it was, in fact, nothing of this kind. Simply, there were no lamps upon our street, and Jenny, after spending Sunday evening with her friends in East Charlesbridge, was always alarmed, on her return, in walking from the horse cart to our door. The case was hopeless, and Jenny and her household parted with respect and regret. We had not before this thought it a grave disadvantage that our street was unlighted. Our street was not drained or graded, nor municipal cart ever came to carry away our ashes. There was not a water butt within half a mile to save us from fire, nor more than 1/10,000th part of a policeman to protect us from theft. Yet, as I paid a heavy tax, I somehow felt that we enjoyed the benefits of city government, and never looked upon Charles Bridge as in any way undesirable for residence. But when it became necessary to find help in Jenny's place, the frosty welcome given to the application at the intelligence office renewed a painful doubt awakened by her departure. To be sure, the heads of the offices were polite enough, but when the young housekeeper stated her case at the first to which she applied, and the intelligencer had called out to the invisible expectants in the adjoining room, "Anyone wants to do general housework in Charlesbridge?" there came from the maids a vote so loud, so fierce, so full a "no," as shook the lady's heart with an indescribable shame and dread. The name that, with an innocent pride in its literary and historical associations, she had written at the heads of her letters, was suddenly becoming a matter of reproach to her, and she was almost tempted to conceal thereafter that she lived in Charlesbridge, and to pretend that she dwelt upon some wretched little street in Boston. "You see," said the head of the office, "the gals don't like to live so far away from the city. Now, if it was only in the port, this pen is not graphic enough to give the remote reader an idea of the affront offered to an inhabitant of Old Charlesbridge in these closing words. Neither am I of sufficient tragic mood to report here all the sufferings undergone by an unhappy family in finding servants, or to tell how the winter was passed with miserable makeshifts. Alas! It is not the history of 1,000 experiences, and anyone who looks upon this page could match it with a tale as full of heartbreak and disaster, while I conceive that, in hastening to speak of Mrs. Johnson, I approach a subject of unique interest. I say, our last Irish girl went with the last snow, and on one of those midsummer-like days that sometimes fall in early April, to our yet bleak and desolate zone, our hearts sang of Africa and golden joys. A Libyan longing took us, and would have chosen, if we could, to bear a strand of grotesque beads, or a handful of brazen gauds, and traffic them for some stable maid with crisp locks, whom, uncoffling from the captive train beside the desert, we should make do with our own general housework forever, through the right of lawful purchase. But we knew that this was impossible, and that, if we desired colored help, we must seek it in the intelligence office, which is in one of those streets cheerfully inhabited by the orphaned children and grandchildren of slavery. To tell the truth, these orphans do not seem to grieve much for their bereavement, but lead a life of joyous and rather indolent oblivion in their quarter of the city. They are often seen to be sauntering up and down the street by which the Charlesbridge cars arrive, the young with a harmless swagger, and the old with a generic limp which our autocrat has already noted as attending advanced years in their race. How gaily are the young ladies of this race attired, as they trip up and down the sidewalks, and in and out through the pendant garments of the shop doors. They are the black pansies and marigold and dark-blooded dahlias among womankind. They try to assume something of our colder race's demeanor, but even the passer on the horse car can see that it is not native with them, and is better pleased when they forget us, and ungenteelly laugh in encountering friends, letting their white teeth glitter through their generous lips that open to their ears. In the streets branching upward from this avenue, very little colored men and maids play with broken or enfeebled toys, or sport on the wooden pavement of the entrances to the inner courts. Now and then a colored soldier or a sailor, looking strange in his uniform, even after the custom of several years, emerges from those passages, or, more rarely, a black gentleman, stricken in years and cased in shining broadcloth, walks solidly down the brick sidewalk, cane in hand, a vision of serene self-complacency, and so plainly the expression of virtuous public sentiment that the great colored louts, innocent enough till then in their idleness, are taken with a sudden sense of depravity, and loaf guilty up against the house walls. At the same moment, perhaps, a young damsel, amorously scuffling with an admirer through one of the low open windows, suspends the strife and bids him go along now, do. More rarely yet than the gentleman described, one may see a white girl among the dark neighbors, whose frowsy head is uncovered, and whose sleeves are rolled up to her elbows, and who, though no doubt quite at home, looks as strange there as that pale anomaly which may sometimes be seen among a crew of blackbirds. An air not so much of decay as of unthrift, and yet hardly of unthrift, seems to prevail in the neighborhood, which has none of the aggressive and impudent squalor of an Irish quarter, and none of the surly wickedness of a low American street. A gaiety not born of things that bring it serious joy to the true New England heart, a ragged gaiety which comes of summer in the blood, and not in the pocket or the conscience, and which affects the countenance and the whole demeanor, setting the feet to some inward music, and at times bursting into a line of song, or childlike and irresponsible laugh, gives tones to the visible life, wakens a very friendly spirit in the passer, who sometimes thinks they're of a milder climate, and is half persuaded that the orange peel on the sidewalks come from fruit grown in the soft atmosphere of those back courts. It was in this quarter, then, that we heard of Mrs. Johnson, and it was from a colored boarding house that she came out to Charlesbridge to look at us, bringing her daughter of 12 years with her. She was a matron of mature age and portly figure, with a complexion like coffee stewed with the finest rich cream. Her manners were so full of a certain tranquillity and grace that she charmed away our will to ask for references. It was only her barbaric laughter and lawless eye that betrayed how slightly her New England birth and breeding covered her ancestral traits, and bridged the gulf of 1,000 years of civilization that lay between her race and ours. But in fact, she was doubly estranged by descent, for, as we learned later, a sylvan wildness mixed with that of the desert in her veins. Her grandfather was an Indian, and her ancestors on this side had probably sold their lands for the same value in trinkets that brought the original African pair on their other side. The first day that Mrs. Johnson descended into our kitchen, she conjured from the malicious disorder in which it had been left by the fleeting Irish cabal a dinner that revealed the inspirations of genius, and was quite different from a dinner of mere routine and laborious talent. Something original and authentic mingled with the accustomed flavors, and though vague reminiscences of canal boat travel and woodland camps arose from the relish of certain of the dishes, there was yet the assurance of such power in the preparation of the whole, that we knew her to be merely running over the chords of our appetite with preliminary savors, as a musician acquaints his touch with the keys of an unfamiliar piano before breaking into brilliant and triumph execution. Within a week she had mastered her instrument, and thereafter there was no faulting in her performance, which she varied constantly, through inspiration or from suggestion. But after all, it was in puddings that Mrs. Johnson chiefly excelled. She was one of those cooks, rare as men of genius in literature, who love their own dishes, and she had, in her personally childlike simplicity of taste, and in the inherited appetites of her savage forefathers, a dominant passion for sweets. So far as we could learn, she subsisted principally upon pudding and tea. Through the same primitive instincts, no doubt, she loved praise. She openly exulted in our artless flatteries of her skill. She waited jealously at the head of the kitchen stairs to hear what we said of her work, especially if there were guests, and she was never too weary to attempt enterprises of cookery. While engaged in this, she wore a species of handkerchief-like turban upon her head, and about her person those mystical swathings which old ladies of the African race delight. but she most pleasured our sense of beauty and moral fitness when, after the last pan was washed and the last pot was scraped, she lighted a potent pipe, and, taking her stand at the kitchen door, laden the soft evening air with its pungent odors. If we surprised her at these supreme moments, she took the pipe from her lips and put it behind her, with a low, mellow chuckle and a look of half defiant consciousness, never guessing that none of her merits took us half as so much as the cheerful vice which she only feigned to conceal. Some things she could not do so perfectly, as cooking because of her failing eyesight, and we persuaded her that spectacles would both become and befriend a lady of her age, and so we bought her a pair of steel-bowed glasses. She wore them in some great emergencies at first, but had clearly no pride in them, for she laid them aside altogether, and they had passed from our thoughts, when one day we heard her mellow note of laughter and her daughter's harsher crackle outside our door, and opening it, beheld Mrs. Johnson in gold-bowed spectacles of massive frame. We then learned that their purchase was in fulfillment of a vow made long ago, in the lifetime of Mr. Johnson, that if ever she wore glasses, they should be gold-bowed. And I hope the manes of the dead were as happy in these votive spectacles as the simple soul that offered them. She and her late partner were the parents of 11 children, some of whom were dead, and some of whom were wanderers in the unknown parts. During his lifetime she had kept a little shop in her native town, and it was only within a few years that she had gone into service. She cherished a natural haughtiness of spirit and resented control, although disposed to do all she could of her own notion. Being told to stay when she wanted an afternoon, she explained that when she wanted an afternoon she always took it without asking, but always planned so as not to discommode the ladies with whom she lived. There, she said, had numbered 27 within 3 years, which made us doubt the success of her system in all cases, though she merely held out fact as an assurance of her faith in the future, and a proof of the ease with which places are to be found. She contended, moreover, that a lady who had for 30 years had a house of her own was in no wise bound to ask permission to receive visits from friends where she might be living, but that they ought to freely come and go like other guests. In this spirit, she once invited her son-in-law, Professor Jones of Providence, to dine with her, and her deified mistress, on entering the dining-room, found the professor at pudding and tea. There, an impressively respectable figure in black clothes, with a black face rendered yet more effective by a pair of green goggles. It appeared that this dark professor was a light of phrenology in Rhode Island, and that he was believed to have uncommon virtue in his science by reason of being blind as well as black. I am loath to confess that Mrs. Johnson had not a flattering opinion of the Caucasian race in all respects. In fact, she had very good philosophical and scriptural reasons for looking upon us as an upstart people of new blood, who had come into their whiteness by no credible or pleasant process. The late Mr. Johnson, who died in the West Indies, whether he voyaged for his health and quality of cook upon a Downy schooner, was a man of letters, and had written a book to show the superiority of the black over the white branches of the human family. In this he held that, as all islands have been at their discovery found peopled by blacks, we must believe that humanity was first created of that color. Mrs. Johnson could not show us her husband's work. A sole copy in the library of an English gentleman at Port-au-Prince is not to be bought for money, but she often developed its arguments to the lady of the house, and one day, with a great show of reluctance, and many protests that no personal slight was meant, let fall the fact that Mr. Johnson believed the white race descended from Giaz, the leper, upon whom the leprosy of Naaman fell when the latter returned by divine favor to his original blackness. "And he went out from his presence a leper as white as snow," said Mrs. Johnson, quoting irrefutable scripture. "Leprosy, leprosy," she added thoughtfully. "Nothing but leprosy bleached you out." It seems to me much in her praise that she did not exult in our taint and degradation, as some white philosophers used to do in the opposite idea that a part of the human family were cursed to lasting blackness and slavery, but even told us of a remarkable approach to whiteness in many of her own offspring. In a kindred spirit of charity, no doubt, she refused ever to attend church with people of her elder and wholesome blood. When she went to church, she said, she always went to a white church. Though while with us, I am bound to say she never went to any. She professed to read her Bible in her bedroom on Sundays, but we suspect, from certain sounds and odors which used to steal out of this sanctuary, that her piety was more commonly found expression in dozing and smoking. I would not make a wanton jest here of Mrs. Johnson's anxiety to claim honor for the African color, while denying this color in many of her own family. It afforded a glimpse of the pain which all her people must endure, however proudly they hide it or light-heartedly forget it, from the despised and contumely to which they are guiltlessly born. And when I thought how irreparable was this disgrace and calamity of a black skin, and how irreparable it must be for ages yet, in this world where every other shame and all manner of wilful guilt and wickedness may hope for convert and pardon, I had little heart to laugh. Indeed, it was so pathetic to hear this poor old soul talk of her dead and lost ones, and try, in spite of all of Mr. Johnson's theories and her own arrogant generalizations, to establish their whiteness, that we must have been very cruel and silly people to turn her sacred fables even into matter of question. I have no doubt that her Antoinette Anastasia and her Thomas and Jefferson Wilberforce, it is impossible to give a full idea of the splendor and scope of the baptismal names in Mrs. Johnson's family, have as light skins and as golden hair in heaven as her reverent maternal fancy painted for them in our world. There certainly they would not be subject to tanning, which had ruined the delicate complexion, and had knotted into black woolly tangles that once wavy blonde locks of our little maid servant Naomi. And I would fain believe that Washington Johnson, who ran away to sea so many years ago, has found some fortunate zone where his hair and skin kept the same sunny and rosy tints they wore to his mother's eyes in infancy. But I have no means of knowing this, or of telling whether he was the prodigy of intellect that he was declared to be. Naomi could no more be taken in proof of the one assertion than the other. When she came to us, it was agreed that she should go to school, but she overruled her mother in this and an evening else, and never went except Sunday school lessons. She had no other instruction than that her mistress gave her in the evenings, when a heavy day's play and the natural influences of the hour conspired with original causes to render her powerless before words of one syllable. The first week of her services she was obedient and faithful to her duties, but relaxing in the atmosphere of a house which seemed to demoralize all menials. She shortly fell into disorderly ways of lying in wait for callers out of doors, and when people rang, of running up the front steps and letting them in from the outside. As the season expanded and the fine weather became confirmed, she modified even this form of service and spent her time in the fields, appearing at the house only when nature importunately craved molasses. In her untamed disobedience, Naomi alone betrayed her sylvan blood, for she was in all other respects Negro and not Indian, but it was of her aboriginal ancestry that Mrs. Johnson chiefly boasted. When not engaged in argument to maintain the superiority of the African race, She loved to descend upon it as the cause and explanation of her own arrogant habit of feeling, and she seemed to have inherited something of the Indian's hauteur, along with the Ethiopic supple cunning and abundant amiability. She gave many instances in which her pride had met and overcome the insolence of employers, and the kindly old creature was by no means singular in her pride of being proud. She could never have been a woman of strong logical faculty, but she had in some things a very surprising and awful astuteness. She seldom introduced any purpose directly, but bore all about it, and then suddenly sprung it upon her unprepared antagonist. At other times she obscurely hinted at reason, and left a conclusion to be inferred, as when she warded off reproach for some delinquency by saying, in a general way, that she had lived with ladies who used to come scolding into the kitchen after they had taken their bitters. Quality ladies took their bitters regularly, she added, to remove any sting of personality from her remark, for many things she had let fall. We knew that she did not regard us as quality. On the contrary, she often tried to overbear us with the gentility of her former places, and would tell the lady over whom she reigned that she had lived with folks worth $300,000 or $400,000, who never complained as she did of the ironing. Yet she had a sufficient regard for the literary occupations of the family, Mr. Johnson having been an author. She even professed to have herself written a book which was still in manuscript and preserved somewhere among her best clothes. It was well, on many accounts, to be in contact with a mind so original and suggestive as Mrs. Johnson's. We loved to trace its intricate yet often transparent operations, and were perhaps too fond of explaining its peculiarities by facts of ancestry, of finding hints of the powwow or the grand custom in each grotesque development. We were conscious of something warmer in this old soul than in ourselves, and something wilder, and we chose to think it the tropic and the untracked forest she had scarcely been apart from her affection. She had no morality, but was good because she neither hated nor envied, and she might have been a saint for more easily than far more civilized persons. There was that also in her sinuous yet malleable nature, so full of guile and so full of goodness, that remind us pleasantly of a lowly folks in elder lands, where relaxing oppressions have lifted the restraints of fear between master and servant. Without disturbing the familiarity of their relation, she advised freely with us upon all household matters, and took a motherly interest in whatever concerned us. She could be flattered or caressed into almost any service, but no threat or command could move her. When she erred, she never acknowledged her wrong in words, but handsomely expressed her regrets in a pudding, or sent up her apologies in a favorite secretly prepared dish. We grew so well used to this form of exculpation that whenever Mrs. Johnson took an afternoon at an inconvenient season, we knew that for a week afterwards we should be feasted like princes. She owned frankly that she loved us, that she never had done half so much for people before, and that she had never been nearly so well suited in any other place. And for a brief and happy time we thought that we never should part. One day, however, our dividing destiny appeared in the basement, and was presented to us as Hippolito Thucydides, the son of Mrs. Johnson, who had just arrived on a visit to his mother from the state of New Hampshire. He was a heavy and loutish youth, standing upon the borders of boyhood, and looking forward to the future with a vacant and listless eye. I mean, this was his figurative attitude. His actual manner, as he lolled upon a chair beside the kitchen window, was so eccentric that we felt a little uncertain how to regard him, and Mrs. Johnson openly described him as peculiar. He was so deeply tanned by the fervid suns of the New Hampshire winter, and his hair had so far suffered from the example of the sheep lately under his charge, that he could not be classed by any stretch of comparison with the blond and straight-haired members of Mrs. Johnson's family. He remained with us all the first day until late in the afternoon, when his mother took him out to get him a boarding house. Then he departed in the van of her and Naomi, pausing at the gate to collect his spirits, and after he had sufficiently animated himself by clapping his palms together, starting off down the street at a hand gallop, to the manifest terror of the cows in the pasture and the confusion of the less demonstrative people of our household. Other characteristic trait appeared in Hippolito Thucydides within not very long period of time, and he ran away from his lodgings so often during the summer that he might be said to board among the outlying cornfields and turnip patches of Charlesbridge. As a check upon his habit, Mrs. Johnson seems to have invited him to spend his whole time in our basement, for wherever we went below we found him there, balanced perhaps in homage to us, and perhaps as a token of extreme sensibility in himself, upon the low window-sill, the bottom of his boots touching the floor inside, and his face buried in the glass. Without we could formulate no very tenable objection to all this, and yet the presence of Solicites in our kitchen unaccountably oppressed our imagination. We beheld him all over the house, a monstrous eidolon, balanced upon every window-sill, and he certainly attracted unpleasant notice to our place, no less by his furtive and hang-dog manner of arrival than by the bold displays with which he celebrated his departures. We hinted this to Mrs. Johnson, but she could not enter into our feeling. Indeed, all the wild poetry of her material and primitive nature seemed to cast itself upon this hapless boy, and if we had listened to her, we should have believed there was no one so agreeable in society, or so quick-witted in affairs as Hippolito, when he chose. Alas, when we said positively that Thucydides should come to us no more, then qualified the prohibition by allowing him to come every Sunday, she answered that she could never hurt the child's feelings by telling him not to come where his mother was, that people who did not love her children did not love her, and that if Hippy went, she went. We thought it was a master stroke of firmness to rejoin that Hippolito must go in any event, but I am bound to own that he did not go, and that his mother stayed, and so fed us with every cunning propitiatory dainty, that we must have been pagans to renew our threat. In fact, we begged Mrs. Johnson to go into the country with us, and she, after long reluxation on Hippy's account, consented, agreeing to send him away to friends during her absence. We made every preparation, and on the eve of our departure, Mrs. Johnson went into the city to engage her son's passage to Bangor, while we waited her return in untroubled security. But she did not appear till midnight, and then responded with a sad "Well, sir," the cheerful "Well, Mrs. Johnson," that greeted her "All right, Mrs. Johnson." Mrs. Johnson made a strange noise, half chuckle and half death rattle in her throat. "All wrong, sir. Hippy's off again, and I've been all over the city after him." "Then you can't go with us in the morning?" "How can I, sir?" Mrs. Johnson went sadly out of the room. Then she came back to the door again, and opening it, uttered, for the first time in our service, words of apology and regret. "I hope I hadn't put you out, Annie. I wanted to go with you, but I ought to knowed I couldn't. All is, I love you too much." The End. Mrs. Johnson by William Dean Howells. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan.
Section 18 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. Pass by Ironquill. A father said unto his hopeful son, Who was Leonidas, my cherished one? The boy replied with words of ardent nature, He was a member of the legislature. How? Asked the parent. Then the youngster saith, He got a pass, and held her like grim death. Whose pass? What pass? The anxious father cried. 'Twas their monopoly, the boy replied. In deference to the public, we must state that boy has been an orphan since that date. End of Pass. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 19 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Mabry. Teaching by Example by John G. Sachs. What does the poet's license say? Asked rose-lipped Anna of a poet. Now give me an example, pray, that when I see one I may know it. Quick as a flash he plants a kiss where perfect kisses always fall. Nay, sir, what liberty is this? The poet's license, that is all. End of Teaching by Example. Recording by Joe Mabry at www.ievoice.com.
Section 20 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Section 20. When Albany Sang, by William Henry Drummond. Was working away on the farm there one morning not long ago, fixing the fence for winter, 'cause that's where we got the snow, when Jeremy Pluff, my neighbor, come over and spik with me. Antoine, you will come on the city, for here, Madame Albany. What you mean? I was saying right off me. Some woman was making the speech, or girl on the Hoorah circus, doing high kick and screech? None, he is speaking. Excuse me, that's be Madame Albany. Was leaving down here on the country, 2 mile n'other side of Chambly. She just coming over from England, on steamboat arrived Quebec, singing on Lana and Paris, as having Big Tom, I expect. But no matter the much she enjoy it, for travel all round the world, something on the heart bring her back here, for she was the Chambly girl. She never do nothing but singing and making the big grand tour, and travel on summer and winter, so must be the first class for sure. Everybody, I'm thinking, was know her, and I also hear another thing. She's friend on Le Reine Victoria, and showed her the way to sing. Well, I say, you're sure she is Chambly, what you call Madame Albany? Don't know me that name on the canton. I hope you're not fool with me. And he say, La Jeunesse, they was call her, before she is come Marie. But she is taking the name of her husband, I suppose that's the only way. C'est bon, mon ami, I was say to me, if I get through the fence next day, and she don't want too much on the money, then maybe I see her play. So I finished that job on tomorrow. Jeremy, he was helping me too, and I say, lend me $3 quickly for making the voyage with you. Correct. So we're starting next morning, and arrive Montreal all right. By dollar ticket on the bureau, and pass on the hall that night. Big crowd wall. I bet you was there too, all dressed on some fancy dress. De lady, I don't say nothin', but man's all white shirt and no vest. Don't matter. When band day be ready, de foreman strike out wit his stick, and fiddle and everything else too begin for play up de musique. It's funny thing, too, they was playin'. Don't like it myself at all. I'd rather be listen some jig, me, or what you call, after de ball. And I'm not feelin' very surprised then when the crowd holler up, encore, for make all dem feller commencing and try little piece some more. 'Twas a better one too, I be thinkin', but slow like you're going to die. All the same, nobody say nothin'. That mean they was satisfy. After that come the grand piano, like we got on Chambly Hotel. She's nice looking girl was played at, so of course she's go off pretty well. Den feller he's run out and sing some. It's all about some very fine moon that shine on canal every night too. I'm sorry I don't know the tune. Next thing I commence get excite, me, for I don't see no great madam yet. Too bad I was lost all that money, and too late for the raffle ticket. When just as I feel very sorry, for come all the way from Chambly. Jeremy, he was whisper, tiens, tiens, prenez garde, she's coming, Madame Aubigny. Everybody seemed glad when they see her, come walking right down the platform, and way they make noise on the hand in, why it's just like the big thunderstorm. I'll never see nothin' like that, me, no matter I travel the world. And madam, you think it was scare her? None, she laugh like the Chambly girl. There was young feller coming behind her, walk nice, come in cavalier, and before Albany she is ready and piano gets starting to play, the feller commence with his singing, more stronger than all the rest. I think he's got very bad manner, no nothing at all politesse. Madam, I suppose she get madden, and before anybody can speak, she settle right down for mixing too, and pretty soon catch him up quick. Then she's keep it on gainin' and gainin' till the song it is tout fini. And when she is beaten that feller, begosh, I am proud Chambly. I'm not very sorry at all, me, when the feller was running away, and man his coming out with the piccolo, and start him right off for play. For it's kin the musique I be fancy. Jeremy he is like it also, and one the best thing on that evening is man with the piccolo. Then maybe 10 minutes is passing. Madame she is coming encore. This time all alone on the platform, that feller don't show up no more. And when she start off on the singing, Jeremy say, Antoine, that's Francais. This give us more pleasure, I told you, 'cause we're pure Canadian. That song I will never forget me. 'Twas song of the little bird, when he's fly from his nest on the tree top, for the rest of the world get stirred. Madame she was told us about it, then start off so quiet and low, and sing like the bird on the morning, the poor little small oiseau. I 'member one time I be sleepin' just under some big pine tree, and song of the robin wake me, but robin he don't see me. There's nothing for scarin' that bird there. He's feel all alone in the world. Well, madam she must listen like that too when she was the Chambly girl. 'Cause how could she sing that nice chanson the same as the bird I was here, till I see it the maple and pine tree and Richelieu running near. Again I'm the little feller, like young colt upon the spring. That's just on the way I was feel, me, when Madame Albany is sing. And after the song it is finish, and crowd is make noise with its hand. I suppose they be thinking I'm crazy, that maybe I don't understand, 'cause I'm set on the chair very quiet, myself and poor Jeremy, and I see that his eyes it was cry too, just same way it go with me. There's a rosebush outside on our garden. Every spring it has got new nests. But only one bluebird is built there. I know her from all the rest. And no matter de far she be flyin' away on de winter tom, back to her own little rosebush she's coming there just the same. We're not the big place on our canton, maybe cold on de winter too, but the heart's Canadian on our body, and that's warm enough for true. And when Albany was got lonesome for travel all round the world, I hope she'll come home like the bluebird and again be the Chambly girl. Footnote 1 from The Habitant and Other French Canadian Poems by William Henry Drummond. Copyright 1897 by G. P. Putnam's Sons. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Mabry. Colonel Sterrett's Panther Hunt by Alfred Henry Lewis. Panthers, what we all calls mountain lions, observed the old cattleman, wearing meanwhile the sapient air of him who feels equipped of his subject, is plenty furtive, not to say mighty sedulous to skulk. That's why a gent don't meet up with more of 'em while pirootin' about in the hills. Them cats hears 'em, or they sees 'em, and him still ignorant thereof, and with that they bashfully withdraws, which it's to be urged in favor of mountain lions that they never forces themselves on no gent. They're shore considerate that-a-way, and special of themselves. If one's ever hurt, you can bet it won't be a accident. However, it ain't for me to go around impugnin' the motives of no mountain lion, particular when the entire tribe is strangers to me complete. But still a love of truth compels me to concede that if mountain lions ain't cowardly, they're shore cautious a lot. Cattle and calves they passes up as too bellicose, and none of 'em ever faces any animal more warlike than a baby colt or maybe a half-grown deer. I'm ridin' along the Caliente once when I hears a crashin' in the bushes on the bluff above. 200 foot high she is, and as sheer as the walls of this yere tavern. As I lifts my eyes, I fear frenzied mare and colt comes chargin' up and projects themselves over the precipice and lands in the valley below. They're dead as Julius Caesar when I rides onto 'em, while a brace of mountain lions is skirtin' up and down the edge of the bluff they leaps from, mewin' and lashin' their long tails in hot enthusiasm. Shore the cats has been chasin' the mare and foal, and they locos 'em to that extent they don't know where they're headin' and makes the death jump I relates. I bangs away with my 6-shooter, but beyond givin' the mountain lions a convulsive start, I can't say I does any execution. They turn and goes streakin' it through the pine woods like a drunkard to a barn raisin'. Timid? Shore. They're that timid. Seminary girls compared to 'em is as sternly courageous as a passel of buccaneers. Out in Mitchell's Canyon a couple of the Lee Scott riders cuts the trail of a mountain lion and her 2 kittens. Now, whatever do you all reckon this old tabby does? Basely deserts her offsprings without even barin' a tooth, and the cowpunchers takes 'em gently by their tails and beats out their juvenile brains. That's straight. That mother lion goes swarmin' up the canyon like she ain't got a minute to live, and you can gamble the limit that where a animal sees its children perish without frontin' up for war, it don't possess the commonest rudiments of sand. Sech, son, is mountain lions. It's one evenin' in the red light when Colonel Sterrett, who's got through his day's toil on that coyote paper he's editor of, unfolds concernin' a panther roundup which he pulls off in his youth. This panther hunt, says Colonel Sterrett as he fills his 3rd tumbler, occurs when mighty likely I'm goin' on 17 winters. I'm a leader among my young companions at the time. In fact, I allers is. And I'm proud to say that my supremacy that-a-way is due to the dominant character of my intellects. I'm ever bright and sparklin' as a child, and I recalls how my aptitude for learnin' promotes me to be regarded as the smartest lad in my set. If thar's visitors to the school, or if the selectman invades that academy to sort o' size us up, the teacher allers plays me on 'em. I'd go to the front for the outfit, which I'm wont on sech harrowin' occasions to recite a ode, the teacher's done wrote it himself, and which is entitled Napoleon's Mad Career. Thar's 24 stanzas to it, and while these interlopin' selectmen sets thar lookin' owly and sagacious, I'd wallop loose with the 24 verses, stampin' up and down, and accompanying said recitations with sech a multitude of reckless gestures, it comes plenty close to backin' everybody plumb out'n the room. Here's the first verse. I drinkin', swarin', rarin', tarrin', fallin' down in the mud, while the yearth for 40 miles about is kivered with my blood. You all can see from that specimen that our schoolmaster ain't simply flirtin' with the muses when he originates that epic. No, sir, he means business, and whenever I throws it into the selectmen, I does it justice. The trustees used to silently line out for home when I finishes, and never a yeep. It stuns 'em. It shore fills 'em to the brim. As I gazes rarward, goes on the colonel, as by one rapt impulse he uplifts both his eyes and his nose paint. As I gazes rarward, I says, on them sun-filled days, and special if ever I gets betrayed into talkin' about 'em, I can hardly tire myself from the subject. I explains yeretofore that not only by inclination but by birth I'm a sure enough 'ristocrat. This captaincy of local fashion I assumes at a tender age. I wears the record as the first child to don shoes throughout the entire summer in that neighborhood, and many a time and oft does my youthful but envy-eaten compeers lambaste me for the insultin' innovation. But I sticks to my moccasins, and today shoes in the blue grass is almost as universal as the liquor habit. Thar dawns a hour, however, when my position in the van of Kaintucky ton comes within a ace of bein' seriously shook. It's on my way to school one dewy mornin' when I gets involved all inadvertent in a unhappy rupture with a polecat. I never does know how the misunderstandin' starts. After all, the seeds of said dispute is by no means important. It's enough to say that polecat finally has me thoroughly convinced. Followin' the difference in my defeat, I'm witless enough to keep goin' on to school, whereas I should have returned homeward and cast myself upon my parents as a sacred trust. Of course, when I'm in school I don't go impartin' my troubles to the other chillen. I emulates the heroism of the Spartan boy who stands to be eat by a fox and keeps 'em to myself. But the views of my late enemy is not to be smothered. They appeals to my young companions, who thereupon puts up a most onneedful riot of coughin's and sneezin's, but nobody knows me as the party who's so pungent. It's a tryin' moment. I can see that, once I'm located, I'm goin' to be as unpopular as a bar in a hog pen. I'll come tumblin' from my pinnacle in that proud community as the glass of fashion and the mold of form. You can go your bottom peso, the thought causes me to feel plenty perturbed. At this peril I has a inspiration, as good, too, as I ever entertains without the aid of rum. I determines to cast the opprobrium on some other boy and send the hunt of general indignation sweepin' along his trail. Thar's a innocent infant who's a student at this temple of childish learnin', and his name is Riley Bark. This Riley is one of them giant children who's only 12 and weighs 300 pounds. And in proportions as Riley is a son of Anak physical, he's dwarfed mental. He ain't half as well upholstered with brains as a shepherd dog. That's right, Riley's intellects is like a fly in a saucer of syrup. They struggles round plumb slow. I decides to uplift Riley to the public eye as the felon who's disturbin' that seminary's serenity. Comin' to this decision, I p'ints at him where he's planted 4 seats ahead, all tangled up in a spellin' book, and says in a loud whisper to a child who's sittin' next, "Throw him out!" That's enough. No gent will ever realize how easy it is to direct a people's sentiment on till he takes a whirl at the game. In 2 minutes, by the teacher's bull's-eye copper watch, every soul knows it's poor Riley, and in 3, the teacher's done drug Riley outdoors by the ha'r of his head and chased him home. Gents, I look back on that youthful feat as a triumph of diplomacy. It sure saved my standin' as the Beau Brummel of the bluegrass. Good old days, them, observes the Colonel mournfully, and one's never to come agin. My sternest studies is romances, and the perusals of old tales as I tells you all prior fills me full of moss and mockingbirds in equal parts. I read steep of Walter Scott and waxes to be as sharp on Moslem's special. I dreams of the siege of Acre and Richard the Lionheart, and I simply can't sleep nights for honin' to hold a tournament and joust a whole lot for some fair lady's love. Once I commits the error of my career by joustin' with my brother Jeff. This year Jeff is settin' on the bank of the branch fishin' for bullpouts at the time, and Jeff don't know I'm hoverin' near at all. Jeff's reediculous fond of fishin', which he'd sooner fish than read Paradise Lost. I'm romancin' along, similarly bent, when I notes Jeff perched on the bank. To my boyish imagination, Jeff at once turns to be a paynim. I drops my bait box, couches my fish pole, and emittin' a impromptu war cry, charges him. It's the work of a moment. Jeff's unhossed and falls into the branch. But thar's bitterness to follow victory. Jeff emerges like Diana from the bath and frails the wamos off me with a club. Talk of puttin' a crimp in folks. Gents, when Jeff's wrath is assuaged, I'm all on one side like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Jeff actually confers a scourgy to my spinal column. A week later, my folks takes me to a doctor. That practitioner puts on his specs and looks me over with jealous care. "Whatever's wrong with him, Doc?" says my father. "Nothin'," says the physician. "Only your son William's 5 inches out of plumb." Then he rigs a contraption made up of guy ropes and stay laths, and I has to wear it, and maybe in 3 or 4 weeks or so he's got me warped back into the perpendicular. "But how about this cat hunt?" asked Dan Boggs, "which I don't aim to be intrusive none, but I'm camped yere through the second drink waitin' for it, and these procrastinations is makin' me kind of batty." "That panther hunt is like this," says the Colonel, turnin' to Dan. "At the age of 17, me and 8 or 9 of my intimate brave comrades founds what we all denominates as the Chevy Chase Huntin' Club. Each of us maintains a passel of odds and ends of dogs, and at stated intervals we convenes on hosses, and with these 80 curs at our tails, goes yellin' and scallyhootin' up and down the countryside, allowin' we're shore a band of Nimrods. The Chevy Chasers ain't been and been as a institution over long when chance opens a gate to serious work. The deep snows in the eastern mountains, it looks like, has done drove a panther into our neighborhood. You could hear of him on all sides. Folks glimpses him now and then. They allows he's about the size of a yearlin' calf, and the way he pulls down sech feeble people as sheep or lays desolate some helpless hen roost don't bother him a bit. This panther spreads a horror over the county. Dances, prayer meetin's, and even poker parties is broken up, and the social life of that region begins to bog down. Even a weddin' suffers, the bridesmaids stayin' away lest this ferocious monster should show up in the road and chaw one of 'em while she's en route for the scene of trouble. That's gospel truth. The poor deserted bride has to heel and handle herself, and never a friend to unite her sobs with hers durin' that weddin' ordeal. The old ladies present shakes their heads a heap solemn. It's a worse augury, says one, than the hoots of a score of squinch owls. When this reign of terror is at its height, the local eye is rolled appealingly toward us Chevy chasers. We rises to the opportunity. Day after day we're ridin' the hills and vales, readin' the milk-white snow for tracks, and we has success. One mornin' I comes up on 2 of the Breckenridge boys and 5 more of the Chevy chasers settin' on their hosses at the Skinner crossroads. Bob Crittenden's gone to turn me out, they says. Then they pins down to a handful of close-wove brush and stunted timber and allows that this maraudin' catamount is hidin' thar. They sees him go skulkin' in. Gents, I ain't above admittin' that the news puts my heart to a canter. I'm brave, but conflicts with wild and savage beasts is to me a novelty, and while I faces my fate without a flutter, I'm yere to say I'd sooner been in pursuit of minks or raccoons, or some varmint whose grievous capabilities I could more accurately stack up, and in whose merry ways I'm better versed. However, the dauntless blood of my grandsire mounts in my cheek, and as if the shade of that old Trojan is thar personal to suggest it, I searches forth a flask and renews my spirit. Thus qualified for perils, come in what form they may, I resolutely stands my hand. Thar's 40 dogs if thar's one in our company as we pauses at the Skinner crossroads, and when the Crittenden youth returns, he brings with him the Rickett boys and 40 added dogs, which it's worth a 10-mile ride to get a glimpse of that outfit of canines. Thar's every sort onder the canopy. Thar's the stolid hound, the alert fice, the sapient collie. That is, thar's individual beasts wherein the hound or fice or collie seems to predominate as a strain. The truth is, thar's not that dog a-whinin' about our hosses' fetlocks who ain't proudly descended from 15 different tribes, and they shorely makes a motley mass meetin'. Still, they're good, zealous dogs, and as they're goin' to go for'ard and take most of the risks of that panther, it seems invidious to criticize 'em. One of the Twitty boys rides down and puts the 80 or more dogs into the bresh. The rest of us lays back and strains our eyes. "Thar he is!" A shout goes up as we descries the panther stealin' off by a far corner. He's headin' along a hollow that's full of bresh and baby timber and runs parallel with the pike. Big and yaller he is. We can tell from the slight flash we gets of him as he darts into a second clump of bushes. With a cry, what young Crittenden calls a view-halloo, we goes stampedin' down the pike in pursuit. Our dogs is stanch, they sure does themselves proud, singin' in 20 keys, reachin' from growls to yelps, and from yelps to shrillest screams. They pushes dauntlessly on the fresh trail of their terrified quarry. Now and then we gets a squint of the panther as he skulks from one copse to another just ahead, which he's goin' like a arrow, no mistake. As for us Chevy chasers, we parallels the hunt and continues poundin' the Skinner turnpike abreast of the pack, ever and anon givin' a encouragin' shout as we briefly sights our game. "Gents," says Colonel Sterrett as he again refreshes himself, "it's needless to go over that hunt in detail. We hustles the flyin' demon full 18 miles, our faithful dogs crowdin' close and breathless at his coward heels. Still, they don't catch up with him. He streaks it like some saffron meteor. Only once does we approach within striking distance. That's when he crosses at old Stafford's whiskey still. As he glides into view, Crittenden shouts, 'Thar he goes!' For myself, I'm prepared. I've got one of these misguided cap and ball 6-shooters that's built durin' the war, and I cuts that hardware loose. This weapon seems a born profligate of lead, for the 6 chambers goes off together, which you should have seen the Chevy chasers dodge. And well they may, that broadside ain't in vain. My aim is so true that one of the rarmost dogs evolves a howl and rolls over. Then he sets up gnawin' and lickin' his off hind leg in frantic alternations. That hunt is done for him. We leaves him doctorin' himself and picks him up 2 hours later on our triumphant return. As I states, we harries that fugitive panther for 18 miles, and in our hot ardor founders 2 hosses. Fatigue and weariness begins to overpower us. Also our prey weakens along with the rest. In the half glimpses we now and again gets of him, it's plain that both pace and distance is tellin' fast. Still he presses on, and as thar's no spur like fear, that panther holds his distance. But the end comes. We've done run 'em into a rough, wild stretch of country where settlements is few and cabins rude. Of a sudden, the panther emerges onto the road and goes rackin' along the trail. We pushes our spent steeds to the utmost. Thar's a log house ahead. Out in the stump-filled lot in front is a frowsy woman and 5 small children. The panther leaps the rickety worm fence and heads straight as a bullet for the clearin'. Horrors! The sight freezes our marrows. Mad and savage, he's due to bite a hunk out'n that devoted household. Mutually callin' to each other, we goads our horses to the utmost. We gain on the panther. He may wound, but he won't have time to slay that family. Gents, it's a supreme moment. The panther makes for the female squatter and her litter, we pantin' and pressin' close behind. The panther is among 'em. The woman and the children seems transfixed by the awful spectacle, and stands rooted with open eyes and mouths. Our emotions shore beggars descriptions. Now ensues a scene to smite the hardiest of us with dismay. No sooner does the panther find himself in the midst of that helpless bevy of little ones than he stops, turns round abrupt, and sets down on his tail. And then upliftin' his muzzle he busts into shrieks and yells and howls and cries, a complete case of dog hysterics. That's what he is, a great yeller dog. His reason is now a rack because we harass him the 18 miles. Thar's a ugly outcast of a squatter, mattock in hand, comes tumblin' down the hillside from summers out back of the shanty where he's been grubbin'. "What be you all idiots chasin' my dog for?" demands his onkempt party. Then he menaces us with the implement. We make no retort but stands passive. The great orange brute whose nerves has been torn to rags creeps to the squatter and with mournful howls explains what we've made him suffer. No, thar's nothin' further to do and less to be said. That cavalcade, erstwhile so gala and buoyant, drags itself wearily homeward, the exhausted dogs in the r'ar walkin' stiff and sore like their legs is wood. For more'n a mile the complainin' howls of the hysterical yeller dog is wafted to our ears. Then they ceases, and we figgers his sympathizin' master has done took him into the shanty and shet the door. No one comments on this adventure, not a word is heard. Each is silent until we mounts the big Murray Hill. As we collects ourselves on this eminence, one of the Breckenridge boys holds up his hand for a halt. "Gents," he says, as hosses, hunters, and dogs, we all gathers round, "Gents, I moves you the Chevy Chase Huntin' Club hereby stands adjourned sine die." Thar's a moment's pause, and then, as by one impulse, every gent, hoss and dog, says aye. It's unanimous, and from that hour till now the Chevy Chase Huntin' Club ain't been nothin' save tradition. But that panther shore disappears. It's the end of his vandalage. And again does quadrilles, pryers, and poker resume their wonted sway. That's the end. And now, gents, if Blackjack will caper to his duties, we'll uplift our drooped energies with the usual 40 drops. End of Colonel Sterrett's Panther Hunt. Recording by Joe Mabry at www.ievoice.com.
Section 22 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Wouter Van Twiller by Washington Irving. It was in the year of our Lord, 1629, that Meyer Wouter van Twiller, was appointed governor of the province of New Netherlands. Under the commission and control of their high mightiness, the Lord States General of the United Netherlands, and the privileged West India Company. This renowned old gentleman arrived at New Amsterdam in the merry month of June, the sweetest month in all the year, when Dan Apollo seems to dance upon the transparent firmament, when the robin, the thrush, and 1,000 other wanton songsters make the woods to resound with amorous ditties, and the luxurious little Bob Lincoln revels among the clover blossoms of the meadows, all of which happy coincidence persuaded the old dames of New Amsterdam, who were skilled in the art of foretelling events, that this was to be a happy and prosperous administration. The renowned Wouter van Twiller was descended from a long line of Dutch burgomasters, who had successfully dozed away their life and grown fat upon the bench of magistrates in Rotterdam, and who had comported themselves with such singular wisdom and propriety that they were never either heard or talked of, which, next to being universally applauded, should be the object of all magistrates and rulers. There are two opposite ways by which some men make a figure in the world, one by talking faster than they think, and the other by holding their tongues and not thinking at all. By the first, many a smattered acquires the reputation of a man of quick parts. By the other, many a dunderpat, like the owl, the stupidest of birds, comes to be considered the very type of wisdom. This, by the way, is a casual remark, which I would not, for the universe, have it thought I applied to Governor Van Twiller. It is true, he was a man shut up within himself, like an oyster, and rarely spoke, except in monosyllables. But then it was allowed he seldom said a foolish thing. So invincible was his gravity that he was never known to laugh, or even to smile, through the whole course of a long and prosperous life. Nay, if a joke were uttered in his presence, that set light-minded hearers in a roar, it was observed to throw him in a state of perplexity. Sometimes he would inquire into the matter, and when, after much explanation, the joke was made as plain as a pikestaff, he would continue to smoke his pipe in silence, and at length, knocking out the ashes, would exclaim, "Well, I see nothing in all that to laugh about." With all his reflective habits, he never made up his mind on a subject. His adherents accounted for this by the astonishing magnitude of his ideas. He conceived every subject on so grand a scale that he had not room in his head to turn it over and examine both sides of it. Certainly it is, that if any matter were propounded to him on which ordinary mortals would rashly determine at a first glance, he would put on a vague, mysterious look, shake his capricious head, smoke some time in profound silence, and at length observe that he had his doubts about the matter, which gained him the reputation of a man slow of belief and not easily imposed upon. What is more, it gained him a lasting name, for to this habit of the mind has been attributed his surname of Twiller, which is said to be a corruption of the original Twidgefiller, or, in plain English, doubter. The person of this illustrious old gentleman was formed and proportioned as though it had been molded by the hands of some cunning Dutch statuary, as a model of majesty and lordly grandeur. He was exactly 5 feet 6 inches in height, and 6 feet 5 inches in circumference. His head was a perfect sphere, and of such stupendous dimensions that Dame Nature, with all her sex's ingenuity, would have been puzzled to construct a neck capable of supporting it. Wherefore she wisely declined the attempt, and settled it firmly on top of his backbone, just between the shoulders. His body was oblong, and particularly capricious at bottom, which was wisely ordered by Providence, seeing that he was a man of sedentary habits, and very averse to the idle labor of walking. His legs were short, but sturdy in proportion to the weight they had to sustain, so that when erect he had the appearance of a beer barrel on skids. His face, that infallible index of the mind, presented a vast expanse, and furrowed by those lines and angles which disfigure the human countenance with what is termed expression. Two small gray eyes twinkled feebly in the mist, like two stars of lesser magnitude in the hazy firmament, and his full-fed cheeks, which seemed to have taken toll on everything that went into his mouth, were curiously mottled and streaked with dusty red, like a Spitzenberg apple. His habits were as regular as his person. He daily took his 4 stated meals, exactly an hour to each. He smoked and doubted 8 hours, and he slept the remaining 12 of the 24. Such was the renowned Wouter Van Twiller, a true philosopher. For his mind was either elevated above, settled below, the cares and perplexities of this world. He had lived in it for years, without feeling the least curious to know whether the sun revolved around it, or it around the sun, and he had watched, for at least half a century, the smoke curling from his pipe to the ceiling, without once troubling his head with any of those numerous theories by which a philosopher would have perplexed his mind in according for its rising above the surrounding atmosphere. In his council he presided with great state and solemnity. He sat in a huge chair of solid oak, hewn in the celebrated forest of the Hague, fabricated by an experienced timberman of Amsterdam, and curiously carved about the arms and feet into exact imitations of a gigantic eagle's claws. Instead of a scepter, he swayed a long Turkish pipe, wrought with jasmine and amber, which had been presented to the stadtholder of Holland at the conclusion of a treaty with one of those petty Barbary powers. In this stately chair would he sit, and this magnificent pipe would he smoke, shaking his right knee with a constant motion, and fixing his eyes for hours together upon a little print of Amsterdam, which hung in a black frame against the opposite wall of the council chamber. Nay, it has been said that with any deliberation of extraordinary length and intricacy was on the carpet, the renowned Wouter would shut his eyes for a full 2 hours at a time, that he might not be disturbed by external objects, and at such times the internal commotion of his mind was evinced by certain regular guttural sounds, which his admirers declared were merely the noise of conflict, made by his contending doubts and opinions. It is with infinite difficulty I have been able to collect these biographical anecdotes of the great man under consideration. The facts representing him were so scattered and vague, and divers of them so questionable in point of authenticity, that I had to give up the search after many and decline the admission of still more, which would have tended to heighten the coloring of his portrait. I have been the more anxious to delineate fully the persons and habits of Wouter Van Twiller, from the consideration that he was not only the first, but also the best governor that ever presided over this ancient and respectable province. And so tranquil, benevolent was his reign, that I did not find throughout the whole of it a single instance of any offender being brought to punishment, a most indisputable sign of a merciful governor, and a case unparalleled, excepting in the reign of the illustrious King Log, from whom it is hinted the renowned Van Twiller was a lineal descendant. The very outset of the career of this excellent magistrate was distinguished by an example of legal acumen that gave flattering examples of a wise and equitable administration, the morning after he had been installed in office, and at the moment that he was making his breakfast from a prodigious earthen dish filled with milk and Indian pudding, he was interrupted by the appearance of Wandel Schoonover, a very important old burgher of New Amsterdam, who complained bitterly of one Baron Bleecker, inasmuch as he refused to come to a settlement of accounts. Seeing that there was a heavy balance in favor of the said Wandel, Governor Van Twiller, as I have already observed, was a man of few words. He was likewise a mortal enemy to multiplying writings, or being disturbed at his breakfast. Having listened attentively to the statement of Wandel Schoonover, given an occasional grunt as he shoveled a spoonful of Indian pudding into his mouth, either as a sign that he relished the dish, or comprehended the story, and he called unto him his constable, and pulling out of his breeches pants a huge jackknife, dispatched it at the defendant as a summons, accompanied by his tobacco box as a warrant. This summary process was as effectual in those simple days as was the seal ring of the great Harold Allrast among the true believers. The two parties being confronted before him, each produced a book of accounts, written in a language and character that would have puzzled any but a High Dutch commentator or a learned decipherer of Egyptian obelisks. The sage Wouter took them one after the other, and having poised them in his hand and attentively counting over the number of leaves, fell straightway into a great doubt, and smoked for half an hour without saying a word. At length, laying his finger beside his nose, and shutting his eyes for a moment, with an air of a man who just caught a subtle idea by the tail, he slowly took his pipe from his mouth, puffed forth a column of tobacco smoke, and with marvelous gravity and solemnity pronounced, that having carefully counted over the leaves and weighed the book, it was found that one was just as thick and heavy as the other. Therefore, it was the final opinion of the court that the accounts were equally balanced. Therefore, Wandel should give Barrett a receipt, and Barrett should give Wandel a receipt, and the constable should pay the costs. Now this decision, being straightway made known, diffused general joy throughout New Amsterdam, for the people immediately perceived that they had a wise and equitable magistrate to rule over them. But its happiest effect was, that not another lawsuit took place throughout the whole of his administration, and the office of constable fell into such decay that there was not one of those losel scouts known in the province for many years. I am the more particular in dwelling on this transaction, not only because it deemed it one of the most sage and righteous judgments on record, and well worthy of the attention of modern magistrates, but because it was a miraculous event in the history of the renowned Wouter, being the only time he was ever known to come to a decision in the whole course of his life. End of Wouter Van Twiller by Washington Irving. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Section 23 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Experiences of the A.C. by Bayard Taylor. Bridgeport, change cars for the Naugatuck Railroad, shouted the conductor on the New York and Boston express train on the evening of May 27th, 1858. Mr. Johnson, carpet bag in hand, jumped upon the platform, entered the office, purchased a ticket for Waterbury, and was soon whirling in the Naugatuck train down toward his destination. On reaching Waterbury in the soft spring twilight, Mr. Johnson walked up and down in front of the station, curiously scanning the faces of the assembled crowd. Presently he noticed a gentleman who was performing the same operation upon the faces of the alighting passengers. Throwing himself directly in the way of the latter, the two exchanged a steady gaze. "Is your name Billings? Is your name Johnson?" were simultaneous questions, followed by the simultaneous exclamation, "Ned! Enos!" And there was a crushing grasp of hands, repeated after a pause, in testimony of ancient friendship. And Mr. Billingsley, returning to practical life, asked, "Is that all your baggage? Come, I have a buggy here. Eunice has heard the whistle, and she'll be impatient to welcome you." The impatience of Eunice, Mrs. Billings, of course, was not of long duration. For 5 minutes thereafter she stood at the door of her husband's chocolate-colored villa, receiving his friend. J. Edward Johnson was a tall, thin gentleman of 45. A year before, some letters signed Foster, Kirkup and Company for Enos Billings had accidentally revealed to him the whereabouts of the old friend of his youth, with whom we now find him domiciled. "Enos," said he, as he stretched out his hand for the third cup of tea, which he had taken only for the purpose of prolonging the pleasant table chat, "I wonder which of us is most changed?" "Why, you, of course," said Mr. Billings, "with your brown face and big mustache. Your own brother wouldn't have known you if he had seen you last, as I did, with smooth cheeks and hair of unmerciful length. Why, not even your voice is the same." "Oh, that's easily accounted for," replied Mr. Johnson. "But in your case, Enos, I am puzzled to find where the difference lies. Your features seem to be so but little changed, now that I can examine them at leisure. Not the same face, but really, I never looked at you for so long a time in those days. I beg your pardon, you used to be so remarkably shy." Mr. Billings blushed slightly, and seemed at a loss what to answer. His wife, however, burst into merry laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, that was before the days of the A.C." He, catching the infection, laughed also. In fact, Mr. Johnson laughed, but without knowing why. "The A.C.!" said Mr. Billings. "Bless me, Eunice! How long has it been since we talked of that summer? I'd almost forgotten that there was an A.C. Well, the A.C. culminated in '45. You remember something of the Society of North Ridgeport? The last winter you were there. Abel Mallory, for instance." "Oh, let me think a moment," said Mr. Johnson, reflectively. "Really, it seems like looking back 100 years. Mallory, wasn't that the sentimental young man with wispy hair, tallow skin, and the big sweaty hands who used to be spouting Carlyle on the reading evenings at Sheldrake's? Yes, to be sure. And there was Hollins with his clerical face and infidel talk, and Pauline Ringtop, who used to say, 'The beautiful is the good.' I can still hear her shrill voice saying, 'Would that I were beautiful, would that I be fair.'" There was a hearty chorus of laughter at poor Miss Ringtop's expense. It harmed no one, however, for the tar weed was already becoming thick over her Californian grave. "Oh, I see," said Mr. Billings. "You still remember the absurdities of those days. In fact, I think you partially saw through them, but I was younger and far from being so clear-headed, and I looked upon those evenings at Sheldrake's as being equal, at least, to the symposia of Plato. Something in Mallory always repelled me. I detested the sight of his thick nose, with those flaring nostrils, and his coarse, half-formed lips of the bluish color of raw corned beef. But I looked upon those feelings as unreasonable prejudice, and strove to conquer them, seeing the admiration which he received from others. He was an oracle on the subject of nature, having eaten nothing for 2 years except graham bread and vegetables without salt, and fruits, fresh or dried. He considered himself to have attained an antediluvian purity of health. or that he would attain it so soon as 2 pimples on his left temple should have healed. These pimples he looked upon as a last feeble stand made by the pernicious juices left from the meat he had eaten and the coffee he had drunk. Well, his theory was that through a body so purged and purified, none but true and natural impulses could find access to the soul. Such indeed was the theory we all held. Sheldrake was a man of more pretense than real cultivation, as I afterwards discovered. He was in good circumstances, and always glad to receive us at his house, and this made him virtually the chief of our tribe, and the outlay for refreshments involved only apples from his own orchard and water from his well. Well, 'twas in the early part of '45, I think in April, when we were all gathered together discussing, as usual, the possibility of leading a life in accordance with nature. Abel Mallory was there, and Hollins, and Miss Ringtop, and Faith Levis with her knitting, and also Eunice Hazelton, a lady whom you have never seen, but you may take my wife as her representative. I wish I could recollect some of the speeches made on that occasion. Abel had but 1 pimple on his temple. There was a purple spot where the other one had been, and was estimating that in 2 or 3 months more he'd be a true unspoiled man. His complexion, nevertheless, was more clammy and whey-like than ever. "Yes," said he, "I am also an Arcadian. This false dual existence which I have been leading will soon be merged into the unity of nature. Our lives must conform to her sacred laws. Why can't we strip off those hollow shams?" He made great use of that word. "And be our true selves, pure, perfect, and divine." Sheldrake, however, turning to his wife, said, "Elvery, how many upstairs rooms is there in that house down on the Sound?" "4, besides 3 small ones under the roof." "Why, what made you think of that, Jessie?" she said. "I got an idea. While Abel's been talking," he answered. "We've taken a house for the summer down the other side of Bridgeport, right on the water, where there's good fishing and a fine view of the Sound. Now there's room enough for all of us, at least all that can make it. Abel, you and Enos and Pauline and Eunice might fix matters so that we could all take the place in partnership and pass summer together, living in a true, beautiful life in the bosom of nature. There we shall be perfectly free and untrampled by the chains which still hang around us in Norwich Port. You know how often we've wanted to be on some island in the Pacific Ocean where we could build up a true society right from the start. Now, here's a chance to try the experiment for a few months, anyhow." Eunice clapped her hands. "Yes, you did," and cried out, "Splendid, Arcadian! I'll give up my school by the summer." Abel Mallory, of course, did not need to have the proposal repeated. He was ready for anything which promised indolence and the indulgence of his sentimental tastes. I will do the fellow the justice to say that he was not a hypocrite. He firmly believed both in himself and his ideas, especially the former. He pushed both hands through the long wisp of his drab-colored hair, and threw his head back until his wide nostrils resembled a double door to his brain. "O nature," he said, "you have found your lost children. We shall obey your neglected laws. We shall hearken to your divine whispers. We shall bring you back from your ignominious exile and place you on your ancestral throne." The company was finally arranged to consist of the Sheldrakes, Hollins, Malloy, Mallory, Eunice, Miss Ringtop, and myself. We did not give much thought either to the preparations in advance, or to our mode of life when settled there. "What shall we call the place?" asked Eunice. "Arcadia," said Abel Mallory, rolling up his large green eyes. "Then," said Hollins, "let us constitute ourselves the Arcadia Club." "Aha!" interrupted Mr. Johnson. "I see. The A.C." "Yes, you see the A.C. now, but to understand it fully, You should have had a share in those Arcadian experiences. It was a lovely afternoon in June when we first approached Arcadia. Perkins Brown, Sheldrake's boy of all work, awaited us at the door. He had been sent on 2 or 3 days in advance to take charge of the house, and seemed to have had enough of the hermit life, for he hailed us with a wild whoop, throwing his straw hat halfway up one of the poplars. Perkins was a boy of 15, the child of poor parents who were satisfied to get him off their hands. Regardless as to what humanitarian theories might be tested upon him, as the Arcadian Club recognized no such thing as caste, he was always admitted to our meetings, and understood just enough of our conversation to excite a silly ambition in his rather slow mind. Our board that evening was really tempting. The absence of meat was compensated to us by the crisp and racy onions, and I craved only a little salt, which had been interdicted as a most pernicious substance. I sat at one corner of the table, besides Perkins Brown, who took an opportunity, while the others were engaged in conversation, to jog my elbow gently. As I turned towards him, he said nothing, but dropped his eyes significantly. Why, that little rascal had the lid of a blackening box filled with salt upon his knee, and was privately seasoning his onions and radishes. I blushed at the thought of my hypocrisy, but the onions were so much better that I couldn't help dipping into the lid with him. "Oh," said Eunice, "we must send for some oil and vinegar. This lettuce is very nice." "Oil and vinegar!" exclaimed Abel. "Why, yes," she said innocently. "They are both vegetable substances." Abel at first looked rather foolish, but quickly recovered himself and said, "All vegetable substances are not proper for food. You would not taste the poison oak or sit under the upas tree of Java." "Abel," Eunice rejoined, "how are we to distinguish what is best for us? How are we to know what vegetables to choose, or what animal and mineral substance to avoid?" "I will tell you," he answered, with a lofty air. "See here," pointing to his temple, where the second pimple, either from the change of air or because, in the excitement of the last few days, he had forgotten it was actually healed, "my blood is at last pure. The struggle between the natural and the unnatural is over, and I am beyond depraved influences of my former taste. My instincts are now, therefore, entirely pure also. What is good for man to eat? That I shall have a natural desire to eat. What is bad will be naturally repelled. How does the cow distinguish between the wholesome and the poisonous herbs of the meadow? And is man less than a cow, that he cannot cultivate his instincts to an equal point? Let me walk through the woods, and I can tell you every berry and root which God designed for food, though I don't know its name, and have never seen it before. I shall make use of my time, during our sojourn here, to test, by my purified instinct, every substance, animal, mineral, and vegetable, upon which the human race subsists, and to create a catalogue of true food of man. Our lazy life during the hot weather had become a little monotonous. The Arcadian plan had worked tolerably well on the whole, for there was very little for anyone to do, Mrs. Sheldrake and Perkins Brown excepted. Our conversation, however, lacked spirit and variety. We were, perhaps unconsciously, a little tired of hearing and assenting to the same sentiments, but one evening, about this time, Holland struck up a variation, the consequences of which he little foresaw. We had been reading one of Bulwer's books. The weather was too hot for psychology, and came upon this paragraph, or something like it. "And behind the veil we see the summer smile of the earth, enameled meadow, and limpid stream. But what hides she in her sunless heart? Caravan of serpents, or grottos of priceless gems? Youth, whose soul sits on thy countenance, thyself wearing no mask, Strive not to lift the mask of others. Be content with what thou seest, and waited time and experience shall teach thee to find jealousy behind the sweet smile, and hatred under the honey word. This seems to us a dark and bitter reflection, but one or another of us recalled some illustration of human hypocrisy, and the evidence by the simple fact of repetition gradually led to a division of opinion. Holland, Sheldrake, and Miss Ringtop on the dark side, and the rest of us on the bright. The last, however, contented herself with quoting from her favorite poet, Gamaliel J. Gawthrop. I look beyond thy brow's concealment. I see thy spirit dark revealment. Thy inner self betrayed I see, thy coward craven shivering me. We think we know one another, exclaimed Hollins. But do we? We see the faults of others, their weakness, their disagreeable qualities, and we keep silent. How much we should gain were candor as universal as concealment. Then each one, seeing himself as others see him, would truly know himself. How much misunderstanding might be avoided, how much hidden shame be removed. Hopeless because unspoken love made glad, honest admiration cheered for its object, utter sympathy mitigated misfortune. In short, how much brighter and happier the world would be if each one expressed everywhere and at all times his true and entire feeling. Why, even evil would lose half its power. There seemed to be so much practical wisdom in these views that we were all dazzled and half convinced at the start. So when Hollins, turning towards me, as he continued, exclaimed, Come, why should not this candor be adapted in our Arcadia? Will you, Enos, commence at once by telling me now to my face my principal faults? I answered, after a moment's reflection. You have a great deal of intellectual arrogance, and you are physically very indolent. He did not flinch from the self-invited test, though he looked a little surprised. Well put, said he, though I do not say that you are entirely correct. Now, what are my merits? Oh, you are clear-sighted, I answered, an earnest seeker after truth, and courageous in the avowal of your thoughts. This restored the balance, and we soon began to confess our private faults and weaknesses, though the confessions did not go very deep, no one betraying anything that we did not already know. Yet there were sufficient to strengthen Rollins in his new idea, and it was unanimously resolved that candor should thenceforth be the main charm of our Arcadian life. The next day Abel, who had resumed his researches after the true food, came home to supper with a healthier color than I had ever seen before on his face. Do you know, he said, looking shyly at Hollins, that I began to think beer must be a natural beverage. There was an auction in the village today, and I passed through, and I stopped at a cake stand to get a glass of water. It was very hot. There was no water, only beer, so I thought I would try a glass, simply as an experiment. Really, the flavor was very agreeable, and it occurred to me on the way home that all the elements contained in beer are vegetable. Besides, fermentation is a natural process. I think the question has never been properly tested before. But the alcohol, exclaimed Hollins. I could not distinguish any, either by taste or smell. I know that chemical analysis is said to show it, but may not the alcohol be created somehow during the analysis? The rest of us were much diverted. It was a pleasant relief to see our monotonous amability. Abel, however, had a stubborn streak in his character. The next day he sent Perkins Brown to Bridgeport for a dozen bottles of beer. Perkins, either intentionally or by mistake, I always suspect the former, brought pint bottles of Scotch ale, which he placed in the coolest part of the cellar. The evening happened to be exceedingly hot and sultry. and as we were all fanning ourselves and talking languidly, Abel bethought him of his beer. In his thirst, he drank the contents of the first bottle, almost at a single draught. "The effect of beer," said he, "depends I think, on the commixture of the nourishing principles of the grain with the cooling properties of water. Perhaps hereafter a liquid food of the same character may be invented, which shall save us from mastication and all the diseases of the teeth." Hollins and Sheldrake, at his invitation, divided a bottle between them, and he took a second. The potent beverage was not long in acting on a brain so unaccustomed to its influence. He grew unusually talkative and sentimental in a few minutes. "Oh, sing, somebody," he sighed in a hoarse rapture. "The night was made for song. Miss Ringtop, nothing loath, immediately commence, when stars in the quiet skies." But scarcely had she finished the first verse before Abel interrupted her. "Candor is the order of the day, isn't it?" he asked. "Yes, yes," two or three answered. "Well, then," said he, candidly, "Pauline, you've got the darndest squeaky voice." Miss Ringtop gave a faint little scream of horror. "Oh, never mind," he continued. "We act according to impulse, don't we? And I've the impulse to swear, and it's right. Let nature have her way. Listen, damn. I never knew it was so easy. Why, there's a pleasure in it. Try it, Pauline. Try it on me." "Oh!" was all Miss Ringtop could utter. "Abel," exclaimed Hollins, "the beer has gotten into your head." "No, it isn't beer, it's candor," said Abel. "It's your own proposal, Hollins. Suppose it's evil to swear. Isn't it better I should express it and be done with it, than keep it bottled up to ferment in my mind? Oh, you're a consistent old humbug, you are." And therewith he jumped off the stoop and went dancing awkwardly down toward the water, singing in a most unmelodious voice, "It's home where the heart is." We had an unusually silent breakfast the next morning. Abel scarcely spoke, which the others attributed to a natural feeling of shame after his display of the previous evening. Hollins and Sheldrake discussed temperance, with a special view toward his edification, and Miss Ringtop favored us with several quotations about the maddening bowl, but he paid no attention to them. The forenoon was overcast, with frequent showers. Each one occupied his or her room until dinner time, when we met again with something of the old geniality. It was an evident effort to restore our former flow of good feeling, and Abel's experience with the beer was freely discussed. He insisted strongly that he had not been laboring under its effect, and proposed a mutual test. He, Sheldrake, and Rollins were to drink it in equal measures, and compare observations as to their physical sensations. The others agreed quite willingly, I thought, but I refused. There was a sound of loud voices as we approached the stoop. Rollins and Sheldrake and his wife, Abel Mallory, were sitting together near the door. Perkins Brown, as usual, was crouched on the lowest step, with one leg over the other, and rubbing the top of his boot with a vigor which betrayed me to some secret mirth. He looked up at me from under his straw hat with the grin of a malicious Puck, glanced toward the group, and made a curious gesture with his thumb. There were several empty pint bottles on the stoop. "Now, are you sure you can bear the test?" we heard Hollins ask as we approached. "Bear it? Why, to be sure," replied Sheldrake. "If I couldn't bear it, or if you couldn't, your theory's done for. Try. I can stand it as long as you can." "Well, then," said Hollins, "I think you are a very ordinary man. I derive no intellectual benefit from my intercourse with you. But your house is convenient to me. I'm under no obligation for your hospitality. However, because my company is an advantage to you, indeed, if I were treated according to my deserts, you couldn't do enough for me." Mrs. Sheldrake was up in arms. "Indeed," she exclaimed, "I think you get as good as you deserve, and more too." "Elvira," said he, with a benevolent condescension, I have no doubt you think so, for your mind belongs to the lowest and most material sphere. You have your place in nature, and you fill it. But it is not for you to judge of intellects, which move only on the upper planes. Hollins, said Sheldrake, Elviry's a good wife and a sensible woman, and I won't allow you to turn your nose at her. Oh, I'm not surprised, he answered, that you should fail to stand the test. I didn't expect it. Let me try it on you, cried Sheldrake. You, now, have some intellect. I don't deny that, but not so much by a long shot as you think you have. Besides that, you're awfully selfish in your opinions. You won't admit that anybody can be right who differs from you. You sponged on me for a long time, but I suppose I've learned something from you, so we'll call it even, I think. However, that what you call acting according to impulse is simply an excuse to cover your own laziness. Gosh, that's it, interrupted Perkins, jumping up. Then, recollecting himself, he sank down on the stairs again and shook with a suppressed ho-ho-ho. Hollins, however, drew himself up with an exasperated air. Sheldrake, said he, I pity you. I always knew your ignorance, but I thought you honest in your human character, and never suspected of you of envy and malice. However, the true reformer must expect to be misunderstood and misrepresented by meaner minds. That love which I bear to all creatures teaches me to forgive you. Without such love, all plans of progress must fail. Is it not so, Abel? Sheldrake could only ejaculate the word, pity, forgive, in his most contemptuous tone, while Mrs. Sheldrake, rocking violently in her chair, gave utterances to the peculiar cluckings, tis, 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 whereby certain women express emotions too deep for words. Abel, roused by Holland's question, answered with a sudden energy. Love? There's no love in the world. Where will you find it? Tell me, and I'll go there. Love? I'd like to see it. If all human hearts were like mine, we might have an Arcadia. But most men have no hearts. The world is a miserable, hollow, deceitful shell of vanity and hypocrisy. No, let us give up. We were born before our times. This age is not worthy of us. Holland stared at the speaker in utter amazement. Sheldrake gave a long whistle and finally gasped out, Well, what next? None of us were prepared for such a sudden and complete wreck of our Arcadian scheme. The foundations had been sapped before, it is true, but we have not perceived it, and now in 2 short days the whole edifice tumbled about our ears. Though it was inevitable, we felt a shock of sorrow. A silence fell upon us. Only that scamp of a Perkins Brown, chuckling and rubbing his boot, really rejoiced. I could have kicked him. We all went to bed, feeling that the charm of our Arcadian life was over. In the first revulsion of feelings, I was perhaps unjust to my associates. I see now more clearly. The cause of those vagaries, which originated in a genuine aspiration and failed from an ignorance of the true nature of man, quite as much as from the egotism of the individuals. Other attempts at reorganizing society were made about the same time by men of culture and experience. But in the A.C., we had neither. Our leaders had caught a few half-truths which, in their minds, were speedily warped into errors. End of the experiences of the A.C. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan.
Section 24 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. What Mr. Robinson Thinks by James Russell Lowell. Governor B. is a sensible man. He stays to his home and looks arter his folks. He draws his fur as straight as he can, and into nobody's tater patch pokes. But John P. Robinson, he says he won't vote for Governor B. My, ain't it terrible? What shall we do? We can't never choose him, of course, that's flat. Guess we shall have to come round, don't you? And go in for thunder and guns and all that. For John P. Robinson, he says he won't vote for Governor B. General C. is a dreffle smart man. He's been on all sides that give places or pelf, but consistency still was a part of his plan. He's been true to one party, and that is himself. So John P. Robinson, he says he shall vote for General C. General C. goes in for the war. He don't vally principle more'n an old cud. What did God make us rational creatures for but glory and gunpowder, plunder and blood? So John P. Robinson, he says he shall vote for General C. We were getting on nicely up here to our village, with good old idees of what's right and what ain't. We kind of thought Christ went agin war and pillage, and that epaulets weren't the best mark of a saint. But John P. Robinson, he says this kind of thing's an exploded idee. The side of our country must allers be took, and President Polk, you know, he is our country, and the angel that writes all our sins in a book puts the debit to him, and to us the per contrary. And John P. Robinson, he says this is his view of the thing, to a T. Parson Wilbur, he calls all these arguments lies, says they're nothing on earth but just fee-faw-fum, and that all this big talk of our destinies is half on it ignorance, and t'other half rum. But John P. Robinson, he says it ain't no such thing, and, of course, so must we. Parson Wilbur says he never heerd in his life that the apostles rigged out in their swaller-tail coats and marched round in front of a drum and a fife to get some on 'em office and some on 'em votes. But John P. Robinson, he says they don't know everything down in Judee. While it's a mercy we got folks to tell us the rights and the wrongs of these matters, I vow. God sends country lawyers and other wise fellers to start the world's team when it gets in a slough. For John P. Robinson, he says the world will go right if he hollers out Gee. End of What Mr. Robinson Thinks. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 25 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Phil Chenevert. The Day We Do Not Celebrate by Robert J. Burdett. One famous day in great July, John Adams said long years gone by, "This day that makes a people free shall be the people's jubilee, with games, guns, sports, and shows displayed, with bells, pomp, bonfires, and parade, throughout this land from shore to shore, from this time forth for evermore." The years passed on, and by, men's hearts grew cold in hot July, and Mayor Hawarden Tremoldalay said, "Of rockets I am sore afraid, and if you send one up ablaze, I'll send you up for 60 days." Then said the Mayor O'Shea McQuaid, "There is no need for no parade." And Mayor Hans von Schwarzenmeyer proclaimed, "I'll have me no bonfire." Said Mayor Baptiste Raphael, "No make a ring a da bell." "By gar," cried Mayor Jean Crapaud, "this July games will has to go." And Mayor Knud Christopherson said, "This to him who fires a gun." At last cried Mayor One Lung Lee, "Too muchy hoopala boobaree." And so the Yankee holiday of proclamations passed away. End of The Day We Do Not Celebrate.
Section 26 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Yankee Doodle Doo by S.E. Kaiser. When Charlie swung his golf sticks on the links, or knocked the tennis ball across the net, with his bangs done up in cunning little kinks, when he wore the tallest collar he could get, oh, it was the fashion then to impale him on the pen, to regard him as a being made of putty through and through. But his racket's laid away, he is roughing it today, and heroically proving that the Yankee Doodle Doo. When Algy, as some knight of old arrayed, was the leading figure at the fancy ball, we loathed him for the silly part he played. He was set down as a monkey, that was all. Oh, we looked upon him then as unfit to class with men, as one whose heart was putty, and whose brains were made of glue. But he's thrown his cane away, and he grasps a gun today, while the world beholds him, knowing that the Yankee Doodle Doo. When Clarence cruised about upon his yacht, or drove out with his footman through the park, his mamma, it was generally thought, ought to have him in her keeping after dark. Oh, we ridiculed him then, we impaled him on the pen. We thought he was effeminate. We dubbed him Sissy, too. But he nobly marched away. He is eating pork today, and heroically proving that the Yankee Doodle Doo. How they hurled themselves against the angry foe, in the jungle and the trenches on the hill. When the word to charge was given, every dude was on the go. He was there to die, to capture, or to kill. Oh, he struck his level when men were called upon again, to preserve the ancient glory of the old red, white, and blue. He has thrown his spats away. He is wearing spurs today, and the world will please take notice that the Yankee Doodle Doo. End of the Yankee Doodle Doo. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 27 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Section 27. Spelling Down the Master by Edward Eggleston. "I 'low," said Mrs. Means, as she stuffed the tobacco into her cob pipe after supper on that eventful Wednesday evening, "I 'low they'll app'int the Squire to gen out the words tonight. They most always do, you see, 'case he's the peartest old man in this deestrict, and I 'low some of the young fellers would have to get up and dust ef they would keep up to him. And he uses sech remarkable smart words. He speaks so polite, too. But laws, don't I remember when he was poorer nor Job's turkey? 20 year ago, when he come to these here diggin's, that air Squire Hawkins was a poor Yankee schoolmaster that said pail instead of bucket, and that called a cow, and that couldn't tell to save his gizzard what we meant by low and by right smart. But he's larnt our ways now, and he's jest as civilized as the rest of us. You wouldn't know he'd ever been a Yankee. He didn't stay poor long, not he. He just married a right rich girl. He he." And the old woman grinned at Ralph, and then at Mirandy, and then at the rest, until Ralph shuddered. Nothing was so frightful to him as to be fawned on by this grinning ogre, whose few lonesome blackish teeth seemed ready to devour him. "He didn't stay poor, you bet a house." And with this the coal was deposited on the pipe, and the lips began to crack like parchment as each puff of smoke escaped. "He married rich, you see." And here another significant look at the young master, and another fond look at Mirandy, as she puffed away reflectively. "His wife hadn't no book larnin'. She'd been through the spellin' book onct, and had got as fur as asperity on it a second time. But she couldn't read a word when she was married, and never could. She warn't overly smart. She hadn't hardly got the sense the law allows. but schools was scarce in them air days, and besides, book larnin' don't do no good to a woman, makes her stuck up. I never knowed but one gal in my life as had ciphered into fractions, and she was so doggone stuck up that she turned up her nose one night at an apple peeling because I tuck a sheet off the bed to splice out the tablecloth, which was ruther short, and the sheet was most clean, too. Hadn't been slep on more'n onct or twicet, but I was goin' fer to say that when Squire Hawkins married Virginny Gray he got a heap o' money, or what's the same thing, mostly a heap o' good land, and that's better'n book larnin', says I. Ef a gal had gone clean through all eddication, and got to the rule of three itself, that wouldn't buy a feather bed. Squire Hawkins jest put eddication agin the gal's farm, and traded even, and if airy one of 'em got swindled, I never heerd no complaints." And here she looked at Ralph in triumph, her hard face splintering into the hideous semblance of a smile, and Mirandy cast a blushing, gushing, all imploring, and all confiding look on the young master. "I say, old woman," broke in old Jack, "I say, what is all this here spouting about the square fur?" And old Jack, having bit off an ounce of pigtail, returned the plug to his pocket. As for Ralph, he fell into a sort of terror. He had a guilty feeling that this speech of the old lady's had somehow committed him beyond recall to Mirandy. He did not see visions of breach of promise suits, but he trembled at the thought of an avenging big brother. "Hanner, you can come along too, if you're a mind, when you get the dishes washed," said Mrs. Means to the bound girl as she shut and latched the back door. The Means family had built a new house in front of the old one, as a sort of advertisement of bettered circumstances, an eruption of shoddy feeling, but when the new building was completed they found themselves unable to occupy it for anything else than a lumber room, and so, except a parlor which Mirandy had made an effort to furnish a little, in hope of the blissful time when somebody should "set up" with her of evenings, the new building was almost unoccupied, and the family went in and out through the back door, which, indeed, was the front door also, for, according to a curious custom, the front of the house was placed toward the south, though the big road, Hoosier for highway, ran along the northwest side, or rather past the northwest corner of it. When the old woman had spoken thus to Hannah and had latched the door, she muttered, "That gal don't never show no gratitude for favors," to which Bud rejoined that he didn't think she had no great sight to be particular thankful fur. To which Mrs. Means made no reply, thinking it best, perhaps, not to wake up her dutiful son on so interesting a theme as her treatment of Hannah. Ralph felt glad that he was this evening to go to another boarding place. He should not hear the rest of the controversy. Ralph walked to the schoolhouse with Bill. They were friends again, for when Hank Banta's ducking and his dogged obstinacy in sitting in his wet clothes had brought on a serious fever, Ralph had called together the big boys and had said, "We must take care of one another, boys. Who will volunteer to take turns sitting up with Henry?" He put his own name down, and all the rest followed. "William Means and myself will sit up tonight," said Ralph, and poor Bill had been from that moment the teacher's friend. He was chosen to be Ralph's companion. He was Puppy Means no longer. Hank could not be conquered by kindness, and the teacher was made to feel the bitterness of his resentment long after. But Bill Means was for the time entirely placated, and he and Ralph went to spelling school together. Every family furnished a candle. There were yellow dips and white dips, burning, smoking, and flaring. There was laughing and talking and giggling and simpering and ogling and flirting and courting. What a full dress party is to Fifth Avenue, a spelling school is to Hoopole County. It is an occasion which is metaphorically inscribed with this legend: "Choose your partners." Spelling is only a blind in Hoopole County, as is dancing on Fifth Avenue. But as there are some in society who love dancing for its own sake, so in Flat Creek district there were those who loved spelling for its own sake, and who, smelling the battle from afar, had come to try their skill in this tournament, hoping to freshen the laurels they had won in their school days. "I allow," said Mr. Means, speaking as the principal school trustee, "I allow our friends the Squire is jest the man to boss this 'ere consarn tonight. If nobody objects, I'll appoint him. Come, Squire, don't be bashful. Walk up to the trial, fodder or no fodder, as the man said to his donkey." There was a general giggle at this, and many of the young swains took occasion to nudge the girls alongside them, ostensibly for the purpose of making them see the joke, but really for the pure pleasure of nudging. The Greeks figured Cupid as naked, probably because he wears so many disguises that they could not select a costume for him. The Squire came to the front. Ralph made an inventory of the agglomeration, which bore the name of Squire Hawkins, as follows: 1. A swallow tail coat of indefinite age, worn only on state occasions, when its owner was called to figure in his public capacity. Either the Squire had grown too large, or the coat too small. 2. A pair of black gloves, the most phenomenal, abnormal, and unexpected apparition conceivable in Flat Creek district, where the preachers wore no coats in the summer, and where a black glove was never seen except on the hands of the Squire. 3. A wig of that dirty waxen color so common to wigs. This one showed a continual inclination to slip off the owner's smooth bald pate, and the Squire had frequently to adjust it. As his hair had been red, the wig did not accord with his face, and the hair ungrayed was doubly discordant with a countenance shriveled by age. 4. A semicircular row of whiskers hedging the edge of the jaw and chin. These were dyed a frightful dead black, such a color as belonged to no natural hair or beard that ever existed. At the roots there was a quarter of an inch of white, giving the whiskers the appearance of having been stuck on. 5. A pair of spectacles, with tortoise-shell rim, wont to slip off. 6. A glass eye, purchased of a peddler, and differing in color from its natural mate, perpetually getting out of focus by turning in or out. 7. A set of false teeth, badly fitted, and given to bobbing up and down. 8. The Squire proper, to whom these patches were loosely attached. It is an old story that a boy wrote home to his father begging him to come west because mighty mean men get into office out here, but Ralph concluded that some Yankees had taught school in Hoopole County who would not have held a high place in the educational institutions of Massachusetts. Hawkins had some New England idioms, but they were well overlaid by a Western pronunciation. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, shoving up his spectacles and sucking his lips over his white teeth to keep them in place. "Ladies and gentlemen, young men and maidens, really I'm obleeged to Mr. Means fur this honor." And the Squire took both hands and turned the top of his head round half an inch. Then he adjusted his spectacles. Whether he was obliged to Mr. Means for the honor of being compared to a donkey was not clear. I feel in the inmost compartments of my animal spirits a most happifying sense of the success and futility of all my endeavors to sarve the people of Flat Creek deestrict and the people of Tompkins Township in my weak way and manner. This burst of eloquence was delivered with a constrained air and an apparent sense of a danger that he, Squire Hawkins, might fall to pieces in his weak way and manner, and of the success and futility of all attempts at reconstruction. For by this time the ghastly pupil of the left eye, which was black, was looking away round to the left, while the little blue one on the right twinkled cheerfully toward the front. The front teeth would drop down so that the Squire's mouth was kept nearly closed, and his words whistled through. I feel as if I could be grandiloquent on this interesting occasion, twisting his scalp round, but really I must forego any such exertions. It is spelling you want. Spelling is a cornerstone, the grand underlying subterfuge of a good education. I put the spelling book prepared by the great Daniel Webster alongside the Bible. I do, really. I think I may put it ahead of the Bible, for if it weren't fur spelling books and sich occasions as these, where would the Bible be? I should like to know. The man who got up, who compounded this work of inextricable value, was a benefactor to the whole human race, or any other. Here the spectacles fell off. The squire replaced them in some confusion, gave the top of his head another twist, and felt of his glass eye, while poor Shocky stared in wonder, and Betsy Short rolled from side to side in the efforts to suppress her giggle. Mrs. Means and the other old ladies looked the applause they could not speak. "I p'int Larkin Lanham and Jeems Buchanan for captains," said the squire, and the two young men thus named took a stick and tossed it from hand to hand to decide which should have the first choice. One tossed the stick to the other, who held it fast just where he happened to catch it. Then the first placed his hand above the second, and so the hands were alternately changed to the top. The one who held the stick last, without room for the other to take hold, had gained the lot. This was tried 3 times. As Larkin held the stick twice out of 3 times, he had the choice. He hesitated a moment. Everybody looked toward tall Jim Phillips, but Larkin was fond of a venture of unknown seas, and so he said, "I take the master," while a buzz of surprise ran round the room, and the captain of the other side, as if afraid his opponent would withdraw the choice, retorted quickly, and with a little smack of exultation and defiance in his voice, "And I take James Phillips." And soon all present, except a few of the old folks, found themselves ranged in opposing hosts, the poor spellers lagging in, with what grace they could, at the foot of the 2 divisions. The squire opened his spelling book and began to give out the words to the 2 captains, who stood up and spelled against each other. It was not long until Larkin spelled "really" with 1 L, and had to sit down in confusion, while a murmur of satisfaction ran through the ranks of the opposing forces. His own side bit their lips. The slender figure of the young teacher took the place of the fallen leader, and the excitement made the house very quiet. Ralph dreaded the loss of prestige he would suffer if he should be easily spelled down, and at the moment of rising he saw in the darkest corner the figure of a well-dressed young man sitting in the shadow. Why should his evil genius haunt him? But by a strong effort he turned his attention away from Dr. Small, and listened carefully to the words which the squire did not pronounce very distinctly, spelling them with extreme deliberation. This gave him an air of hesitation which disappointed those on his own side. They wanted him to spell with a dashing assurance, but he did not begin a word until he had mentally felt his way through it. After 10 minutes of spelling hard words, James Buchanan, the captain on the other side, spelled atrocious with an S instead of a C, and subsided, his first choice, James Phillips, coming up against the teacher. This brought the excitement to fever heat, for though Ralph had chosen first, it was entirely on trust, and most of the company were disappointed. The champion who now stood up against the schoolmaster was a famous speller. Jim Phillips was a tall, lank, stoop-shouldered fellow who had never distinguished himself in any other pursuit than spelling. Except in this one art of spelling he was of no account. He could not catch well or bat well in ball. He could not throw well enough to make his mark in that famous Western game of bullpen. He did not succeed well in any study but that of Webster's Elementary. But in that he was, to use the usual Flat Creek locution, in that he was a hoss. This genius for spelling is in some people a sixth sense, a matter of intuition. Some spellers are born, and not made, and their facility reminds one of the mathematical prodigies that crop out every now and then to bewilder the world. Bud Means, foreseeing that Ralph would be pitted against Jim Phillips, had warned his friend that Jim could spell like thunder and lightning, and that it took a powerful smart speller to beat him, for he knew a heap of spelling book. To have spelled down the master is next thing to having whipped the biggest bully in Hoopole County, and Jim had spelled down the last three masters. He divided the hero worship of the district with Bud Means. For half an hour the Squire gave out hard words. What a blessed thing our crooked orthography is! Without it there could be no spelling schools. As Ralph discovered his opponent's mettle, he became more and more cautious. He was now satisfied that Jim would eventually beat him. The fellow evidently knew more about the spelling book than old Noah Webster himself. As he stood there, with his dull face and long, sharp nose, his hands behind his back, and his voice spelling infallibly, it seemed to Hartsook that his superiority must lie in his nose. Ralph's cautiousness answered a double purpose. It enabled him to tread surely, and it was mistaken by Jim for weakness. Phillips was now confident that he should carry off the scalp of the fourth schoolmaster before the evening was over. He spelled eagerly, confidently, brilliantly. Stoop-shouldered as he was, he began to straighten up. In the minds of all the company the odds were in his favor. He saw this, and became ambitious to distinguish himself by spelling without giving the matter any thought. Ralph always believed that he would have been speedily defeated by Phillips had it not been for two thoughts which braced him. The sinister shadow of young Dr. Small sitting in the dark corner by the water bucket nerved him. A victory over Phillips was a defeat to one who wished only ill to the young schoolmaster. The other thought that kept his pluck alive was the recollection of Bull. He approached a word as Bull approached the raccoon. He did not take hold until he was sure of his game. When he took hold, it was with a quiet assurance of success. As Ralph spelled in this dogged way for half an hour the hardest words the Squire could find, the excitement steadily rose in all parts of the house, and Ralph's friends even ventured to whisper that maybe Jim had cotched his match after all. But Phillips never doubted of his success. "Theodolite," said the Squire. T-H-E. The O-D. Odd. T-H-E-O-D-O. T-H-E-O-D-O-L-Y-T-E. T-H-E-O-D-O-L-I-T-E, spelled the champion. "Next," said the Squire, nearly losing his teeth in his excitement. Ralph spelled the word slowly and correctly, and the conquered champion sat down in confusion. The excitement was so great for some minutes that the spelling was suspended. Everybody in the house had shown sympathy with one or the other of the combatants, except the silent shadow in the corner. It had not moved during the contest, and did not show any interest now in the result. "Gee willikey crickets! Thunder and lightning! Licked him all to smash," said Bud, rubbing his hands on his knees. "That beats my time, I'll holler." And Betsy Short giggled until her tuck comb fell out, though she was not on the defeated side. Shocky got up and danced with pleasure. But one suffocating look from the aqueous eyes of Mirandy destroyed the last spark of Ralph's pleasure in his triumph, and sent that awful below-zero feeling all through him. "He's powerful smart, is the master," said old Jack to Mr. Pete Jones. "He'll beat the whole kit and tuck of 'em afore he's through. I knowed he was smart. That's the reason I took him," proceeded Mr. Means. "Yas, but he don't lick enough, not nigh," answered Pete Jones. "No lickin', no larnin', says I." It was now not so hard. The other spellers on the opposite side went down quickly under the hard words which the Squire gave out. The master had mowed down all but a few, his opponents had given up the battle, and all had lost their keen interest in a contest to which there could be but one conclusion, for there were only the poor spellers left. But Ralph Hartsook ran against a stump where he was least expecting it. It was the Squire's custom, when one of the smaller scholars or poorer spellers rose to spell against the master, to give out 8 or 10 easy words, that they might have some breathing spell before being slaughtered, and then to give a poser or two, which soon settled them. He let them run a little, as a cat does a doomed mouse. There was now but one person left on the opposite side, and as she rose in her blue calico dress, Ralph recognized Hannah, the bound girl at old Jack Means's. She had not attended school in the district, and had never spelled in spelling school before, and was chosen last as an uncertain quantity. The squire began with easy words of 2 syllables, from that page of Webster so well known to all who ever thumbed it, as Baker, from the word that stands at the top of the page. She spelled these words in an absent and uninterested manner. As everybody knew that she would have to go down as soon as this preliminary skirmishing was over, everybody began to get ready to go home, and already there was the buzz of preparation. Young men were timidly asking girls if they could see them safe home, which was the approved formula, and were trembling in mortal fear of the mitten. Presently the squire, thinking it time to close the contest, pulled his scalp forward, adjusted his glass eye, which had been examining his nose long enough, and turned over the leaves of the book to the great words at the place known to spellers as incomprehensibility, and began to give out those words of 8 syllables with the accent on the 6th. Listless scholars now turned round, and ceased to whisper, in order to be in at the master's final triumph. But to their surprise, old Miss Means's white nigger, as some of them called her in allusion to her slavish life, spelled these great words with as perfect ease as the master. Still not doubting the result, the squire turned from place to place and selected all the hard words he could find. The school became utterly quiet. The excitement was too great for the ordinary buzz. Would Means's Hanner beat the master that had laid out Jim Phillips? Everybody's sympathy was now turned to Hannah. Ralph noticed that even Shocky had deserted him, and that his face grew brilliant every time Hannah spelled a word. In fact, Ralph deserted himself. As he saw the fine timid face of the girl so long oppressed flush and shine with interest, as he looked at the rather low but broad and intelligent brow and the fresh white complexion, and saw the rich womanly nature coming to the surface under the influence of applause and sympathy, he did not want to beat. If he had not felt that a victory would insult her, he would have missed intentionally. The bulldog, the stern, relentless setting of the will, had gone, he knew not whither, and there had come in its place, as he looked in that face, a something which he did not understand. You did not, gentle reader, the first time it came to you. The squire was puzzled. He had given out all the hard words in the book. He again pulled the top of his head forward. Then he wiped his spectacles and put them on. Then, out of the depths of his pocket, he fished up a list of words just coming into use in those days, words not in the spelling book. He regarded the paper attentively with his blue right eye. His black left eye, meanwhile, fixed itself in such a stare on Mirandy Means that she shuddered and hid her eyes in her red silk handkerchief. Daguerreotype, sniffed the squire. It was Ralph's turn. D-A-U. D-A-U. Next. And Hannah spelled it right. Such a buzz followed that Betsy Short's giggle could not be heard, but Shocky shouted, "Hanner beat! My Hanner spelled down the master!" And Ralph went over and congratulated her. And Dr. Small sat perfectly still in the corner. And then the squire called them to order, and said, "As our friend Hanner Thompson is the only one left on her side, she will have to spell against nearly all on t'other side. I shall therefore take the liberty of procrastinating the completion of this interesting and exacting contest until tomorrow evening. I hope our friend Hanner may again carry off the Cyprus crown of glory. There is nothing better for us than healthful and kindly simulation." Dr. Small, who knew the road to practice, escorted Mirandy, and Bud went home with somebody else. The others of the Means family hurried on, while Hannah, the champion, stayed behind a minute to speak to Shocky. Perhaps it was because Ralph saw that Hannah must go alone that he suddenly remembered having left something which was of no consequence, and resolved to go round by Mr. Means's and get it. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. Myopia by Wallace Rice. As down the street he took his stroll, he cursed, for all he is a saint. He saw a sign atop a pole as down the street he took a stroll, and climbed it up, near-sighted soul, so he could read, and read, fresh paint. As down the street he took a stroll, he cursed, for all he is a saint. End of Myopia. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 29 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Anatole Dubois et the Horse Show by Wallace Bruce Amsbury. My wife and me, we read so much in paper here of late about Chicago Horse Show, we remember day and date. We make it up together that we go and see that show. There's something there, we find it out, maybe we want to know. We leave the little farm a while, that's near the Bourbonnais. We're soon up to Chicago town for spend the night and day. I never lock that busy place, it's most too swift for me. We waste no time, but got to place that we is come to see. We pay the price for take us in. They give me 2 tickets. Charlotte and me, we come to see the horse show now, you bet. We soon got in it very much. The push, I think you call, to inside of the big building. We're going to see it all. The Colosseum is the place they make the horse show there. 5 times so big than any barn at Bourbonnais by gar. I'm look around for place they have for them to pitch the hay. I guess it's out of sight, I think. There's one man to me say, and then we walk around and round, some horses for to see. There's pretty womens, lots of them. But for the life of me, I cannot see the trotter nag, or what's called thoroughbred. I wonder if we make mistake, got in wrong place instead. But Charlotte is not disappoint. Her eyes, they shine so bright. It's when she see them women's folks, they dance with much delight. I then was take a look myself on ladies with fine dress. There's nothing else in that whole place that is so interest. I say, Charlotte, say I to her, that lady in the box seat, across the way was one big swell, her beauty's hard to beat. They one got that funny eyeglass upon a little stick. I think she is most fine looking when she bow and speak. It's pretty dress that she's got on. I like the polonaise, where bodice is all mixed up, with jabot all the ways. That's hang in front with pleats all round. It's one fine tableau. And then Charlotte, she turned to me and asked me how I know so much about the big horse show, which we are come for see. And then I up and told her there that I had come to be expert on information-y. Read paper, I find out that all is in the horses show, and what's it all about. I point to lady in next box. She's fix up mighty well. I wish I could have words enough what she had on to tell. The first part it was nothing much. From cloth it was quite free. Like fleur-de-lis at Easter time, most beautiful to see. And then there is commence a line of fluffy cream soufflé. My wife it make her very diz, she's not a word to say. And then come yard of crêpe de chine, with omelette stripe beneath, and fill it up with fine whipped jewels and concertina pleat. Mon Dieu, and who would ever think that horse show was like this? A horse show there without no horse, I think that's strange business. But I suppose after the man the dry goods bill the pay, there's nothing left to spend on horse until some other day. I tell you, every hour you leave, you find out something new. And now I have some words to tell, some good it might do you. It's mighty funny, the advice I'm give to you, of course, but never go to horse's show expecting to see horse. End of Anatole Dubois at the Horse Show. Recording by Phil Chenevert.
Section 30 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Leeson. The Champion Checker Player of America, by James Whitcomb Riley. Of course, as far as checker playin's concerned, you can't jest exactly claim it lots makes fortunes and lots gets busted at it, but still it's only simple justice to acknowledge that there's absolute p'ints in the game 'at takes scientific principles to figure out, and a mighty level-headed feller to demonstrate, don't you understand? Checkers is a old enough game, if age is any recommendation, and it's a evident fact, too, at the tooth of time, as the feller says, which for the last 6,000 years has gained some reputation for eatin' up things in general, don't 'pear to a gnawed much of a hole in checkers, jedgin' from the checker board of today and the ones that they're occasionally shovelin' out at Pompeii, or whatever its name is. Turned up a checkerboard there not long ago, I was readin' 'bout, 'at still had the spots on, as plain and fresh as the modern white pine board o' ourn, squared off with pencil marks and pokeberry juice. This is facts that history herself has dug out, and of course it ain't for me nor you to turn up our nose at checkers, whether we ever tamper with the fool game or not. For as that's concerned, I don't pretend to be no checker player myself, but I knowed a feller once that could play, and sorto made a business of it, and that man, in my opinion, was a genius. Name was Wesley Cotterell, John Wesley Cotterell, jest plain Wes, as us fellers round the shoe shop used to call him, used to allus make the shoe shop his headquarters like, and rain or shine, wet or dry, you'd allus find Wes on hands, ready to banter some feller for a game, or jest a settin' humped up there over the checkerboard all alone, a cipherin' out some new move or nother, and whistlin' low and solemn to hisself and a payin' no attention to nobody. And I'll tell you, Wes Cotterell was no man's fool, as sly as you keep it. He was a deep thinker, Wes was, and ef he'd just turned that mind o' his loose on preachin', for instance, and the 'terpretation of the Bible, don't you know, Wes 'ud 'a worked p'ints out there 'at no livin' expounderers ever got in gunshot of. But Wes he didn't 'pear to be cut out for nothin' much but jest checker playin'. Oh, of course, he could knock round his own woodpile some, and garden a little, more or less, and the neighbors used to find Wes purty handy 'bout trimmin' fruit trees, you understand, and workin' in among the worms and caterpillars in the vines and shrubbery and the like. And handlin' bees, they wasn't no man under the heavens 'at knowed more 'bout handlin' bees 'n Wes Cotterell, settlin' the blame things when they was a swarmin', and a robbin' hives, and all such foolish risks. Why, I've seen Wes Cotterell, 'fore now, when a swarm o' bees 'ud settle in an orchard, like they will sometimes, you know. I've saw Wes Cotterell just roll up his shirt sleeves and bend down a apple tree limb that was just kivered with the pesky things, and scrape 'em back into the hive with his naked hands by the quart and gallon, and never get a scratch. You couldn't hire a bee to sting Wes Cotterell, but lazy? I think that man had r'aly ort to 'a' been an Injun. He was the first and only man that ever I laid eyes on that was too lazy to drop a checker man to p'int out the right road for a feller 'at asked him once the way to Burke's Mill. And Wes, without ever a liftin' eye or finger, jest sorter crooked out that mouth o' his'n in the direction the feller wanted, and says, "Hey yonder," and went on with his whistlin'. But all this ain't checkers, and that's what I started out to tell ye. Wes had a way o' jest naturally a cleanin' out anybody and ever'body 'at 'ud hep hold up a checkerboard. Wes wasn't what you'd call a lively player at all, ner a competitor 'at talked much acrost the board er made much fuss over a game while he was a playin'. He had his faults, of course, and would take back moves 'casionally, er inch up on you if you didn't watch him, maybe. But as a rule, Wes had the insight to grasp the idea of whoever was a playin' against him, and his style o' game, you understand, and was on the lookout continual, and under such circumstances could play as honest a game o' checkers as the babe unborn. One thing in Wes's favor allus was the feller's temper. Nothin' 'peared to aggravate Wes, and nothin' on earth could break his slow and lazy way o' takin' his own time for everything. You jest couldn't crowd Wes or get him rattled anyway. Just 'peared to have one fixed principle, and that was to take plenty o' time, and never make no move without a cipher'n ahead on the probable consequences, don't you understand? "Be sure you're right," Wes'd say, and lettin' up for a second on that low and sorry-like little wind through the keyhole whistle o' his, and a nosin' out a place where he could swap one man for two, "Be sure you're right," and somethin' after this style was Wes's way, "Be sure you're right," whistlin' a long, lonesome bar of Barbara Allen, and then another long retarded bar, "Go ahead." And by the time the feller 'ud git through with his whistlin', and a stoppin' and a startin' in again, he'd be about 3 men ahead to your one. And then he'd jest go on with his whistlin' 'sef nothin' had happened, and maybe you a jest a rearin' and a callin' him all the mean, outlandish, ornery names that you could lay tongue to. But Wes's good nature, I reckon, was the thing 'at helped him out as much as any other p'ints the feller had. And Wes'd allus win in the long run, I don't care who played against him. It was only a question o' time with Wes a waxin' it to the best of 'em. Lots o' players has tackled Wes, and right at the start 'd maybe give him trouble, but in the long run, now mind ye, in the long run, no mortal man, I reckon, had any business o' rubbin' knees with Wes Cotterell under no earthly checkerboard in all this vale o' tears. I mind once there come along a high-toned feller from in around Innopolis summers. Was a lawyer, er some professional kind o' man. He had a big yaller leather kivered book under his arm, and a bunch o' these 'ere big envelopes and a lot o' subpoenies stickin' out o' his breast pocket. Mighty slick lookin' feller he was, wore a stovepipe hat sorto set way back on his head, so's to show off his General Jackson forehead, don't you know. Well, sir, this feller struck the place on some business or other, and then missed the hack 'at orto 'a took him out o' here sooner it did take him out. And whiles he was a loafin' round, sorto lonesome, like a feller allus is in a strange place, you know, he kindo dropped in on our crowd at the shoe shop, ostensibly to get a bootstrap stitched on, but I knowed, the minute he set foot in the door, 'at that feller wanted comp'ny wasn't cobblin'. Well, as good luck would have it, there set Wes, as usual, with the checkerboard in his lap, a playin' all by hisself, and a whistlin' so low and solemn like and sad it railly made the crowd seem like a religious getherin' o' some kind or other, we was all so quiet and still like, as the man come in. Well, the stranger stated his business, set down, took off his boot, and set there nussin' his foot and talkin' weather for 10 minutes, I reckon, 'fore he ever 'peared to notice Wes at all. We was all back'ard anyhow, 'bout talkin' much. Besides, we knowed, long afore he come in, all about how hot the weather was, and the pore chance there was o' rain, and all that, and so the subject had purty well died out, when jest then the feller's eyes struck Wes and the checkerboard, and I'll never forget the warm salvation smile 'at flashed over him at the promisin' discovery. "What!" says he, a grinnin' like a' angel and a edgin' his cheer towards Wes, "have we a checkerboard and checkers here?" "We have," says I, knowin' 'at Wes wouldn't let go o' that whistle long enough to answer, more'n to mebby nod his head. "And who is your best player?" says the feller, kind o' pitiful like, with another inquirin' look at Wes. "Him," says I, a pokin' Wes with a peg float. But Wes only spit kinda absent like, and went on with his whistlin'. "Much of a player, is he?" says the feller, with a sorto' doubtful smile at Wes agin. "Plays a purty good hickory," says I, a pokin' Wes agin. "Wes," says I, "here's a gentleman 'at'd maybe like to take a hand with you there, and give you a few idees," says I. "Yes," says the stranger, eager like, a settin' his plug hat keerful up in the empty shelvin', and a rubbin' his hands and smilin' as confident like as old Hoyle hisself, "yes, indeed, I'd be glad to give the gentleman," meanin' Wes, "an idee or two about checkers, ef he'd jest as lief, 'cause I reckon ef there air any one thing 'at I do know more about'n another, it's checkers," says he, "and there air no game 'at delights me more, pervidin', o' course, I find a competitor 'at can make it anyways interestin'." "Got much of a rickord on checkers?" says I. "Well," says the feller, "I don't like to brag, but I've never been beat, in any legitimate contest," says he. "And I've played more'n one o' them," he says, "here and there round the country. Of course your friend here," he went on, smilin' sociable at Wes, "he'll take it all in good part if I should happen to lead him a little, jest as I'd do," he says, "if it was possible for him to lead me." "Wes," says I, "has warmed the wax in the years of some mighty good checker players," says I, as he squared the board around, still a whistlin' to hisself like, as the stranger took his place, a smilin' like, and roachin' back his hair. "Move," says Wes. "No," says the feller, with a polite flourish of his hand, "the first move shall be yourn." And by jucks, for all he wouldn't take even the advantage of a starter, he flaxed it to Wes the first game in less'n 15 minutes. "Right sure you've give me your best player?" he says, smilin' round at the crowd, as Wes set squarin' the board for another game and whistlin' as onconcerned like as if nothin' had happened more'n ordinary. "'S your move," says Wes, a squintin' out into the game 'bout 40 foot from shore, and a whistlin' purt nigh in a whisper. Well, sir, it 'peared like the feller really didn't try to play, and you could see, too, 'at Wes knowed he'd about met his match, and played accordin'. He didn't make no move at all 'at he didn't give keerful thought to, whilst the feller, well, as I was sayin', it jest 'peared like checkers was child's play for him. Put in most of the time 'long through the game a sayin' things calculated to kind o' bore an ordinary man, but Wes helt hisself purty level, and didn't show no signs, and kep' up his whistlin' mighty well, considerin'. "Reckon you play the fiddle, too, as well as checkers," says the feller, laughin' as Wes come a whistlin' out of the little end of the second game, and went on a fixin' for the next round. "'S my move," says Wes, 'thout seemin' to notice the feller's tantalizin' words whatsomever. "Well, this time," thinks I, "Mr. Smarty from the Metropolitan Deestricts, you're liable to get waxed, sure." But the feller didn't 'pear to think so at all, and played right ahead as glib like and keerless as ever, 'casionally a throwin' in them sarcastic remarks o' his'n, 'bout bein' slow and sure, 'bout things in general, "like to see that," he said, "like to see fellers do things with plenty of deliberation, and even ef a feller wasn't much of a checker player, like to see him die slow anyhow, and then 'tend his own funeral," he says, "and march in the possession to his own music," says he. And jest then his remarks was brung to a close by Wes a jumpin' 2 men and a lightin' square in the king row. "Ground that," says Wes, a droppin' back into his old tune. And fer the rest o' that game Wes helt the feller purty level, but had to finally knock under, but by jest the closest kind o' shave o' winnin'. "They ain't much use," says the feller, "a keepin' this thing up, 'less I could manage some way or other to get beat onct in a while." "Move," says Wes, a droppin' back into the same old whistle and a settlin' there. "Music has charms, as the good book tells us," says the feller, kindo' nervous like, and a roachin' his hair back as if some sort o' protracted headache was a settin' in. "Never was skunked, was ye?" says Wes, kindo' student like, with a fur off look in them big white eyes o' his, and then a whistlin' right on 'sef he hadn't said nothin'. "Not much," says the feller, sorto' surprised like, as if such a idee as that had never struck him afore. "Never was skunked myself, but I've saw fellers in my time 'at was," says he. But from that time on I noticed the feller 'peared to play more keerful, and r'aly launched into the game with somethin' like interest. Wes he seemed to be jest a limberin' up like, and sir blame me ef he didn't walk the feller's log fer him that time, 'thout no 'pearent trouble at all. "And now," says Wes, all quiet like, a squarin' the board for another'n, "we're kindo' gettin' at things right. Move." And away went that little unconcerned whistle o' his again, and Mr. City Man jest gettin' white and sweaty too, he was so nervous. nor he didn't 'pear to find much to laugh at in the next game, nor the next 2 games nuther. Things was a gettin' mighty interestin' about them times, and I guess the feller was serious like about wakin' up to the solemn fact that it took about all his spare time to keep up his end o' the row, and even that state o' poor satisfaction was a creepin' furder and furder away from him ever' new turn he undertook. Whilst Wes just appeared to get more deliberate and certain ever' game, and that unendin', self-satisfied and comfortin' little whistle o' his never dropped a stitch, but towed out ever' game alike, towards the last, and, fer the most part, disastrous to the fellow 'at had started it with sich confidence and actual promise, don't you know. Well, sir, the feller stuck the whole forenoon out, and then the afternoon, and then knuckled down to it way into the night, yes, and plumb midnight, and he buckled into the thing bright and airly next morning. And, sir, for 2 long days and nights, hardly a stoppin' long enough to eat, the feller stuck it out, and Wes just a warpin' it to him hand over fist, and leavin' him furder behind ever' game, till finally, towards the last, the feller got so blamed on worked up and excited like, he just 'peared actually pert nigh plumb crazy and hysterical as a woman. It was a gettin' late into the shank of the second day, and the boys had just a little candle fer 'em to fetch out one o' the clostest games the feller'd played Wes fer some time. But Wes was just as cool and ca'm as ever, and still a whistlin' consolin' to hisself like, whilst the feller just 'peared wore out and ready to drap right in his tracks any minute. "Durn you!" he snarled out at Wes, "hain't you never goin' to move?" And there set Wes a balancin' a checker man above the board, a studyin' where to set it, and a fillin' in the time with that air whistle. "Flames and flashes!" says the feller again, "will you ever stop that death seducin' tune o' yourn long enough to move?" And as Wes deliberately set his man down where the feller see he'd have to jump it and lose 2 men and a king, Wes was a singin' low and sad like as if all to hisself: "Oh, we'll move that man and leave him there fer the love of Barbary Allen." Well, sir, the feller jest jumped to his feet, upset the board, and tore out of the shop stark starin' crazy, blame if he wasn't. 'Cause some of us put out after him and overtook him way beyont the Pike Bridge, and hollered to him, and he shuck his fist at us and hollered back and says he, "If you fellers over here," says he, "'ll agree to muzzle that dern checker player o' yourn, I'll bet $1,500 to 15 cents that I can beat him 11 games out of every dozen, but there are no money," he says, "'at can hire me to play him again, on this aboundin' earth, only on them conditions, 'cause that dern, eternal, infernal, dad-blasted whistle o' his'd beat the oldest man in Ameriky." End of The Champion Checker Player of Ameriky.
Section 31 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Darby and Joan by St. John Honeywood. When Darby saw the setting sun, he swung his scythe and home he run, sat down, drank off his quart, and said, "My work is done, I'll go to bed." "My work is done," retorted Joan, "my work is done, your constant tone, but hapless woman ne'er can say, My work is done till judgment day. You men can sleep all night, but we must toil. Whose fault is that?" quoth he. "I know your meaning," Joan replied, "but, sir, my tongue shall not be tied. I will go on and let you know what work poor women have to do. First in the morning, though we feel as sick as drunkards when they reel, yes, feel such pains in back and head as would confine you men to bed, we ply the brush, we wheel the broom, we air the beds and right the room. The cows must next be milked, and then we get the breakfast for the men. Ere this is done, with whimpering cries and bristly hair, the children rise. They must be dressed and dozed with rue, and fed, and all because of you. We next—" Here Darby scratched his head and stole off, grumbling, to his bed, and only said, as on she run, "Zounds! Woman's clack is never done." At early dawn, ere Phoebus rose, old Joan resumed her tale of woes. When Darby thus, "I'll end the strife, Be you the man, and I the wife. Take you the scythe and mow, while I will all your boasted cares supply." "Content," quoth Joan, "give me my stint." This Darby did, and out she went. Old Darby rose and seized the broom, and whirled the dust about the room, which having done, he scarce knew how He hied to milk the brindled cow. The brindled cow whisked round her tail in Darby's eyes, and kicked the pail. The clown, perplexed with grief and pain, swore he'd ne'er try to milk again, when turning round in sad amaze, he saw his cottage in a blaze. For as he chanced to brush the room, in careless haste he fired the broom. The fire at last subdued, he swore the broom and he would meet no more. Pressed by misfortune and perplexed, Darby prepared for breakfast next, but what to get he scarcely knew. The bread was spent, and butter too. His hands bedaubed with paste and flour, old Darby labored full an hour. But, luckless wight, thou couldst not make the bread take form of loaf or cake. As every door wide open stood, in pushed a sow in quest of food, and stumbling onward with her snout, o'erset the churn, the cream ran out. As Darby turned the sow to beat, the slippery cream betrayed his feet. He caught the bread trough in his fall, and down came Darby, trough and all. The children, wakened by the clatter, start up and cry, "Oh, what's the matter?" Old Jowler barked, and Tabby meowed, and hapless Darby bawled aloud, "Return, my Joan, as heretofore, I'll play the housewife's part no more, since now, by sad experience taught, compared to thine, my work is naught. Henceforth, as business calls, I'll take content the plough, the scythe, the rake, and never more transgress the line our fates have marked while thou art mine. Then, Joan, return, as heretofore, I'll vex thy honest soul no more. Let's each our proper task attend, forgive the past, and strive to mend. End of Darby and Joan.
Section 32 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Leeson. When the Frost is on the Punkin, by James Whitcomb Riley. When the frost is on the punkin and the fodder's in the shock, and you hear the chook and gobble of the struttin' turkey cock, and the clackin' of the guineas, and the cluckin' of the hens, and the rooster's hallelujah as he tiptoes on the fence. Oh, it's then's the time a feller is a feelin' at his best, with the risin' sun to greet him from a night of gracious rest, as he leaves the house bareheaded and goes out to feed the stock, when the frost is on the punkin and the fodder's in the shock. There's somethin' kinda hearty like about the atmosphere when the heat of summer's over and the coolin' fall is here. Of course we miss the flowers and the blossoms on the trees, and the mumble of the hummin' birds and the buzzin' of the bees, but the air's so appetizin', and the landscape through the haze of a crisp and sunny morning of the early autumn days is a picture that no painter has the colorin' to mock, when the frost is on the punkin and the fodder's in the shock. The husky, rusty rustle of the tassels of the corn, and the raspin' of the tangled leaves, as golden as the morn, the stubble in the furries, kinda lonesome like, but still a preachin' sermons to us of the barns they growed to fill. The straw stack in the medder, and the reaper in the shed, the hosses in their stalls below, the clover overhead. Oh, it sets my heart a clickin' like the tickin' of a clock, when the frost is on the punkin and the fodder's in the shock. End of When the Frost is on the Punkin.
Section 33 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laughing by Josh Billings. Anatomically considered, laughing is the sensation of feeling good all over and showing it principally in one spot. Morally considered, it is the next best thing to the Ten Commandments. Theoretically considered, it can out-argue all the logic in existence. Pyrotechnically considered, it is the fireworks of the soul. But I don't intend this essay for laughing in the lump, but for laughing on the half-shell. Laughing is just as natural to come to the surface as a rat is to come out of his hole when he wants to. You can't keep it back by swallowing any more than you can the hiccups. If a man can't laugh, there is some mistake made in putting him together. And if he won't laugh, he wants as much keeping away from as a bear trap when it is socked. I have seen people who laughed altogether too much for their own good, or for anybody else's. They laughed like a barrel of new cider with the tap pulled out, a perfect stream. This is a great waste of natural juice. I have seen other people who didn't laugh enough to give themselves vent. They was like a barrel of new cider, too, that was bunged up tight, apt to start a hoop and leak all away on the sly. There ain't neither of these two ways right, and they never ought to be patented. Genuine laughing is the vent of the soul, the nostrils of the heart, and is just as necessary for health and happiness as spring water is for a trout. There is one kind of a laugh that I always did recommend. It looks out of the eye first with a merry twinkle, then it creeps down on its hands and knees and plays around the mouth like a pretty moth around the blaze of a candle. Then it steals over into the dimples of the cheeks and rides around into those little whirlpools for a while. Then it lights up the whole face like the mellow bloom on a damask rose. Then it swims off on the air with a peal as clear and as happy as a dinner bell. Then it goes back again on golden tiptoes like an angel out for an airing, and lays down on its little bed of violets in the heart where it come from. There is another laugh that nobody can withstand. It is just as honest and noisy as a district school let out to play. It shakes a man up from his toes to his temples. It doubles and twists him like a whiskey fit. It lifts him off from his cheer like feathers, and lets him back again like melted lead. It goes all through him like a pickpocket, and finally leaves him as weak and as crazy as though he had been soaking all day in a rushing bath and forgot to be took out. This kind of a laugh belongs to jolly good fellows who are as healthy as Quakers, and who are as easy to please as a gal who is going to be married tomorrow. In conclusion, I say laugh every good chance you can get, but don't laugh unless you feel like it, for there ain't nothing in this world more hearty than a good honest laugh, nor nothing more hollow than a heartless one. when you do laugh, open your mouth wide enough for the noise to get out without squealing. Throw your head back as though you was going to be shaved. Hold on to your false hair with both hands, and then laugh till your soul gets thoroughly rested. But I shall tell you more about these things at some future time. End of Laughing by Josh Billings. Read by Bill Mosley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Section 34 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. Grizzly Grew by Ironquill. O thoughts of the past and present! O whither and whence and where? Demanded my soul as I scaled the height of the pine-clad peak in the sombre night, in the terebinthine air. While pondering on the frailty of happiness, hope, and mirth, the ascending sun with derisive scoff hurled its golden lances and smote me off from the bulge of the restless earth. Through the yellowish dawn of velvet, where stars were so thickly strewn, that quietly chuckled as I passed through, I fell in the gardens of Grizzly Grew, on the mad, mysterious moon. I fell on the turquoise ether, low down in the wondrous west, and thence to the moon in whose yielding blue were hidden the gardens of Grizzly Grew, in the monarchy of unrest. And there were the fairy gardens, where beautiful cherubs grew in daintiest way and on separate stalks, in the listed rows by the jasper walks, near the palace of Grizzly Grew. While strolling around the garden, I noticed the rows were full of every conceivable size and type, some that were buds, and some nearly ripe, and some that were ready to pull. In gauzy and white corolla was one who had eyes of blue, a little excuse of a baby nose, little pink ears, and 10 little toes, and a mouth that kept saying, "Agoo." Agooing as I came near her, she raised up her arms in glee, her little fat arms, and she seemed to say, "I'm ready to go with you right away. Don't hunt any more. Take me." I picked her off quick and kissed her, and hugging her to my breast, I heard a loud yelling that pierced me through. 'Twas His Terrible Eminence, Grizzly Grew, of the monarchy of unrest. He had on a blood-red turban, a picturesque lot of clothes, with big mustaches both fierce and black, and a ghastly saber to cut and hack, and shoes that turned up at the toes. Out of the gate of the garden the cherub and I took flight, and closely behind us the saber flew, and back of the saber came Grizzly Grew, and he chased us all day till night. I ran down the lunar crescent, and out on the silver horn. I kissed the baby and held her tight, and jumped down into the starry night, and I lit on the earth at morn. He fitfully threw his saber, it missed, and went round the sun. He followed no further, he was not rash, but the baby held on to my coarse mustache, and seemed to enjoy the fun. In saving that blue-eyed baby from the gardens of Grizzly Grew, I suffered a terrible shock and fright. But the doctor believes it will be all right, and he thinks he can pull me through. End of Grizzly Grew. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 35 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Chris. John Henry in a Streetcar by Hugh McHugh. Throw me in the cellar and batten down the hatches. I'm a wreck in the key of G flat. I sidestepped in among a bunch of language heavers yesterday, and ever since I've been sitting on the ragged edge with my feet hanging over. I was on my way down to Wall Street to help J. Pierpont Morgan buy a couple of railroads, and all the world seemed as blithe and gay as a love clinch from Laura Jean Libby's latest. When I climbed into the cable car, I felt like a man who had mailed money to himself the night before. I was aces. And then somebody blew out my gas. At the next corner, 2 society flashlights flopped in and sat next to me. They had a lot of words they wanted to use, and they started in. The car stopped, and 2 more of the 400's leading ladies jumped the hurdles and came down the aisle. They sat on the other side of me. In a minute, they began to bite the dictionary. Their efforts aroused the energies of 3 women who sat opposite of me, and they proceeded to beat the English language black and blue. In a minute, the air was so full of talk that the grip germs had to pull out on the platform and chew the conductor. The next one to me on my left started in. "Oh, yes, we discharged our cook day before yesterday, but there's another coming this evening, and so—" Her friend broke away and was up and back to the center with this. "I was coming down Broadway this morning, and I saw Julia Marlowe's Leading Man. I'm sure it was him, because I saw the show once in Chicago, and he had the loveliest eyes I ever looked at." I knew that this was my cue to walk out, kick the motorman in the knuckles, upset the car, and send in a fire call. But I passed it up. I just sat there and bit my nails like the heavy villain in one of course Peyton's 10 twin third dramas. That loveliest eyes speech had me groggy. Whenever I hear a woman turn on that loveliest eyes gag about an actor, I always feel that a swift slap from a wet dish rag would look well on her back hair. Then the bunch across the aisle got the flag. "Well, you know," says the broad lady who paid for 1 seat and was compelled by nature to use 3, "you know there's only 5 in our family, and so I just take 5 slices of stale bread and have a bowl of water in which I've dropped a pinch of salt. Then I take a piece of butter about the size of a walnut and thoroughly grease the bottom of a frying pan. Then beat 5 eggs to a froth and—" I'm hoping the conductor will come in and give us all a tip to take the timber because the cops are going to pinch the room, but there's nothing doing. One of the dames on my right finds her voice and passes it around. "Oh, I think it's a perfect fright. I always did detest electric blue anyway. It is so unbecoming." And then I've just decided that this lady ought to make up as a Swede servant girl and play the part when her friend hooks in. "Oh, yes, I think it will look perfectly sweet. It is a foulard with one of those new heliotrope tints made with a crêpe de chien québécois, with a second vest peeping out on either side of the front over an embroidered satin vest, and cut in scallops on the edge, finished with a full ruche of white chiffon, and the sleeves are just too tight for any use, and the skirt is too long for any good, and I declare the lining is too sweet, and I just hate to wear it out on the street and get it soiled, and I was going to have it made with a tunic, and Mrs. Wigwag, that's my brother-in-law's first cousin, she had hers made to wear with guimps, and they're so economical, and—" Think of a guy having to ride 4 miles and get his forehead fanned all the while with talk about foulard and crêpe de chine and guimps. Wouldn't it lead you to a padded cell? Say, I was down and out. No kidding. I wanted to get up and fight the door tender, but I couldn't. One of the conversationalists was sitting on my overcoat. I felt that if I got up and called my coat back to Papa, she might lose the thread of her story, and the jar would be something frightful. So I sat still and saved her life. The one on my right side must have been the lady president of the Hammer Club. She was talking about some other girl, and she didn't do a thing to the absent one. She said she was svelte. I suppose that's Dago for a shine. That's the way with some women. They can't come right out and call another woman a polish. They have to beat around the bush and chase their friends through the swamps by throwing things like svelte at them. Tosh. I try to duck the foreign tattle on my right, and by doing so, I'm next to this one on my left. Oh, yes, I think politics is just too lovely. I don't know whether I'd rather be a Democrat or a Republican, but I think, oh, just look at the hat that woman has on. Isn't that a fright? Wonder if she's trimmed it herself. Of course she did. You can tell by. I'm gasping for breath when the broad lady across the aisle gets the floor. No, indeed. I didn't have Eliza vaccinated. Why, she's too small yet. And don't you know my sister's husband's brother's child was vaccinated? And she is younger than our Eliza. But I don't just care. I don't want... Then the sweet girlish thing on my left gave me the corkscrew jab. It was the finish. Isn't that lovely? Well, as I was telling you, Charlie came last night and brought Mr. Storeclose with him. Mr. Storeclose is awfully nice. He plays the mandolin just too sweet for anything, and me! To the oyster beds! No male impersonators garroting a mandolin, not any in mine. When I want to take a course in music, I'll climb into a public library and read how Baldy Sloane wrote the Tiger Lily with one hand tied behind him and his feet on the piano. So I fell off the car and crawled home to Mother. End of John Henry in a Streetcar. Recording by Marty Chris.
Section 36 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neil Donnelly. The Mosquiter by Josh Billings. Mosquitoes are a game bug, but they won't bite at a hook. There's millions of 'em caught every year, but not with a hook. This makes the market for them unsteady, the supply always exceeding the demand. The mosquito was born on the sly and comes to maturity quicker than any other of the domestic animals. A mosquito at 3 hours old is just as ready and anxious to go into business for himself as ever he is, and bites the first time as sharp and natural as red pepper does. The mosquito has a good ear for music and sings without notes. The song of the mosquito is monotonous to some folks, but in me it stirs up memories of other days. I have laid awake all night long many a time and listened to the sweet anthems of the mosquito. I am satisfied that there warn't nothing made in vain, but I can't help thinking how mighty close the mosquitoes come to it. The mosquito has inhabited this world since its creation and will probably hang around here until business closes. Where the mosquito goes to in the winter is a standing conundrum, which all the naturalists have give up. But we know he don't go far, for he is on hand early each year with his probe fresh ground and polished. Mosquitoes must be one of the luxuries of life. They certainly ain't one of the necessaries, not if we know ourselves. End of The Mosquito by Josh Billings.
Section 37 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Turnings of a Bookworm by Carolyn Wells. Love levels all plots. Dead men sell no tales. A new boom sweeps clean. Circumstances alter bookcases. The more haste, the less read. Too many books spoil the trade. Many hands make light literature. Epigrams cover a multitude of sins. Ye cannot serve art and mammon. A little sequel is a dangerous thing. It's a long page that has no turning. Don't look a gift book in the binding. A gilt-edged volume needs no accuser. In a multitude of characters there is safety. Incidents will happen even in the most regulated novels. One touch of nature makes the whole book sell. Where there's a will, there's a detective story. A book in the hand is worth 2 in the library. An ounce of invention is worth a pound of style. A good name is rather to be chosen than great characters. Where there's so much puff, there must be some buyer. End of The Turnings of a Bookworm.
Section 38 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Feast of the Monkeys by John Philip Sousa. In days of old, so I've been told, the monkeys gave a feast. They sent out cards with kind regards to every bird and beast. The guests came dressed in fashion's best, unmindful of expense, except the whale, whose swallow-tail was soaked for 50 cents. The guests checked wraps, canes, hats, and caps, and when that task was done, the footman, he, with dignity, announced them one by one. In Monkey Hall the host met all, and hoped they'd feel at ease. "I scarcely can," said the Black and Tan, "I'm busy hunting fleas." While waiting for a score or more of guests, the hostess said, "We'll have the poodle sing Yankee Doodle a-standing on his head. And when this through, good parrot, you please show them how you swear." "Oh dear, don't cuss," cried the octopus, and he walked off on his ear. The orangutan a sea-song sang about a chimpanzee who went abroad in a drinking gourd to the coast of Barbary, where he heard one night, when the moon shone bright, a school of mermaids pick chromatic scales from off their tails, and did it mighty slick. "All guests are here to eat the cheer, and dinner's served, my lord." The butler bowed, and then the crowd rushed in with one accord. The fiddler crab came in a cab, and played a piece in C, while on his horn the unicorn blew "You'll remember me." "To give a touch of early Dutch to this great feast of feasts, I'll drink 10 drops of Holland's schnapps," spoke out the king of beasts. "That must taste fine," said the porcupine. "Did you see him smack his lip?" "I'd smack mine too," cried the kangaroo, "if I didn't have the pip." The lion stood and said, "Be good enough to look this way. Court etiquette do not forget, and mark well what I say. My royal wish is every dish be tasted first by me." "Here's where I smile," said the crocodile, and he climbed an axle-tree. The soup was brought, and quick as thought the lion ate it all. "You can't beat that," exclaimed the cat, "for monumental gall." "The soup!" all cried. "Gone," Leo replied, "'twas just a bit too thick." "When we get through," remarked the gnu, "I'll hit him with a brick." The tiger stepped, or rather crept, up where the lion sat. "O mighty boss, I'm at a loss to know where I am at. I came to-night with appetite to drink and also eat. As tiger grand, I now demand I get there with both feet." The lion got all fired hot, and in a passion flew. "Get out," he cried, "and save your hide, you most offensive you." "I'm not afraid," the tiger said, "I know what I'm about." But the lion's paw reached the tiger's jaw, and he was good and out. The salt sea smell of mackerel upon the air arose. Each hungry guest great joy expressed, and sniff went every nose. With glutton look the lion took the spiced and savory dish. Without a pause he worked his jaws and gobbled all the fish. Then ate the roast, the quail on toast, the pork both fat and lean, the jam and lamb, the potted ham, and drank the kerosene. He raised his voice, "Come, all rejoice, you've seen your monarch dine." "Never again," clucked the hen, and all sang "Auld Lang Syne." End of The Feast of the Monkeys. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, in San Diego, California, in December 2010.
Section 39 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. The Billville Spirit Meeting by Frank L. Stanton. We had a spirit meeting, we'll never have no more, to call up all the spirits of them that's gone before. A feller called a medium, he was a medium size, took the contract for the fetching o' them spirits from the skies. The mayor, the town council, the parson and his wife come to shake hands with them spirits what had left the other life. The colonel and the major, the coroner and all, was waitin' and debatin' in the darkness of the hall. The medium roared, "Silence! Amanda Jones appears. Is her husband present?" "No, sir, he's been resting 20 years." "Here's the ghost of Sally Spilkins from the land where glories glow. Would her husband like to see her?" And a feeble voice said, "No." "Here's the wife of Colonel Buster. She wears a heavenly smile. She wants to see the colonel, and she's coming down the aisle." Then all was wild confusion, it warn't a bit of fun. With "Lord have mercy on me," the colonel broke and run. Then the coroner got skeery and scampered for his life. Stop him," called the medium, "here comes his second wife." But thar warn't a man could stop him in that whole blame settlement. He turned a double somersault and out the widder went. Then the whole town council follered and hollered all the way. The parson said he had a call about 10 miles off to pray. He didn't preach next Sunday, and they tell it round a bit. According to the best reports, the parson's running yet. End of the Billville Spirit Meeting.
Section 40 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Cry from the Consumer by Wilbur D. Nesbit. Grasshoppers roam the Kansas fields and eat the tender grass. A trivial affair indeed, but what then comes to pass? You go to buy a Panama or any other hat, you learn the price has been advanced a lot because of that. A glacier up in Canada has slipped a mile or two. A little thing like this can boost the selling price of glue. Occurrences so tragic always thrill me to the core. I hope and pray that nothing ever happens any more. Last week the peaceful Indians went a-searching after scalps, and then there was an avalanche way over in the Alps. These diametric happenings seem nothing much, but look! We had to add $1 to the wages of the cook. The bean crop down in Boston has grown measurably less, and so the dealer charges more for goods to make a dress. Each day there is some incident to make a man feel sore. I'm on my knees to ask that nothing happens any more. It didn't rain in Utah, and it did in old Vermont. Result, it costs you 50 more to take a summer's jaunt. Upon the plains of Tibet some tornadoes took a roll, therefore the barons have to charge a higher price for coal. A streetcar strike in Omaha has cumulative shocks. It boosted huckleberries up to 20 cents a box. No matter what is happening, it always finds your door. Give us a rest. Let nothing ever happen any more. Mosquitoes in New Jersey bite a magnate on the wing. Result, the poor consumer feels that fierce mosquito's sting. The skeeter's song is silenced, but in something like an hour, the grocers understand that it requires a raisin flour. A house burns down in Texas and a stove blows up in Maine. 10 minutes later, breakfast foods in prices show a gain. Effects must follow causes, which is what I most deplore. I hope and pray that nothing ever happens any more. End of A Cry from the Consumer. Recording by Trisha G. Section 41 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Disappointment by John Boyle O'Reilly. Her hair was a waving bronze, and her eyes deep wells that might cover a brooding soul. And who, till he weighed it, could ever surmise that her heart was a cinder instead of a coal? End of A Disappointment. Recording by Trisha G.
Section 42 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by HearHis.com. The British Matron by Nathaniel Hawthorne. I have heard a good deal of the tenacity with which English ladies retain their personal beauty to a late period of life, but not to suggest that an American eye needs use and cultivation before it can quite appreciate the charm of English beauty at any age. It strikes me that an English lady of 50 is apt to become a creature less refined and delicate, so far as her physique goes, than anything that we Western people class under the name of woman. She has an awful ponderosity of frame, not pulpy, like the looser development of our few fat women, but massive, with solid beef and streaky tallow, so that, though struggling manfully against the idea, you inevitably think of her as made up of steaks and sirloins. When she walks, her advance is elephantine. When she sits down, it is on a great round space of her maker's footstool, where she looks as if nothing could ever move her. She imposes awe and respect by the muchness of her personality, to such a degree that you would probably credit her with far greater moral and intellectual force than she can fairly claim. Her visage is unusually grim and stern, seldom positively forbidding, yet calmly terrible, not merely by its breadth and weight of feature, but because it seems to express so much well-defined self-reliance, such acquaintance with the world, its toils, troubles, and dangers, and such sturdy capacity for trampling down a foe. Without anything positively salient, or actively offensive, or indeed unjustly formidable to her neighbors, she has the effect of a 74-gun ship in time of peace. For while you assure yourself that there is no real danger, you cannot help thinking how tremendous would be her onset, if pugnaciously inclined, and how futile the effort to inflict any counter-injury. She certainly looks tenfold, nay, 100-fold better able to take care of herself than our slender-framed and haggard womankind. But I have not found reason to suppose that the English dowager of 50 has actually greater courage, fortitude, and strength of character than our women of similar age, or even a tougher physical endurance than they. Morally, she is strong, I suspect, only in society, and in the common routine of social affairs, and would be found powerless and timid in any exceptionally strait that might call for energy outside of the conventionalities amid which she has grown up. You can meet this figure in the street, and live, and even smile at the recollection. But conceive of her in a ballroom, with the bare, brawny arms that she invariably displays there, and all the other corresponding development, such as is beautiful in the maiden blossom, but a spectacle to howl at in such an overblown cabbage rose as this. Yet somewhere in this enormous bulk there must be hidden the modest, slender, violet nature of a girl whom an alien mass of earthliness has unkindly overgrown. For an English maiden in her teens, though very seldom so pretty as our own damsels, possesses, to say the truth, a certain charm of half blossom, and delicately folded leaves, and tender womanhood shielded by maidenly reserves, with which, somehow or the other, our American girls often fail to adorn themselves during an appreciable moment. It is a pity that the English violets should grow into such an outrageously developed peony as I have attempted to describe. I wonder whether a middle-aged husband ought to be considered as legally married to all the accretions that have overgrown the slenderness of his bride since he led her to the altar, and which make her so much more than he ever bargained for. It is not a sounder view of the case that the matrimonial bond cannot be held to include the 3/4 of the wife that had no existence when the ceremony was performed? And, as a matter of conscience and good morals, ought not an English married pair to insist upon the celebration of a silver wedding at the end of 25 years, in order to legalize and mutually appropriate that corporeal growth of which both parties have individually come into possession since they were pronounced one flesh? End of section 42. Recorded by hearhis.com.
Section 43 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tragedy of It, by Alden Charles Noble. Alas for him, alas for it, alas for you and I! When this I think, I raise my mitt to dry my weeping eye. End of section 43. Recording by James O'Connor. January 2011.
Section 44 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stage Whispers by Carolyn Wells. Deadheads tell no tales. Stars are stubborn things. All's not bold that titters. Contracts make cowards of us all. One good turn deserves an encore. A little actress is a dangerous thing. It's a long skirt that has no turning. Stars rush in where angels fear to tread. Managers never hear any good of themselves. A manager is known by the company he keeps. A plot is not without honor save in comic opera. Take care of the dance, and the songs will take care of themselves. End of Stage Whispers.
Section 45 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Pettibone Lineage by James T. Fields. My name is Esek Pettibone, and I wish to affirm in the outset that it is a good thing to be well born. In thus connecting the mention of my name with a positive statement, I am not aware that a catastrophe lies coiled up in the juxtaposition. But I cannot help writing plainly that I am still in favor of a distinguished family tree. Esto perpetua. To have had somebody for a great-grandfather that was somebody is exciting. To be able to look back on long lines of ancestry that were rich but respectable seems decorous and all right. The present Earl of Warwick, I think, must have an idea that strict justice has been done him in the way of being launched properly into the world. I saw the Duke of Newcastle once, and as the farmer in Conway described Mount Washington, I thought the Duke felt a propensity to hunch up some. Somehow it is pleasant to look down on the crowd and have a conscious right to do so. Left an orphan at the tender age of 4 years, having no brothers or sisters to prop me round with young affections and sympathies, I fell into 3 pairs of hands, excellent in their way, but peculiar. Patience, Eunice, and Mary Ann Pettibone were my aunts on my father's side. All my mother's relations kept shady when the lonely orphan looked about for protection, but Patience Pettibone, in her stately way, said, "The boy belongs to a good family, and he shall never want while his 3 aunts can support him." So I went to live with my plain but benignant protectors in the state of New Hampshire. During my boyhood, the best drilled lesson that fell to my keeping was this: respect yourself. We come of more than ordinary parentage. Superior blood was probably concerned in getting up the Pettibones. Hold your head erect, and some day you shall have proof of your high lineage. I remember once on being told that I must not share my juvenile sports with the butcher's 3 little beings. I begged to know why not. Aunt Eunice looked at Patience, and Mary Ann knew what she meant. "My child," slowly murmured the oldest sister, "our family no doubt came of a very old stock. Perhaps we belong to the nobility. Our ancestors, it is thought, came over laden with honors, and no doubt were embarrassed with riches, though the latter importation has dwindled in the lapse of years. Respect yourself, and when you grow up, you will not regret that your old and careful aunt did not wish you to play with the butcher's offspring." I felt mortified that I ever had a desire to knuckle up with any but kings' sons or sultans' little boys. I longed to be among my equals in the urchin line, and fly my kite with only high-born youngsters. Thus I lived in a constant scene of self-enchantment on the part of the sisters, who assumed all the port and feeling that properly belong to ladies of quality. Patrimonial splendor to come danced before their dim eyes, and handsome settlements, gay equipages, and a general grandeur of some sort loomed up in the future for the American branch of the House of Pettibone. It was a life of opulent self-delusion, which my aunts were never tired of nursing, and I was too young to doubt the reality of it. All the members of our little household held up their heads, as if each said in so many words, "There is no original sin in our composition, whatever of that commodity there may be mixed up with the common clay of Snowborough." Aunt Patience was a star, and dwelt apart. Aunt Eunice looked at her through a determined pair of spectacles, and worshipped while she gazed. The youngest sister lived in a dreamy state of honors to come, and had constant zoological visions of lions, griffins, and unicorns, drawn and quartered in every possible style known to the Herald's College. The Reverend Hebrew Bullitt, who used to drop in quite often and drink several compulsory glasses of homemade wine, encouraged his three parishioners in their aristocratic notions, and extolled them for what he called their stooping down to everyday life. He differed with the ladies of our house only on one point. He contended that the unicorn of the Bible and the rhinoceros of today were one and the same animal. My aunts held a different opinion. In the sleeping room of my Aunt Patience reposed a trunk. Often during my childish years I longed to lift the lid and spy among its contents the treasures my young fancy conjured up as lying there in state. I dared not ask to have the cover raised for my gratification, as I had often been told I was too little to estimate aright what that armorial box contained. "When you grow up, you shall see the inside of it," Aunt Mary used to say to me, and so I wondered and wished, but all in vain. I must have the virtue of years before I could view the treasures of past magnificence so long entombed in that wooden sarcophagus. Once I saw the faded sisters bending over the trunk together, and, as I thought, embalming something in camphor. Curiosity impelled me to linger, but under some pretext I was nodded out of the room. Although my kinswomen's means were far from ample, they determined that Swiftmouth College should have the distinction of calling me one of her sons, and accordingly I was in due time sent for preparation to a neighboring academy. Years of study and hard fare in country boarding houses told upon my self-importance as the descendants of a great Englishman. Notwithstanding, all my letters from the honored three came with counsel to respect myself and keep up the dignity of the family. Growing up man forgets good counsel. The Arcadia of respectability is apt to give place to the levity of football and other low-toned accomplishments. The book of life at that period opens readily at fun and frolic, and the insignia of greatness give the schoolboy no envious pangs. I was 19 when I entered the hoary halls of Swiftmouth. I call them hoary because they had been built more than 50 years. To me they seemed uncommonly hoary, and I snuffed antiquity in the dusty purlieus. I now began to study, in good earnest, the wisdom of the past. I saw clearly the value of dead men and moldy precepts, especially if the former had been entombed 1,000 years, and if the latter were well done in sounding Greek and Latin. I began to reverence royal lines of deceased monarchs, longed to connect my own name, now growing into college popularity, with some far-off mighty one who had ruled in pomp and luxury his obsequious people. The trunk in Snowborough troubled my dreams. In that receptacle still slept the proof of our family distinction. I will go, quoth I, to the home of my aunts next vacation, and there learn how we became mighty, and discover precisely why we don't practice today our inherited claims to glory. I went to Snowborough. Aunt Patience was now anxious to lay before her impatient nephew the proof he burned to behold. But first she must explain. All the old family documents and letters were, no doubt, destroyed in the great fire of '98, as nothing in the shape of parchment or paper implying nobility had ever been discovered in Snowborough or elsewhere. But there had been preserved for many years a suit of imperial clothes that had been worn by their great-grandfather in England, and no doubt in the New World also. These garments had been carefully watched and guarded, for were they not the proof that their owner belonged to a station in life second, if second at all, to the royal court of King George itself? Precious casket, into which I was soon to have the privilege of gazing. Through how many long years these fond, foolish virgins had lighted their unflickering lamps of expectation and hope at this cherished old shrine. I was now on my way to the family repository of all our greatness. I went upstairs on the jump. We all knelt down before the well-preserved box, and my proud Aunt Patience, in a somewhat reverent manner, turned the key. My heart, I am not ashamed to confess it now, although it is 40 years since the quartet, in search of family honors, were on their knees that summer afternoon in Snowborough. My heart beat high. I was about to look on that which might be a duke's or an earl's regalia, and I was descended from the owner in a direct line. I had lately been reading Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus, and I remembered there before the trunk the lines, "O sacred receptacle of my joys, sweet cell of virtue and nobility." The lid went up, and the sisters began to unroll the precious garments, which seemed all enshrined in aromatic gums and spices. The odor of that interior lives with me to this day, and I grow faint with the memory of that hour. With pious precision, the clothes were uncovered, and at last the whole suit was laid before my expectant eyes. Reader, I am an old man now, and have not long to walk this planet. But whatever dreadful shock may be in reserve for my declining years, I am certain I can bear it, for I went through that scene at Snowborough and still live. When the garments were fully displayed, all the aunts looked at me. I had been to college. I had studied Burke's Peerage. I had been once to New York. Perhaps I could immediately name the exact station in noble British life to which that suit of clothes belonged. I could, I saw it all at a glance. I grew flustered and pale. I dared not look my poor deluded female relatives in the face. What rank in the peerage do these gold lace garments and big buttons betoken? Cried all three. It is a suit of servant's livery, gasped I, and fell back with a shudder. That evening, after the sun had gone down, we buried those hateful garments in a ditch at the bottom of the garden. Rest there, perturbed body coat, yellow trousers, brown gaiters, and all. Vain pomp and glory of this world, I hate ye. End of the Pettibone lineage. Recording by Bill Mosley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Section 46 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Why Moles Have Hands by Anne Virginia Culbertson. One day the children came running to Aunt Nancy with a mole which one of the dogs had just killed. They had never seen one before, and were very curious as to what it might be. "Well, before the king," said Nancy, "where y'all been livin' dat you never seed a mole before? Where you come from must be a mighty curious spot if they ain't had no moleses dar. Must be somethin' wrong with dat place. I been most all over dis here Sussex country endurin' my time, and I ain't never come across no place where they ain't have moleses. Moleses is certain curious little creeturs," she continued. "I been takin' tickler notice of 'em dis long time, and dey knows more'n you think fer jest to look at 'em. Though dey lives down underneath de ground, wid dey is fust class swimmers. I done seed one of 'em wid my own eyes crossin' de branch. And dey can root 'long underneath de earth mos' as fast as a hoss can trot on top of it. Y'all needn't to look dat a way, 'cause it's de truth. Dey's jest built fer gettin' along fast underground. Their hands is both pickaxes and shovels fer 'em. Dey digs and scoops wid de front ones and kicks de dirt out de way wid de behind 'em ones. De strong snouts helps 'em, too, to push de way through de dirt. Their fur is just as soft and shiny as silk," said Janey. "Yas," said Aunt Nancy, "hit's dat soft and shiny dat, though dey live all time in de dirt, not a speck of dirt sticks to 'em. You says soft and shiny is silk, but I tell you hit is silk, silk clothes, that's 'zactly what 'tis." Ned laughed. "Who ever heard of an animal dressed in silk clothes?" he said. "Nemmine," she answered. "You talks mighty pert, but I knows what I knows, and dis here I been tellin' you is de sho 'nuff truth." "Just see its paws," Janey went on. "Why, they look exactly like hands." "Look like hands? Look like hands? Huh! Dey is hands, all thumbered and fingered jest like yourn, and what's mo', dey once was human bein's. Humans, dey was so." "How could they ever have been human hands and then put on a mole's body?" asked Ned. "I believe most things you say, Aunt Nancy, but I can't swallow that. Dar's a little boy around dese diggin's whar talkin' mighty sassy and rambunctious, seems to me. I'm ax you to swaller nuttin' tall, but 'pears to me y'all been swallerin' dem air old tales right and left faster'n I can call 'em to mind, and I'm seed none of you choke on 'em yet ner cry 'nuff said. I's tickler sorry 'bout dis, 'cause I done had it in mind to tell you a tale about how come moleses have handses, whar I learned from an ole man dat come from Fauquier country. But now dat Mars Ned 'pears to be so jubious about it, I ain't gwine waste my time on folks whar ain't gwine believe me nohows. Nemmine, de children over on de Thompson place gwine beg me fer dat tale when I goes dar agin, and what's mo', dey gwine get it, for dey believes every word that drops from my mouth, like was the law and the gospel." Of course the children protested that they were as ready to hang upon her words as the Thompson children could possibly be, and presented their prior claim to the tale in such a moving fashion that Aunt Nancy was finally prevailed upon to come down from her high horse and tell the story. "I done tole you," she said, "dat dem ar hands is human, and I means just what I says, 'cause the Moses used to be folks, sho 'nuff folks, though dey is all shrunk up to dis size, and de hands is all that's left to tell de tale. Yas, sah, in de ole days, so fur back dat you can't count it, de Moses was folks, and mighty proud and biggity folks at dat. Dey wasn't gwine be catched wearin' any old dish er caliker, linsey woolsey er homespun, or such as dat, ner even broadcloth ner bombazine, nah, sah. Dey jest tricked derselves out in de finest and shiniest of silk, nothin' mo' or less, and den dey went a traipsin' up and down and hither and yon, fer t'other folks to look at 'em and make 'miration over 'em. Mo'n dat, dey is so fine and fiddlin', dey won't set foot on de ground less'n der was a carpet spread down fer 'em to walk on. Dey tells me it sut'nly was a sight in de world to see dem folks walkin' up and down on de carpets, trailin' and wrestlin' de silk clothes, and shirshyin' and bobbin' to one another when dey meet up, but never speakin' to de common folk where walkin' on de ground, ner even so much as lookin' at 'em. What's mo', dey was so uppish, dey thought de earth was too low down fer 'em even to run der eyes over, so dey went 'long wid der haids rared and der eyes all time lookin' up stidder down. You can be sho dem gwines on ain't make 'em populous wid de other folks, 'cause people jest natchally can't stan' hit to have you throwin' up to dem dat you is better 'n what dey is, when all de time dey knows you're nothin' but folks same as dem. Dey keep gwine on so fashion and gettin' mo' and mo' pampered and uppish, twel las' dey 'tracted de 'tention of de Lord, and he says to hisself, he do, 'Who is dese folks anyhows? We're gettin' so airish, walkin' up and down and back and forth on my earth, and spurnin' hit so's dey spread carpets 'twixt hit and der footses, treatin' my hearth what I done make like 'twas de dirt underneath der footses, and spisin' de feller creeturs and excusin' 'em as bein' common, and keepin' der eyes turned up all de time, ez if dey was too good to look at de things I done make and put on my earth. I must see 'bout dis. I must punish dese sumptuous people, and show 'em dat one of my creeturs is jest as low down as t'other in my sight.' So de Lord he passed judgment on de Moses. Fust he tuck and made 'em lose der human shape, and den he swunk 'em up until dey is no bigger 'n dey is now. Dat is to show 'em how no 'count dey was in his sight. Den, because dey thought derselves too good to walk 'pon de bare ground, he sont 'em to live underneath it, where dey had to dig and scratch der way long. Las' of all, he took away der eyes and made 'em blind, dat's 'cause dey done 'spised to look at de feller creeturs. But he feel kinder sorry for 'em when he get dat fur, and he ain't wanter punish 'em too heavy, so he left 'em dese silk clothes where I done tole you about, and dese hanses where you can see for yourself is human. And I reckon both dem things put 'em in mind of what dey used to be, and rack 'em humble. Ever since den, de Moses been gwine 'long underneath de ground, 'cordin' to de judgment of de Lord, and diggin' and scratchin' der way thoo de world in trial and tribulation, wid dem po' little human hanses, and dat oughter learn you what comes er folks 'spisin' de feller creeturs. And I want y'all to 'member dat next time I year you call dem Thompson chillun trash." "I'd like to know what use moles are," said Ned, who was of rather an investigating turn of mind. "They just go round rooting through the ground, spoiling people's gardens, and I don't see what they're good for. You can't eat them or use them anyway." "Sho, child," said Aunt Nancy, "you dunno what you talkin' 'bout. The Lord have some use for every creetur he done mek. Dey tells me dat de Moses eats up lots of de bugs and worms and such dat They mought hurt the crops if they was let to live. Sizing dat, just gimme one of the claws of dat mole, and let me hang it round the neck of a baby while cutting his toofs, and I bound you every tooth in his jaw gwine come bustin' through his gums without nary a ache or a pain to let him know dey's dar. Don't tell me 'bout the moleses bein' worfless. I done walked the floor too much with cryin' babies not to know the use of moleses. You don't really believe that, do you? Asked Ned. Believe it? She answered indignantly. I don't believe it, I knows it. I done told you all these things a h'ar's foot can do. What's the reason a mole's foot ain't good for something too? If folks only knowed mo' about such cures as dat dar, needn't be so much sickness and misery in the world. I done cured myself of the rheumatism in my right arm just by tying a eel skin round it. And everybody on dis plantation knows that if you wrop a child's hair with eel skin strings, hit's bound to make hit grow. If you want the child hisself to grow and to walk soon, you must brush his feet with the broom. I won't tell you this if I hadn't tried it myself. You mustn't talk so biggity 'bout what you don't know nothin' 'tall about. You come from up north yonder, and maybe these things don't work the same dar as what they does down here where we been pendin' on 'em so long. End of Why Moles Have Hands.
Section 47 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sherlock 85. A Psalm of Life by Phoebe Cary. Tell me not in idle jingle, marriage is an empty dream, for the girl is dead that's single, and things are not what they seem. Married life is real, earnest, single blessedness a fib, taken from man to man returnest, has been spoken of the rib. Not enjoyment and not sorrow is our destined ender way, but to act, that each tomorrow nearer brings the wedding day. Life is long and youth is fleeting, and our hearts, if there we search, still like steady drums are beating anxious marches to the church. In the world's broad field of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not like dumb driven cattle, be a woman, be a wife. Trust no future, however pleasant, let the dead past bury its dead. Act in the living present, heart within and man ahead. Lives of married folks remind us we can live our lives as well, and, departing, leave behind us such examples as will tell, such examples that another sailing far from Hymen's port, a forlorn unmarried brother seeing shall take heart and court. Let us then be up and doing, with the heart and head begin, still achieving, still pursuing. Learn to labor and to win. End of A Psalm of Life.
Section 48 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Criss. An Odyssey of K's by Wilbur D. Nesbitt. I've traveled up and down this land and crossed it in 100 ways, but somehow cannot understand these towns with names chock full of K's. For instance, once it fell to me to pack my grip and quickly go, I thought at first to Kankakee, but then remembered Kokomo. Oh, Kankakee or Kokomo, I sighed, just which I do not know. Then to the ticket man I went. He was a snappy man and bald, behind an iron railing pent, and I confessed that I was stalled. A much K'd town is booked for me, I said. I'm due tomorrow, so I wonder if it's Kankakee or if it can be Kokomo. There's quite a difference, growled he, twixt Kokomo and Kankakee. He spun a yard of tickets out, the folded kind that makes a strip and leaves the passengers in doubt when the conductor takes a clip. He flipped the tickets out, I say, and asked, "Now which one will it be? I'll sell you tickets either way, to Kokomo or Kankakee." And still I really do not know. I thought it might be Kokomo. At any rate, I took a chance. He struck his stamp machine a blow, and I, a toy of circumstance, was ticketed for Kokomo. Upon the train I wondered still if all was right as it should be. Some mystic warning seemed to fill my mind with thoughts of Kankakee. The car wheels clicked it out. Now he had better be for Kankakee. Until at last it grew so loud that at some big town I clambered out, and elbowed madly through the crowd, determined on the other route. The ticket agent saw my haste. "Where do you wish to go?" cried he. I yelled, "I have no time to waste. Please fix me up for Kankakee." Again the wheels, now fast, now slow, clicked. "Ought to go to Kokomo." Well, anyhow, I did not heed the message that they sent to me. I went, and landed wrong indeed, went all the way to Kankakee. Then in a rush I doubled back, went wrong again, I'd have you know. There was no call for me, alack, within the town of Kokomo. And then I learned, confound the luck, I should have gone to Keokuk. End of An Odyssey of K's. Recording by Marty Chris.
Section 49 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Deacon's Trout by Henry Ward Beecher. He was a curious trout. I believe he knew Sunday just as well as Deacon Marble did. At any rate, the deacon thought the trout meant to aggravate him. The deacon, you know, is a little waggish. He often tells about that trout. Says he, "One Sunday morning, just as I got along by the willows, I heard an awful splash, and not 10 feet from shore I saw the trout, as long as my arm, just curving over like a bow and going down with something for breakfast. Gracious, says I, and I almost jumped out of the wagon. But my wife Polly, says she, 'What on airth are you thinking of, Deacon? It's Sabbath day, and you're going to meeting. It's a pretty business for a deacon.' That sort of cooled me off, but I do say that for about a minute I wished I wasn't a deacon. But 'twouldn't have made any difference, for I came down next day to mill on purpose, and I came down once or twice more, and nothing was to be seen, though I tried him with the most tempting things. Wall, next Sunday I came along again, and to save my life I couldn't keep off worldly and wandering thoughts. I tried to be saying my catechism, but I couldn't keep my eyes off the pond as we came up to the willows. I'd got along in the catechism as smooth as the road to the fourth commandment, and was saying it out loud for Polly, and just as I was saying what is required in the fourth commandment, I heard a splash, and there was the trout, and afore I could think, I said, 'Gracious, Polly, I must have that trout.' She almost riz right up. 'I knew you wa'n't saying your catechism hearty. Is this the way you answer the question about keeping the Lord's day? I'm ashamed, Deacon Marble,' says she. 'You'd better change your road and go to meeting on the road over the hill. If I was a deacon, I wouldn't let a fish's tail whisk the whole catechism out of my head.' And I had to go to meeting on the hill road all the rest of the summer." End of The Deacon's Trout by Henry Ward Beecher. Recording by Bill Mosley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Section 50 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Chris. Enough by Tom Masson. I shot a rocket in the air. It fell to earth, I knew not where. Until next day, with rage profound, the man it fell on came around. In less time than it takes to tell, he showed me where the rocket fell. And now I do not greatly care to shoot more rockets in the air. End of Enough. Recording by Marty Chris.
Section 51 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Race by Joseph I. C. Clarke. Read out the names! And Burke sat back, and Kelly drooped his head, while Shay, they call him Scholar Jack, went down the list of the dead. Officers, seamen, gunners, marines, the crews of the gig and yawl, the bearded man and the lad in his teens, carpenters, coal passers, all. Then knocking the ashes from out his pipe, said Burke in an offhand way, "We're all in that dead man's list, by cripe, Kelly and Burke and Shay." "Well, here's to the Maine, and I'm sorry for Spain," said Kelly and Burke and Shay. "Wherever there's Kellys there's trouble," said Burke. "Wherever fighting's the game, or a spice of danger in grown man's work," said Kelly, "you'll find my name." "And do we fall short," said Burke, getting mad, "when it's touch and go for life?" Said Shay, "It's 30-odd years, bedad, since I charged to drum and fife, up Mary's Heights, and my old canteen stopped a rebel ball on its way. There were blossoms of blood on our sprigs of green, Kelly and Burke and Shay, and the dead didn't brag. Well, here's to the flag," said Kelly and Burke and Shay. "I wish 'twas in Ireland, for there's the place," said Burke, "that we'd die by right, in the cradle of our soldier race, after one good stand-up fight. My grandfather fell on Vinegar Hill, and fighting was not his trade, but his rusty pike's in the cabin still, with Hessian blood on the blade." "Aye, aye," said Kelly, "the pikes were great, when the word was clear the way. We were thick on the roll in '98, Kelly and Burke and Shay." "Well, here's to the pike and the sword and the like," said Kelly and Burke and Shay. And Shay, the scholar, with rising joy, said, "We were at Ramillies. We left our bones at Fontenoy, and up in the Pyrenees, before Dunkirk, on Landon's plain, Cremona, Lille, and Ghent. We are all over Austria, France, and Spain, wherever they pitched a tent. We've died for England from Waterloo to Egypt and Dargay, and still there's enough for a corps or crew, Kelly and Burke and Shay." "Well, here is to good honest fighting blood," said Kelly and Burke and Shay. "Oh, the fighting races don't die out, if they seldom die in bed, for love is first in their hearts, no doubt," said Burke. Then Kelly said, "When Michael, the Irish archangel, stands, the angel with the sword, and the battle dead from 100 lands are ranged in one big horde, our line, that for Gabriel's trumpet waits, will stretch tree deep that day, from Jehoshaphat to the Golden Gates, Kelly and Burke and Shay. Well, here's thank God for the race and the sod," said Kelly and Burke and Shay. End of The Fighting Race.
Section 52 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Organ by Henry Ward Beecher. At one of his weeknight lectures Beecher was speaking about the building and equipping of new churches. After a few satirical touches about church architects and their work, he went on to ridicule the usual style of pulpit, the sacred mahogany tub, plastered up against some pillar like a barn swallow's nest. Then he passed on to the erection of the organ, and to the opening recital. The organ long expected has arrived, been unpacked, set up, and gloried over. The great players of the region round about, or of distant celebrity, have had the grand organ exhibition, and this magnificent instrument has been put through all its paces in a manner which has surprised everyone, and, if it had had a conscious existence, must have surprised the organ itself most of all. It has piped, fluted, trumpeted, brayed, thundered. It has played so loud that everybody was deafened, and so soft that nobody could hear. The pedals played for thunder. The flutes languished and coquetted, and the swell died away in delicious suffocation, like one singing a sweet song under the bedclothes. Now it leads down a stupendous waltz with full brass, sounding very much as if in summer a thunderstorm should play "Come Haste to the Wedding" or "Money Musk." Then come marches, gallops, and hornpipes. An organ playing hornpipes ought to have elephants as dancers. At length a fugue is rendered to show the whole scope and power of the instrument. The theme, like a cautious rat, peeps out to see if the coast is clear, and, after a few hesitations, comes forth and begins to frisk a little, and run up and down to see what it can find. It finds just what it did not want, a purring tenor, lying in ambush and waiting for a spring. And as the theme comes incautiously near, the savage cat of a tenor springs at it, misses its hold, and then takes after it with terrible earnestness. But the tenor has miscalculated the agility of the theme. All that it could do, with the most desperate effort, was to keep the theme from running back into its hole again. And so they ran up and down, around and around, dodging, eluding, whipping in and out of every corner and nook, till the whole organ was aroused, and the bass began to take part, but unluckily slipped and rolled downstairs, and lay at the bottom raving and growling in the most awful manner, and nothing could appease it. Sometimes the theme was caught by one part, and dangled for a moment. Then with a snatch another part took it and ran off exultant, until, unawares, the same trick was played on it. And finally all the parts, being greatly exercised in mind, began to chase each other promiscuously in and out, up and down, now separating and now rushing in full tilt together, until everything in the organ loses patience and all the stops are drawn. And in spite of all that the brave organist could do, who bobbed up and down, feet, hands, head, and all, the tune broke up into a real row, and every part was clubbing every other one, until at length, patience being no longer a virtue, the organist, with 2 or 3 terrible crashes, put an end to the riot, and brought the great organ back to silence. End of the organ. Recording by Matthew Reese.
Section 53 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Grandmother's Turkey Tail Fan by Samuel Minturn Peck. It owned not the color that vanity dons, or tender wits choose for display. Its beautiful tint was a delicate bronze, a brown softly blended with gray. From her waist to her chin, spreading out without break, 'twas built on a generous plan. The pride of the forest was slaughtered to make my grandmother's turkey tail fan. For common occasions it never was meant. In a chest between 2 silken cloths, 'twas kept safely hidden with careful intent in camphor to keep out the moths. 'Twas famed far and wide, through the whole countryside, from Beersheba e'en unto Dan, and often at meeting with envy 'twas eyed, my grandmother's turkey tail fan. Camp meetings, indeed, were its chiefest delight. Like a crook unto sheep gone astray, it beckoned backsliders to reseek the right, and exhorted the sinners to pray. It always beat time when the choir went wrong, its psalmody leading the van. Old Hundred, I know, was its favorite song, my grandmother's turkey tail fan. A fig for the fans that are made nowadays, suited only to frivolous mirth! A different thing was the fan that I praise, yet it scorned not the good things of earth. At bees and at quiltings 'twas aye to be seen, the best of the gossip began, when it at the doorway had entered serene, my grandmother's turkey tail fan. Tradition relates of it wonderful tales, its handle of leather was buff. Though shorn of its glory, e'en now it exhales an odor of hymn books and snuff. Its primeval grace, if you like, you can trace, 'twas limned for the future to scan, just under a smiling gold spectacled face, my grandmother's turkey tail fan. End of My Grandmother's Turkey Tail Fan. End of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 1, edited by Marshall Pinckney Wilder.